Oh, there they are. The Cars. Hey, welcome back to Bennington. I'm Ron Bennington. There's Gail Bennington.
Oh, hi.
And this is sitting across from us, as always, is radio's Rick Ocasek, our own Stanley Bennington.
Sup?
I never can tell the difference between those two. I'm always like, holy shit, Rick Ocasek from The Cars is here. And it turns out to be Chris Stanley.
That's just Stanley.
Yeah. But every day it's like a little thrill. You know, here's the problem that we're going to have with the Cars as our musical guests today.
Mm-hmm.
How are we going to pick out 3 or 4 songs?
It's too difficult.
Yeah. There's got to be 24 songs that you're like, holy shit, I love this song. I forgot this song. I love this song. You know what I mean? Because you never run into people and they go, who's your favorite band? And they go, The Cars. And yet, every time you hear The Cars, you're like, holy shit, I think this is my favorite band.
Yeah, when I was young, I remember it was a band that I would like take your tape and listen to it on my own. Like something about that band.
Well, I think that they were the first cold sounding band in history. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, you're just like, there's something like, you know, you think of music as bringing warmth and heat.
Yeah.
And there's just a chill to them. Like maybe they would be driving down the road and they'd all be singing together and they'd see a horrible car crash on a country road and they wouldn't even change expressions. You know what I mean? They would just keep on being The Cars.
They're quite removed.
I don't know how they got the name The Cars. It's such a great name, and it came, you know, pretty late in the, hey, we all have bands.
Yeah. Why didn't anyone else pick up Cars before
That
then?
sounds perfect for a band name. I always get mad when people have shitty names when there's a good name out there.
There's so many nouns out there that you could, anything.
I don't know why no one's ever been to telephones before. That bothers me a little bit.
And I think now with cell phones, it's kind of cool. It's like telephone is a retro word already.
It's already, yeah. I hate when someone uses a smartphone, though. Like, we get it. There's no other phones. It's not all that smart anyway. You should see the shit it does to me.
I have a Razor phone. It still flips.
Boy, do I miss those.
So I'm glad that we got in the phone talk because you guys missed this yesterday. So we're standing in front of the incredibly successful Unmasked that we did at Caroline's with Jim Gaffigan. And yes, he made us laugh again. And I don't know, everyone had their phones out for some reason. And Gurian is like, this phone comes from Israel. I'm like, why? Why do you have an Israeli phones, right? So he's like, I went to an event for the 66th birthday of Israel, and they handed out to the first 500 people these phones. Can you believe it? These phones. So he's got that Asian girl that he calls his assistant.
Sure.
And she's like this. Wow, because that costs $100. And he's like, it's more than that. No, it's 100, maybe 120. She wouldn't get off of it. And as he's bragging about this fucking phone.
This rare phone that no one could buy.
Yeah, you find out it just costs a shitty C note. And then he was doing, he was just doing his gimmick of feeling bad about his phone not being more expensive, but without saying it. It was just giving me such fucking joy that I took my my mind off of Puppet fucking Jim Gaffigan, who was walking around the smoking area trying to get people to high five him.
Disturbing Puppet Jim Gaffigan.
I don't know why Gaffigan allows that to happen.
Doesn't look like him.
It's got a major head and this tiny little face all squinched up in the middle of it. I would just see that and feel bad about myself.
It was pretty disturbing. It looks nothing like him. It's not fair.
I don't know. I couldn't say. Here's Brian in Charlotte.
What's going on, Ronnie? Rick Ocasek always gave me hope when I was a kid that even ugly people could find really hot girlfriends.
See, I'm going to disagree with that because I think when you're a tall, thin genius like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You deserve a supermodel girlfriend. But see, that's the thing. Like, men have that extra deal that if they do something impressive,
right,
women are attracted to them. And some people think it's money, but I really think it's that passion and the money gets attracted to that,
Right.
But Ocasek, he walked away from it all and just, started producing, became a very successful producer. But he just stopped doing it on stage.
Now, who was he with? Was he with someone in particular, or he just had hot women?
No, it was there was a very famous kind of Polish or Russian model. Stanley's looking it up now as we speak. Should be under personal life and wiki.
Pavlina Porokova.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you. And she was one of those, like, just ice cold eyes, just, one of the real first of what we now see as being the...
like sexy alien girls.
Yeah, sexy alien, Eastern Bloc, bigger than life. Everybody was like in love with her, and she'd be like, "Where's Rick?" You know what I mean? Like, she didn't care. She was probably a spy and, taking stuff back and forth, but that was at least in my mind.
But she has those wide set eyes like models do, like a sexy deer.
Right. I think that the perfect model would have two eyes on one side of their face like a flounder and just be able to lay on the bottom of the ocean, but look up.
Attractive.
Yeah. You kidding me?
We booked another ocean shoot.
So
That's all she's got.
She's doing a lot of underwater work. She dominates there.
She does best on her side. That's her thing.
Make sure you get my good side, the side with the eyes. Don't get my no eyes size freaks, people.
I actually always really liked her no eyes side.
You know who I hate? Your soccer team.
Jesus, lady.
She's so pretty, though.
I hate them because I'm from another country. She's beautiful. I think they're still together. Am I wrong about that, Chris?
They are still together.
Wow.
She should have just been standing next to him on stage, but not playing a tambourine. Just have the tambourine, but just looked on board with it, made it look like it was heavy. Why do I have tambourine, Rico Kasich? You know my eyes hurt.
But that's a good score there,
For her and him?
Yeah.
For both?
Yeah.
They both? That's always a good thing when they both come out on top. I'll tell you who had a good score is Jim Gaffigan with that wife of his. She is like so smart, driven, has everything locked down in his show, in his life. Like she writes with him, and then he's just saying, like, I like Fruit Loops.
Just like,
He's just thinking of a new bizarre food. He got into breakfast burritos.
Big time.
As if it's a new thing.
Yeah. We all know. Right. There's eggs and bacon in there. Yeah.
He's passionate about it, though. He's extra passionate about it.
He's passionate about it. So that's coming up later on today at 2:00.
Mm-hmm. In the PM.
On the PM, which you'll be able to hear us over at Raw Dog 99. And we're going to have some other cool comedy guests.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to tell you who, Ron Funches.
Oh, don't.
Oh, spoiler alert.
We love them bunches. I think we might get Bridget Everett to stop by.
I would love that. I would love to see her again. I'm a huge fan of hers.
I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Not after you fawned all over her the other day. Love you, Bridget Everett.
Damn it. That is what I did.
All right, a couple of people were writing in laughing that I had tapes. It was the time to have tapes. And you know what? Look, I'll say this. It was the best thing ever because you could make someone a mixtape.
Yes.
You no longer can.
That's not a thing anymore.
No.
It was a thing of my youth. It would be like, there's a boy that you like, you make him a mixtape, or he makes you a mixtape. You're like, look at all these cool things. And it's not like a playlist. It took time to create it. It's like,
you had the sequence.
You actually could give it to someone as a present. You're like, hey, happy birthday. I made you a mixtape. You couldn't be like, I made you this playlist. It took me 45 seconds.
Check your email. I put a lot of thought into that.
Because the whole thing of a good mixtape was always, what is that supposed to mean?
Mm-hmm.
What is that all about?
It tells a story.
Yes, it does. So if you listen, and you'll be like,
And you could also like record if you didn't own the tape, you could record it off the radio as well. Like I could have the record feature. As long as they didn't talk over it, which is like, you're like,
Q105!
No! Q105!
Ooga, tookie, tookie. Everybody's working for the weekend. How that was ever big just to have a fucking Friday night thing. People would tune into it in fucking droves. Monday, I got Friday on my mind. These fucking songs that the top 40 station would have never played,
Right.
you know, in 1993. And they're just fucking just slamming all this shit in.
It's got the day of the week in it.
Take this job and shove it.
Yeah, I do want to do that.
I hate my job. It's the weekend and I work for the weekend.
Thank God for this song.
I hate anyone who brings up how close it is to the weekend.
It happens in elevators constantly.
Constantly. Well, it's only 4 more days to the weekend.
Monday, huh? But yeah, I know it's Monday. I have a calendar. I'm a human being.
Sounds like you got a case of the Mondays, my friend.
You sure do.
I've seen Office Space.
Oh, look, you brought up elevator. This is the worst fucking thing that's ever happened to me in these elevators the other day. So I get in and one of the fucking chumps from NBC gets in to take his 4, and he's got a big cup of Joe there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the door's shut, and I'm like, why does that coffee stink so bad?
Yeah.
It stinks like an old man's underpants. This motherfucker is drinking soup in the elevator.
For breakfast in the summer?
Well, forget all that. This didn't happen 2 minutes ago, asshole. I'm trying to tell you a story.
For breakfast in the summer?
I'm just saying that he got in there with some kind of snot soup. I just fucking look over at him. I go like this, is that soup? And he goes, yeah, I love my soup. And I just fucking slap it out of his hand, down his shirt and pants. I go like this, now suck it out of your jeans, fuckface. I shove him out of the elevator. And then everybody cheered. And they were just going crazy for me. You did it. Look, how about how fucking dense this asshole is?
I'm just saying.
Breakfast in the summer. You rode up on the elevator with me today. Did you see a guy with soup?
I thought maybe it was a couple days ago.
Look, and also, let's just point this out. This moron hits the wrong floor.
Oh, come on. I usually go at 37.
Yeah, but you know that we never go to 37.
We
Yes.
never go to
I
37.
hate 37.
It's pretty shit.
Fucking rank up there. Looks like a bunch of fucking losers in cubicles.
It's
No
rank,
microphones.
rank and dark.
Like, well, how are you fucking working? You don't even have a microphone. Could you believe? Seriously.
For breakfast in the summer?
That would be ridiculous.
You know why? You know, they make a big deal that there's breakfast 24 hours a day. Why can't there be soup 24 hours a day?
It's not a breakfast thing.
I don't even consider it food.
Yeah.
It's like fucking food runoff. It's like you had some food here and then you pour hot water through it and then you act like that's still food.
It's weird because it's the flavor of food, but it is not the texture of food.
You never say, "Oh, I'm full from this soup."
So much soup.
Ah, I couldn't slurp another bite.
Not one more sip. I just couldn't.
And then people get mad at people for fucking slurping. But how else can you do anything else? It's like if you drank a cup of coffee with a fucking spoon, you'd end up slurping.
You don't like the slurping? Give me a straw for this soup, then, sir. I get pissed if you're out to dinner and someone orders soup for an appetizer. Like, what is that going to do for you?
Why?
Bullshit.
Also, I don't like it because you can't share a soup. Let me get a spoonful of that soup. Someone just has to feed you like a baby from their spoon.
I don't think Fezzi's ever on his own ordered anything as an appetizer but soup.
Yeah.
And then he does that thing like,
Ew, butt soup?
yeah, literally. It's just some hot fucking water down an ass crack. Fez is at the bottom of it on his knees. But then that's that thing, like, you're out in a nice place. Everybody's fucking, eating appetizers, and he's hunkered over his soup. You know what I mean? Like, because you kind of come in over
Sure.
top of it. The shoulders roll over the
Yeah.
soup.
It seems like you should have an Afghan wrapped around you.
I don't know how to get to this hot water. You're not in the discussion while you're eating soup.
Mm-mm. You have to focus.
Of course.
And you automatically look elderly eating soup.
Yeah, there's no young thing about
Right.
soup at all.
Just feels sickly.
You got to hit it fast too, because if it gets cold, it's over. Like it's really terrible. Like cold soup.
Yeah, that's a good thing about soup. It's too hot and then too cold. There might be one spoonful where you're like, "Oh, this is perfect." Oh, fuck, it's too cold now. Here's Brian. Hey, Brian, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, they used to have one of these, like on the expressway, you know, they have the dirty water dog truck.
Yeah.
They had one called Superman, and it was all soups, and it would go from like office building to office building. And, you know, people would just kind of shook their heads in amazement that there was a whole truck of soup.
And it would be like a water truck, and it just filled up with soup. So
No,
you're having soup that was up against iron.
Good.
They're just running out of it like it's an oil truck. Like it pulls up to your house. They bring
Just a tap.
Top me off. Just top off the tank with soup, please. I have to feed my family for the next 6 months.
You're right about that. That sounds like we're on a budget. Things are
Soup
going
for dinner, guys.
Yeah.
Again.
Daddy's laid off. So it's soup for dinner.
Budgeting.
That's always the thing. Like if your parents ever give you pancakes for dinner, you're like, something wrong? We're going to have enough money, aren't we?
This isn't normal.
At the time, it seems great. You don't really realize.
Well, that's because you can fool kids.
Right.
Breakfast for dinner, everybody.
Wow, an omelet. Great. Again. It's very protein.
Kids and drunks are very happy to have breakfast at any fucking time.
Yeah.
Oh, it's always fucking funny when you're with someone and they're fucking freaking out on a waitress because they can't get breakfast. Like, what the fuck, man? I mean, you're like, it's 2:00 in the afternoon. Everyone else has been up for 7 hours. Not everybody's a fucking raging alcoholic.
I just got up. I just got up.
Well, I work nights. No, you don't. You drink. You're working on your book all night.
Does a breakfast soup exist?
Oh, what are we going to have?
should.
Bacon soup?
I think it should.
Yeah, a breakfast soup does exist. It's called coffee.
So good.
All right, there's a picture on the iBang of Jim Gaffigan puppet. Or maybe it's on Twitter. I don't know. Which one's it on? It's on one of the two. Twitter. Go to Twitter. Hashtag. Oh!
It's more head than body.
That's fucking
creepy.
like the assets went sideways.
Yeah.
Earl's sitting there with him.
No, that's not Earl.
No, it definitely is.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Earl. Or at least the Earl puppet. That's a frightening picture.
It's really scary.
Looks like one of the aliens from Mars Attacks.
The eyes were like,
Freakish.
I didn't realize. I was
the
so
whole-
focused on the forehead, but
The
the
whole
eyes.
family, the whole face is just squished. Like the eyes, nose, and mouth are far too close. And then Gaffigan had to have his picture taken with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know, when he came in, he's like, yeah, I got the fake pizza. I got the fake pizza. Bacon. And then the Gaffigan puppet has, I see the good lady in the white.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
She's his weird hype man. So she'd be going like this. Give 5 to Jim Gaffigan. There's Jim Gaffigan eating his pizza. July 15th on TV Land. Jim Gaffigan. Go over. And then I just see a little kid walk up and see him and hug him. And I'm like, I guess this kid just hugs puppets. Like he doesn't know the difference between fucking Jim Gaffigan and Elmo.
Sure, watch yourself, kid. You know what you're walking into. Just hugging random puppets.
Jason.
Good morning, buddies.
Hey, buddy.
The worst part about eating soup is that duck face look that everybody has when they eat it.
I don't even want to be around soup eaters, soup slurpers.
Everybody looks like they're 4.
Thank you. You're 4 or you're fucking 98.
like dribbled soup on your chin.
Yeah.
Bad look.
Your
or in the facial hair.
Yeah, the beard will get soupy, and it's like this feels wrong.
I think it's even fucking grosser to have a thermos and just be pouring it in that
I don't get
plastic
that at all.
truck and cup and be drinking it.
Yeah, thermoses are for drinkable things. A soup is a food. A thermos is not. It's for something. It's for beverages.
What
I know,
about a
but-
brothy soup, though?
Yeah, it is it's a food and a beverage. It's both. It brings you everything, I guess.
And nothing. No satisfaction.
Do you think like there's somebody who works at a fucking soup company who's just yelling at their radio right now?
They don't understand soup.
You fucking assholes! Do you even know the minerals that are in soup? Because a lot of those soups that you get, like those, you know, like when you open up a packet already, there's so much salt and shit in that the soup makes you thirstier. It's the beverage that makes you thirstier than you ever were before.
You, not too long ago, I was craving ramen. And I looked up the sodium intake of that, and it's insane. It's like 5 times the recommended amount for your day in like a serving. Which nobody eats one serving of, like...
It costs 70 cents.
It is the reason for the freshman 15 now.
Yeah.
Literally comes back to ramen.
Oh, yeah.
Like the girl who doesn't like ramen stays at her high school weight.
Right.
And everyone else just balloons up. And it's not even that they've gained weight, they've just gained sodium.
Yeah, they're just all retaining water.
They all look like that fucking Jim Gaffigan puppet that's scaring me even still.
It's a nightmare.
It's sideways. It's sideways asset. It's like, holy shit. The next 12 hours are going to be an absolute nightmare.
I'm just going to have to ride this out.
Albert in Texas.
Hey, good morning. There is a breakfast. There's actually 2 Mexican breakfast soups. One's called caldo, and the other one, of course, is menudo.
Of course.
Of course.
You know, Albert, we don't live on the border like you, so we don't. All right, now there's his breakfast soup.
This is caldo.
That is a fucking lunch soup.
That looks...
There's corn.
There's an ear of corn in it. Just corn.
That's chicken soup for the Mexican soul.
Yeah, but that's lunch. That's dinner.
That seems like a lunch.
Just here's why they eat it as breakfast. They have no bacon and eggs.
Right.
We do something to tortillas.
The original breakfast was always just leftovers. No one thought that breakfast.
Let's make a special meal that we only get at this time.
Like George Washington would have had some leftover venison and stale bread, and fucking happy to have it. And that's why they started making soups. They're like, this fucking venison.
Yeah,
it's so
let's
old.
make this last.
You know, can we? It's so hard right now. I'll pour hot water all over it. I'll throw in some other fucking things I find around here.
Throw some bones in there. You got a stew.
The stew has to have a bone? What is the difference between a stew and soup?
I think a stew is a chunkier situation. I think there's more to chew in a stew.
All right, so stew, more meat.
Yeah.
It's thicker broth, too, right?
Yeah.
It seems
stew
like
has a thicker broth. Where soup could be watery as hell.
Matt in Maine. Matt.
Hey, Ronnie, this is Matt from Maine. Hey, I was wondering if it was acceptable to have a nice bowl of seafood chowder for breakfast.
I believe in Maine it's 100%
Sure,
acceptable.
thank God.
Now,
Thank
Oklahoma? No.
Mm-mm.
You don't do it in Oklahoma. You have to have fresh.
Yeah. You don't want it coming out of a can. That's your breakfast.
Can of chowder?
For breakfast.
I don't know if I could ever. What's grosser to you? Canned soup or soup packets? Because they're both pretty gross.
Soup packets, because it's more powdery.
Can, because you can have the cream-based soup in a can, where at least the packets, it's just
And
like bouillon. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like that's not that weird.
The cream-based ones come out in the shape of the can, too.
Yeah.
And then you have to...
You just like add 4 cups of water. It's just like a cream gel, like a Jello mold.
This cream cylinder's delicious.
I would just
just eat that. Just slice it up.
Do you have the top of that can so I can slit my throat before the soup is done? I'll just want to bleed out looking at you eat. Because that would be a better breakfast for me.
I had a New England clam chowder from a can years ago that has made me not eat like real New England clam chowder for a while. Like I'm on a couple-year break because of what I
what has to happen is then you have to fool yourself to get back into that food. But if you ever get sick from eating a certain food, that's it for you.
Yeah.
You could go decades before you're willing to try it again.
I had a bad bacon, egg, and cheese from a crappy diner in Queens. I didn't eat a bacon, egg, and cheese for years.
That's, first of all, that sounds horrible.
I think it was bad eggs.
Essential food.
And second of all, What was wrong with that? Just the eggs?
I think the eggs were bad, yeah.
But you could eat eggs after that.
Yeah, I could eat eggs, but the bacon, egg, and cheese just all together is like, I can't eat that.
You just brought it back.
I'm going to get sick again.
Yeah.
In fact, I had it happen with French onion soup once. It's been years since I've had a French onion soup.
Wait, it's been years since anyone has had a French onion soup.
I guess that
it's a 1989 cuisine.
You're right.
Yeah.
That's not on menus anymore. It used to be like every restaurant had a French onion soup.
Every restaurant used to have the same 4 fucking items that were considered fancy.
But I had it at a diner once and then was sick afterwards, and just it's association.
Sure. So did you still have the shrimp cocktail from that same meal? This big, thick shrimp, just already half stuffed into the sauce. They don't ask you if you want it in. I don't know how you feel about this sauce, but half of it's already in there.
So nice that they serve it in this martini glass. The presentation.
Look, you could go down to the first floor of this building and get all the things that we're talking about. That steak place down there, that does incredible business, but it has a Mad Men menu. You know what I mean? Like all the Mad Men stuff is still there.
They're 4 deep at the bar every Thursday and Friday. It's crazy.
Also, the fucking bridge and tunnel people just fly into that place, I guess because it's Midtown and they don't have to worry about minorities on the other sides of town. We know where to park, where to walk for our steak.
I went to a restaurant like that not too long ago in your neighborhood. Have you ever been to Donahue's?
I've seen it. It's old school.
It's so, and
old
it's,
school.
That is, and the weird thing is, it was not too long before that we were talking about Mad Men type restaurants, and we went in there, and it is like going back in a time machine.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like good, but it was great and kind of comforting like the food was kind of comforting, but
I always like those. Look, there's the picture, and there. Sometimes you have to look at that and just imagine the day that it was new, and how impressed. But that's the kind of place that you get an old waiter who calls you either fellas or guys, even if there's women sitting there.
And
how are we doing, guys?
They were all wearing the like floor length apron as opposed to like the short apron that people like that most servers wear now.
Because they act like they're also butchers, like somehow they're in the back.
Right.
Why did you pick that place?
It was open. There was like
good idea.
We had tried to go to the French place and it was too late, so then we ended up there.
Yeah, that
great.
is old school. I was there, I think for lunch, but never for dinner. And it's so dark in there. It's so dark that that you just hear a voice when the waiter walks up. How are you, fellas?
What?
Where's that coming from?
This is a fucking hit taking place. I normally go there and then go get a shave right after. There's a place up there that you can just go in for a shave.
That's it. Like the old school.
It sounds like a perfect day.
Yeah. There's something about having another person shave you that is just out of this. You're just like, I don't care if he cuts my throat. You know,
I'm so comfortable right now.
In the first half hour, I've gotten to 2, throat cutting things.
It's disturbing.
Let's see if I can add 2 more by the end of the show. Be really fun for everybody.
I can never trust someone to shave me.
You've never had it?
No, I never had it. But I do like that warm shaving cream they put on you. It's pretty awesome.
And then,
Wait, hold on. You've had them put on the shaving cream.
Shave the back.
Gail and I were fighting for that. And she literally put her arm out. So I couldn't be the one to say, hey, dopey. Yeah, put on your shaving cream and leave the razor with me. I don't even like another man in the room while I shave.
Don't look at me.
Just the hot shaving cream, and then I'll just wipe it off.
Refreshing. Thank you, sir.
Sure. I'm sure it's jizz you're getting on your face, and then you get up and walk out of there. You get the same with your chowder that you keep eating.
Everybody likes chowder.
He eats soup straight out of the can. So you go in, you get some hot.
Yeah, the warm shaving cream.
And then you leave?
Yeah.
You don't shave?
They'll shave like the back of the neck or whatever. They'll like give
not enough.
Don't go to the haircut too often. Barber, not the haircut. Forgot what a barber was called.
Just relax. Just relax and be stupid for a second.
I don't go to the haircut too often.
Honey, wake up. It's July. That means it's time for you to go to a haircut. It gonna hurt, mama. God, you're fucking nuts. Here's Lisa in Philly. Hey, Lisa. Lisa.
Okay, so I know this exactly wasn't on the original topic, but you guys started talking about Madman, which got me excited. But the Vesper Club that was in Philadelphia, I think they kind of reopened it, or they were going to reopen Bookbinders. But the Vesper Club was like an old school. People were drinking their Manhattans. The ladies were stocking up until maybe like the older crew, up until right before they closed. And that place was like a legit, like, Frank Rizzo had his table stairs.
That's old school stuff. I remember Bookbinders too, and like when I was a kid, it seemed like the only restaurant that was in Philadelphia was Bookbinders.
Really?
And people were like,
and for me, it was the Vesper Club, because when I was little, you know, the people at that time, like in the 80s, like they were now like 50 going on 60, and they came from that era where, you know, you could still smoke in the restaurant, and, you know, it was really, really old school.
Yeah,
I just wanted to bring that up.
That was the thing about Philly. Would have one of those things where it seems like the top cops and the mafia guys ate in the same restaurant. Like you think that would only happen in, you know, but when there was only a couple high-end restaurants in any city, you know what I mean? Like if you even go back and watch anything about like New York movies, they'll be like, we went to 4 Seasons. Like they just brag about 4 Seasons. And you're like, what the fuck takes place there?
And Tavern on the Green, that too. People would lose their shit over.
Have you ever been there?
Never, no.
What a fucking clown college. I don't know how that ever. It was K-Pop Tree.
Right.
The way K-Pop Tree was, where you're like, I guess this is fucking good, but it isn't.
It's just like well, maybe was it good at one time, you think?
No, there was no such thing as good. So anything that was considered high end was like the only place people went. And then, you know, any fucking poor people just put their nose up against it and just idolized it. Like on the Tavern on the Green.
Now, did that have also an older style menu? Like,
it was a tourist trap always. Yeah. It was always a tourist trap. But I always think it's this comes up in the Gaffigan that he's so excited about to go to Smith and Walensky. And that place is, I mean, it's been there forever, and everybody would feel awful if it went away. And yet, when someone says, you want to go there? I'm like, no, I don't want to go there. Why? Because it's a steak, it's a baked potato, and it's a couple of fucking asparagus spears. Is that what we're really about here?
Right.
I want to get a good steak. You get a good steak in any restaurant. It doesn't have to be a steakhouse.
That place Donahue's had a London broil on the menu, which like that's how like old school was. I didn't get it. The lady had the brook trout, actually, and that's what I kept talking about. The lady will have the brook trout because I love that story.
This is a story of a buddy of mine when we were younger. He went out. There was like a couple, three or four couples, and it was like a steak place. And then he didn't have much money. Everybody was on their own. And he was talking about, and this girl he eventually married, but he was like, I'll have the steak, blah, blah, blah. And the lady will have the brook trout. And you look down at a brook trout, it was like $6.95. She's like, I don't want the brook trout. He goes, yes, you do. I don't know. Everyone else was just laughing their ass off. She will enjoy the brook trout. And no drinks for her. Just a glass of water. Tap water will be fine. There you go. No sides whatsoever.
The lady will have the brook trout.
That Gaffigan picture, please take it down. I don't even want to look up at it. It's fucking freaking me. All right, the big story out there, I guess, that we missed was the Ariana Grande hates America and now has to apologize. I think today I was saying on the news that she actually put out this weird selfie video where she apologized, but she was licking donuts.
Yeah.
And spitting on them.
And then said, I hate American. I hate Americans.
Yeah.
First of all, she looks 5.
Yeah. this is the behavior of a child because she is a child. I mean,
Yeah.
she looks like, I don't know how old she is, but she looks like a little kid.
5 or maybe 6.
She's uncomfortably young.
She said 5.5. I have become uncomfortably young. And the dude that she's with is her backup dancer / lover.
Her lover.
Seems like most backup dancers have that bandana or sweatband around their head. That's
Oh, yeah.
pretty identifying mark.
No, are you doing that as an FBI guy or a Rain Man type weirdo who just notices things over and over?
Bandana on the head. Must be a dancer.
So, I guess she's taking a lot of heat. See if you can find her selfie video. Yeah, here it is. And we'll just put it on for a couple seconds.
Hi y'all, it's me. Forgive my puffy cheeks, please. I'm making this video from Wisdom Tooth Recovery Hell. But I just wanted to make a video to apologize again for the whole donut fiasco and craziness. Because I feel like the apology that I posted, I like kind of missed my opportunity to actually sincerely apologize and express how I was feeling because I was too busy preaching about my issues with the food industry, which is like not, I feel like, relative. I feel like I could have expressed myself in a different way.
She's
So
apologizing for her apology.
Apologizing again. And, I was trying to get you to understand where I was coming from when I said what I said. But that's not important. I'd rather just apologize. So I feel like now is my chance before the whole thing blows over.
Blows over, yeah.
So you're hoping.
Sorry. And
So it blows over and you start paying attention to other pop stars.
to be honest with you.
First of all, I don't know whether you can do the selfie apology. I don't know if that works and then whatever. And then the whole food industry, which I hate. So she said that she said, I hate America because of childhood obesity.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense because, first of all, what she was doing was just acting cunty to the food service girl.
Right.
Like, she put down a tray of donuts to, I don't know, Cool or something, and she was like, ew, what is that? Ew, that's disgusting. What is that? And it's just a tray of
First
donuts.
of all, you're at a fucking Dunkin' Donuts, bitch.
Yeah.
What else are you going to see there? You know what I mean? Like, it would be like me going into a titty bar yelling, put some clothes on. Young lady, do you have no self-respect?
That's bizarre. And
You were there to get donuts. What are you fucking lying about? There's no other reason. What were you getting, a salad at Dunkin' Donuts?
And if you really wanted to stop obesity, it's not like she like grabbed them and threw them in the trash. Like, she spit on them, so people who are going to eat them are now going to have spit on their donuts.
Ariana Grande spit, though.
What do you say?
Maybe that's better, makes the donut worth more.
Yeah, you know what? Worth more. You know what it tastes like?
What's that?
Backup dancer.
Oh, God.
That's why she was fucking spitting.
She needed a sweatband.
Yeah. The way you're fucking looking at Ray, man. They all wear sweatbands, right? I've seen it before.
It's true.
And leggings. Yeah, she fucked up. But could you ever like say, I hate America, and then be able to get back over again? Or do you think even now people don't even care about that?
I think it probably will eventually blow over, but I also think like her career is gonna blow over. Like, I don't think she's got lasting.
I don't know. I will tell you, that kid has pipes. I've seen her sing before. And like, she's Mariah Carey.
But why she was dressed like a kitty cat?
I don't know anything about her act. You're always, you bring up that thing like she's some kind of in and out pop star, but that kid can fucking sing her ass off. That little anti-American can really fucking sing. There she is in a cat suit.
Right.
I think it was time for bed. That's the only way we can get her to get to bed.
She really likes being a cat.
Chris, I'm going to ask you, do you think the anti-American thing could hurt her career?
Yeah.
Or no one gives, I don't think her fans are going to care.
I think that, they'll, as they get older, they'll begin to realize, that's not right from
So
what
in
she
another
said.
12 years.
Yeah, but do you think if she lasts that long, do you think 12 years from now people are going to be like, well, she did say that anti-American thing?
Right. It's like, if you go back and like John Lennon said that time, we're bigger than God. People freaked out. I mean, fucking freaked out. And yet they got over that. So I don't know if you could say anything anymore that'll.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, I think that stuff does blow over.
Maybe you could say, if you actually said, I'm here to stump for Trump. You know what I mean? Maybe that's the thing that could get to you. Well, by the way, my candidate, Donald T. Rump, #1 in North Carolina.
Wow.
He's #2 in Iowa, #2 in New Hampshire, #1 in North Carolina. As of right now, he is a force.
T-Rump has staying power, and I will give you credit. You've been on T-Rump's bandwagon for a long time.
Well, it's been fantastic. It's been a wonderful run. I'm going to build a wall so big that nobody will be able to get through it down in Mexico.
Mm-hmm. And he'll make them pay for it.
In the meantime, we can go back and forth with Canada like it's an easy pass. No one ever says there's too many Canadians in this country.
I wonder if he'll turn on them, though, if they do something to annoy him, and he wants to go build a wall on the Canada side as well.
You almost said Connecticut.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
You start this Connecticut.
Let's cut off Connecticut, everyone.
Well, how are we gonna? Who's our ambassador to Connecticut right now? I was talking about John Lennon earlier. Ringo actually said this, that he will never write a book about his experiences.
Really? What's his reason?
He never learned to read or write.
Oh,
no, he. I guess he just says, "Look, I don't look backwards. I don't have time for that. I shan't write a book. I shan't take pen to paper."
He no longer lives a public life.
No, he no longer lives a public life.
I like that. I like that he's not going to write a book.
Because you don't read?
That's part of it. So then I won't have to feel...
Why do you like that he won't write a book? I would love to read a Ringo book.
Those are his... Just because he's keeping it to himself. Those are his memories.
Yeah. We've all seen everything. I just want a couple things. I think he doesn't remember. There is so little left to ever learn about the Beatles.
I think that's probably part of his stance on it. Like, do we really need another thing about the Beatles?
I would still read it. I like a rock star book, no matter who writes it.
Yeah.
You don't even have to be big, and I will read your rock star book.
What is it about it?
It's just because that's the one fucking lifestyle that every kid kind of dreamt about. And it's like the highs are always going to be those same highs. We heard our song on the radio. We showed up. Holy shit. We're like, who else is playing here? No, it is for us. You know? I want to read the Rick Ocasek book immediately.
Rockstar is also a thing that even people with great amazing careers still are like, yeah, but I wish I was a rock star. Like, movie stars say, like, ugh, if only I was a rock star. And
then until they get older, and like the amount of rock stars that it still wears well late in life, like it does with, let's say, the Stones or U2, you know, more or less it's sad where you look up and you're like, wow, I saw those guys in a fucking stadium and now they're playing at this bar. You know, and they don't even turn off the TV for them. And the guy's in the fucking corner. He weighs another fucking 110 pounds more than he did in the heyday. You know what I mean? It can be really, you know, sad. It really can be. It's like the weird thing now is like any rock star that I probably love, let's say 90% of them, I could easily go meet for an extra $30 or something to the ticket. They're like, yeah, come backstage, have your fucking picture taken with, you know. You go to, you know, fantasy camp with them, and you're like, I played bass with Bad Company.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and at one point, you know, you would never been able to get close to any of those people. It's like all the 80s guys go out together now. Like it takes 7 or 8 of them, you know?
Right. I think also that people love the fall from grace too. It's very romanticized. Well, not by probably people who've experienced it, but
you know, that's the thing. It's like, is it a fall from grace, or you were never supposed to hang on forever? Like the Super Bowl guys, it's the same way. If you see a guy who played football in the 80s, unless he's like one of 6 dudes, right? He's just a regular guy now, no matter what he's doing. The chances of him still living any kind of elite life. But does that take away? You know what I mean? There was this guy who was a really big baseball player. And then he was kept calling me about going out on his fishing boat and could I, I'm like, this is really weird because I used to think this guy was amazing.
Yeah.
Now he's really trying to, drum up business for a fishing boat. You know what I mean? Like they'll just own a bowling alley or something and they just become a regular fella. But does that take away the fact that they know what it's like to hit the peak of something?
No way, because I think it makes you so much more of an interesting older person to have that story. Like if you were a business person and you had been a football star or a baseball star, don't you think that people would want to do business with you? Just like, oh yeah, I want that connection.
Because let's say the guy won a medal for the javelin in the 88.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it does him any good whatsoever.
I think people would be into that. I think that would. They
were like, oh, I was a Redskin. I mean, you got to live pretty much in the North Virginia area.
Yeah, you got to stay close.
For it to carry any heat at all. That's why a lot of those guys, they retire and stay close to their adopted place. Like when we lived in Miami, just about any fucking Radio Shack would have one of the 72 Dolphins. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they would be at this, they'd be at the next fucking thing. And, they're getting, I don't know, half a G or something every once in a while.
Show up.
I guess it's nice, but it sure as hell isn't the same thing as it was in 72.
And if you stick around, you probably have, you have juice at any bar you want to go to. You're getting freebies and stuff.
I guess for a while, I don't know if that's going to go on much past the first night. I'd be all fucking glad to see that guy once.
Oh, you're back.
Yeah.
Again and again and again.
Stop showing up in your uniform. Just want to make sure everyone knows who I am.
Oh, say that would be kind of sad, right?
Yeah.
It really, remember how, people would make fun of the guy who was still talking about his high school accomplishments in sports? That literally becomes the way we think of everything in life. We almost look at ex-presidents that way. Like, if Jimmy Carter walked in here right now, we'd be like, hey, nice to see you. What do you do? We treat him like as a nice older gentleman, but he was the most powerful person in the world at one time. And it happens just this morning, I saw a thing. Clinton and George Bush had got together, Bill and George, and they were just saying, we're buddies, and his brother's going to run against my wife, and we're going to keep it real nice. Let's face it, this is a two-family country. But they just look like two older dudes. They did not look like any of their accomplishments. Gone. Dust in the wind. Why bother?
Just sharing old war stories. Literally.
Yeah, because it's the only other person who wants to hear it. You know what I mean? It's like two guys I remember my last game of the season against Crosstown High. I shook to my left. I looked down there, and Szynski was open in the end zone. You're just like, oh, great. Great. And that's how we went 8-2 in my senior year.
Not bad.
And we beat St. James. And they went on to state. No one ever brings that up.
You guys didn't go on, did you?
More whiskey. More whiskey.
Gonna have to cut you off.
That's, of course, before the whole area went black.
What?
What'd he say?
We cared back then. Avery in Tennessee.
Hey, Rick Steiner is selling real estate in North Atlanta, Marietta, Georgia. I'll give him a plug right now. I would love to buy real estate from that guy.
Yeah, you better buy it or you end up in a Steiner recliner, my friend. A Steiner recliner. Well, this will make you happy. Gail, who did you see doing a sound check this morning?
We saw Bret Michaels.
I didn't see him. Did you? He was the way.
Oh, me and Chris.
I saw him, yeah.
Me and Stanley.
Chris, did you remind him that he was in here a little while ago?
No, I did not.
How's he going to sing when he talks like this now?
Sounded great.
Did he?
Yeah.
What was he singing?
He was singing some Skinner, Sweet Home Alabama.
Yeah. place was going crazy.
It's
going nuts.
Is it the right song to sing the day that they're taking down the Confederate flag?
It was like it was an ode, I think.
Good.
It was on purpose.
Matter of fact, we need our TVs on because they take down that at 10 o'clock. And then today is also the U.S. soccer team is going through New York City. And they say it's going to be the biggest thing that's ever happened in the history of New York.
Ever?
They say this celebration is going to be bigger than victory over Japan.
They said it's going to be bigger than the Sammy Sosa parade.
That would actually be a great idea if some woman would grab a nurse and dip her and just end up making out with her.
Was that the 99 team when the chick threw off her shirt? That was the best.
That she took off her shirt and had her sports bra on?
Yeah.
Yeah, and some people
she got heat for that.
Yeah, because they're like, they're kids watching, and I'm like, it's like a fucking bathing suit top. What do you care?
It's nothing. Give me a break.
Yeah, people compete in this.
And now those girls right there, they're going to get service the same as anyone else anywhere. All famous fleeting.
Unless they, start rocking medals at all times.
You think you would be impressed if someone showed up with a 52 fucking medal?
Yes.
You'd be like, holy shit.
Yes.
Let me get a fucking table for you.
I would.
You pathetic old bastard. You wouldn't even care about somebody's military records. That's another thing. It's like, you could take those military guys and they're walking around and, they're doing something like World War II or Korea, and people don't give them the heat. I mean, they're not going to get the same heat. Just gone.
Just got their pins and their medals.
You're like, oh, what a cute old man. I'm like, this guy fucking stabbed people with bayonets. You know what I mean? He was a badass. You're like, oh, look at that cute old skinny man. His pants are riding up. He's all happy about some old world I never heard of before. All you people are like Ariana Grande to me. You're just licking the fucking donuts of other people's achievements.
And then apologizing for your apology.
Guys, I put the camera down below me and I'm shitting in black and white to let you know I want to apologize about my apology. Guys, childhood obesity and racism, it's like transgender,
Also, I just want to apologize for these puffy cheeks. Please don't.
What's in my puffy cheeks?
Please don't.
You probably look like a freak.
I just ate 7 Percocet because I got my wisdom teeth out.
I hope it looks like I didn't eat donuts today. These puffy cheeks.
Guys, I was just talking to my doctor, and she says that my vagina is bigger than my body. I guess it's stretched out from so many backup dancers. Anyway, sorry what I did IRL the other day with a donut. I was treating it like a game donut. First of all, when people are like, oh, coming up later, Ariana Grande licks a donut. I'm like, that sounds sexual. What'd she do? Get right down on her knees and lick a donut?
Tell me.
No, I'm serious. An actual donut. I'm not coming up from something for an asshole or a vagina. It's an actual donut.
It's a donut, and it's gross.
By the way, why are donuts sitting out so anyone can lick them or fucking flies can land on them?
That's on the donut shop and the shoddy workmanship.
When you said shop, it sounded like it had an E.
Shoppy.
Yo, donut shoppy. Look at poor Chris Stanley. No one remembers his accomplishments. Starting the fucking first Fight Club at Purchase.
Thank you. I'm sure it's still going on now. In that same apartment.
Ugh. That disgusting place.
Oh, it was terrible.
Hey, do you guys think Trump could be real, though? I mean, now that he's moving up in all these polls.
Oh, yeah. Yes. I think he's real. Real in a big, big way.
You don't think it'll go away by the time it comes around? Like maybe we're just at the early buzz stages, and you don't think everybody's friends will talk them out of it before they go there?
Well, I think it's a strong possibility, and I think that he knows it's a strong possibility. No, like it's
he doesn't know anything.
Really? Yeah. You don't think that part of this is like a marketing thing, getting his name out there?
Nope.
Because that's how I always felt it was in the past.
It was. It's not now. It's not now.
It was when he teased it. He would tease it every year.
For fucking the last 30 years. But you guys got to move on once something happens, right?
Yeah.
But it's like when people always go, oh, a hurricane isn't going to hit here. A hurricane isn't going to hit here. There's people, and then a hurricane does hit. You can never go back to being the guy who used the old boring.
Right.
Don't even listen to him. It never hits you. I'm telling you, Hurricane Trump has fucking hit shore, and it's kicking ass.
It's picking up steam.
And people like it. Like, he'll go in and Anderson Cooper will ask him a question and be like, Anderson, you're pathetic. Look at you. You sit there with your stupid hair. No one ever saw you with a girl before. And you're like, oh my God.
Finally, the truth.
Yeah. You're always like, oh, this is going to destroy him. And then you'll find out the next day that people loved it and it goes up more. This is Bullworth. We're living in a fucking time of Bullworth right now. He can start rapping at any moment.
Please let him sing Ghetto Superstar.
Well, my name is Trump and I'm here to say. And he was like this the other day. Not only am I going to be the jobs president and everybody's going to get a job, I'm going to be the best military president ever. We'll have a military so strong that every country out there will be frightened of us.
Yes.
Oh. And I'm going to go to the moon and I'm going to take it and lasso it and bring it back here to the United States.
Where it belongs.
Yeah. And everybody is like, he's fantastic. He's the guy who, like, is people's fantasy of what they would do if they were running.
Yeah, I think he's the voice of America in a way that we never knew we needed.
Well, his hair looks like the back of his head, and I think that also makes people happy.
Right.
You know, he looks like he's turned around at all times. Why don't we break here? Coming up a little later on, it'll be the excitement of the U.S. soccer team back from far Canada, celebrating. It really does mean that we're the best country in the world. Chris, who do we got coming in today? Is Carly coming in? Who do we got? Carly
Please tell
Lloyd?
me Carly Lloyd is coming in.
No one from the team is coming in.
What?
Not a one.
Did you get Gail down there? And are you delivering her by helicopter the way Blowhard came up?
Yeah.
Did you even make an attempt for that?
I looked into what the process was, and there was a ticket lottery that passed by the time we thought about it. Blowhard thought about it.
Blowhard thought about it.
Yes. So no.
It could have been great.
It could have been.
Is there a song called Fuck Up or Why Do You Let Everything Slip By?
If that's the case, we need to play it.
Fuck up.
Please no.
Oh, fuck up. You let everything slip by. Also, coming up in a little bit, exciting facts about the Amy Schumer attack from Washington Post. You guys are going to get a kick out of this.
Wow, can't wait.
Yeah. You guys are going to want to be in this conversation. We'll be right back. This is Bennington. It's the Bennington Show. Hashtag Bennington if you're Twitter tweeting out there. Today's musical guest with us all morning, the Cars.
It's great to have them here.
It is great to have them here. Always felt bad that they never covered the song In Cars by Gary Newman. I thought that was a giant mistake on their part.
They can go meta with it. They still have time.
They haven't made a record in 25 years.
They can do a cover, though. It's different.
They haven't been together in 25 years. The last time they went out on tour, Todd Rundgren was Rick Ocasek. But yeah, I guess they can still do it, Chris.
They should.
Now that we have a time machine. Did you guys see the thing on the I Bang with the 1 minute time machine? Great short film. It was fucking. There's so many times that a short film even though it's short, it falls off. Right. But this thing is a panic. By the way, the Cars not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Really? That's shocking to me.
I have said this before. It's got to be in Yen Wenner's record collection, and those kind of bands never made it. They weren't the sweethearts at the time.
The like new wavy bands, you think?
Yeah, the new wavy bands. A lot of the 70 bands did not get over it with Rolling Stone because they had 1960s critics. still. So it would be like writing something nice about your younger brother. Like, oh, my younger brother and his friends are really cool. Much cooler than we were back in my day. You know what I mean? So you didn't get that complete love at that time. And I think the Cars were one of the bands that just set up the way, you know, the Cars and Bowie and Roxy Music to me were the bands that all the 80s bands tried to sound like.
Yeah.
And that annoyed people, you know? Roxy Music, not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Right.
Hard to believe. Hard to believe we live in a world where that could happen.
But it shocks me that the new wave sound doesn't get love. Because to me, I don't think I'm ever not in the mood to listen to new wave.
Well, I will agree with you. But some are, like Elvis Costello, he got the love.
Right.
Joe Jackson didn't get the love. It had to do more a lot of times with critics on your lyrics, you know? And I always think that lyrics kept a lot of the power pop bands out of, you know, critics loving. Like, it's hard to look at, let's say, Cheap Trick's lyrics and think brilliant. Even though those songs are fucking great. But I would say the same thing about the Beach Boys. I mean, a lot of those lyrics are pretty fucking embarrassing.
Right.
But...
And like meant to be young sounding. You know, I mean, that's the case with a lot of poppier music.
It is true. It is true. You're trying to sing to little girls. And that will never make you the critic's favorite. So you made your bed. Go ahead and lie in it, Ricky Kasich. I got no problem with it. It doesn't change the way I think about you. Let the good times roll. I don't move at all. I just stand here, stare at you all. While you pogoing, I stand still, let the good times roll. You know, one time there was, I remember a band on the Jersey Shore, and they were I'm in this bar, and they're playing Cars music so loud that I heard it still, like there was a rumbling in my ears. I know it was one of the 2 shows in my life that fucked up my hearing.
Really? And it wasn't like live. It was like they were just playing.
Live. They were fucking just like, see, back in my day, there would be live music at bars. Played very loud.
Like a DJ?
Yeah, this was years ago, back in my day, back when, you know, we used matches and not lighters. You guys actually lighters, go out and see cover DJs. You see a DJ covering other DJ stuff.
This is great. Is that a Skrillex?
Why are you always yelling when you're happy? Like, yeah, this is great. Believe this. This is the shit. Everything.
Get so excited.
Everything's going so great. This can't get better, can it?
He loves that crowd mentality.
I really, I'm gonna, you know, now that I'm best friends with everybody over at Rolling Stone, well, Dana was in here the other day. I think I'm ready to start and pick the bands that go into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Not only am I willing to do that, but throw out several that are already in there.
Right.
And I will go to them and demand it back.
You've been revoked.
I know how you feel about some of those double ups, people who got in twice.
Don't belong there. Yeah.
I know you're taking some of those away.
Neil Young, you don't need to go in every week. By the way, when it's talking about taking stuff back, the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and I give them credit for this, so they will not dig up Bill Cosby's star. It stays where it is. You get because they said we'd have to dig up so many stars.
Yeah, of course.
If rape went off of the fucking thing.
They're standing up for what they believe in. It's good.
Because Earl Flynn would end up losing his star, Fatty Arbuckle.
Yeah. What'd Fatty do?
Oh.
You never heard that story?
No.
He banged a girl with a champagne bottle till she died, is the Hollywood rumor. Yeah. I guess he couldn't get it up. He was a little bit too fatty, so he just used a champagne bottle, and it ruptured something deep inside.
God.
Why? You're the one who asked, Gail. I had no trouble assuming that you kept up with Hollywood lore.
Everyone knows about Fatty.
No, I didn't. I didn't know.
First of all, I think it was the name that got to him.
It was cruel.
Now who's fucking Fatty, bitch? Now who's Fatty, you whore?
You introduced yourself that way.
That's short for Fatso Arbuckle. My given name.
Your Christian name.
Even Arbuckle's a ridiculous last name, too. Arbuckle? The hell's going on over there?
At least it's an actual last name, Stanley.
I like having two first names.
Yeah, your name is like being Bob Billy. Stupid.
I'm Jimmy John.
You don't know? You never heard the Fatty Arbuckle story?
That's horrifying.
Yeah. Well, everybody would have been dead by now anyway, so what's the big difference?
Yeah.
Guess the extreme pain that she probably went through.
Yeah, well, everyone dies with extreme pain. No one dies giggling. No one dies giggling.
I'm gonna petition to get that star taken up.
Just go and do it yourself. Be the person.
No one will stop me.
Just with a fucking pick and just start hitting it.
I heard about the champagne bottle. I heard about it just recently.
Why are you standing around? When did this happen? Yeah, break it up.
A crowd is formed. Let's tear up this store.
Fucking Chris Stanley and his yell whisper is the worst thing. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna help you. Let me take that pick, man.
Finally, I got a crowbar.
He shows up at every event.
Very excitable.
Fuck that.
No matter what's going on, you can guarantee there's going to be at least a crowd of two, because Chris Stanley will be there screaming.
Hey, is there a crowd for me? What's going on? Yeah! Yeah, it sounds like a gathering of people.
We're picking up Fatty Arbuckle's star.
Yeah, sounds like a good idea.
Thanks for your support.
Wait, you just heard about this?
I've been waiting to yell whisper all day. This gives me a reason. That's so fucking stupid. Hey, Mafia Life Chris says, everyone follow me on Twitter. It's my birthday, for crying out loud. Happy birthday, Chris.
Oh, happy birthday.
Happy birthday, MLC.
This says, Sponge Steve said, I wish you guys would promote this show. Stanley mumbles through 40 live reads a show. One should be about the morning show. Okay, so here's what he's saying, Stanley.
Yeah.
We should promote the fact of when we're going to be on, but we don't always know that. This one we just found out yesterday.
Yeah, we didn't know.
We're like the fire department.
We'll show
Steve.
up.
Yeah.
When there's an emergency, we're here.
Yeah.
A radio emergency.
Emergency.
Mm-hmm. Or a she-emergency is what I call it.
Are you Catwoman all of a sudden? You're going to tie things in?
I stole that from RuPaul.
Let's just say a gale wind will come in tomorrow.
That's just to say.
Yeah, it's true. Hey, Gail's going to be out in the morning. What's up with this weather update? This way to promote.
Crowds forming outside.
I didn't find out till yesterday. So what do you have a yell guy in your mind? Like,
yeah, because I don't want to start actually screaming in the room. That would be crazy.
Yeah.
So this would be like getting across the fact that if I was outside and it was real, I would be screaming. Like,
yeah, break up that Fatty Arbuckle. See, I think it's better the other way.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, break up that Fatty Arbuckle thing. What that star? Yeah, that's it.
But why does it have to get so high pitched?
Why does it become so ballless?
He'll do it in the office too.
Oh,
just out of nowhere.
Joe, I was thinking about lunch.
Joe, you want to go to Chipotle? It's gonna be the shit.
Yes, fine, I will.
You're all I got tonight. I'm gonna put them in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And pronto.
Yes.
Pronto. Who would you put in, Chris, that's not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
Jane's Addiction. Prairie for All belongs there.
Would you put him in for Porno for Pyros?
No, just Jane's Addiction.
Why?
He hates the song Pets.
No, I love the song Pets, but
it's the only one that you know, though, right?
Yeah.
We'd make great pets.
I like that song.
I love it. I love it. I don't like where it goes philosophically because I don't want to be a pet.
No.
To a machine.
Who would?
Well, we're going that way. First of all, with the aliens, now that I find out that the aliens are probably going to be machines, after the scientist said that, I'm double freaked. But
yeah, that's two horrifying fears we already have, and now you're combining them into one.
Yeah, they're the Reese's cups of fucking phobias. Now, Stanley put up something on the iBank today, and that's the twerking doll, right?
Yeah.
Now, that disgusted me until I saw it. It's unreasonably good.
Yeah.
It is, it's freakish how well they've put it together. This thing is ridiculous from Pornhub. Pornhub's created a sex toy.
Now, Pornhub is what? It's a hub of porn sites?
It's a hub of streaming pornography videos.
Okay. And they've put together... it's going to go up on the iBag in a second, Chris. Just go back to your yelling voice for a minute.
Oh, my God!
But normally, any sex toy is fairly gross and fairly...
Right.
You know, and no disrespect to the fleshlight people out there.
Oh, no. I never want to disrespect the fleshlight people.
Not attacking you, but it doesn't look appealing. Oh, look, there's the kids from next door. Maybe they'll be having Brett Michaels out there pretty soon.
Can't wait.
Yeah, me too.
Do it,
I hope
Brett.
they say this is for the Confederate flag. You know?
I think they will.
So anyway, explain this twerking machine.
Okay, so it looks like an ass, and there's a vagina on it. It's molded, and it vibrates and moves as if it's an ass that twerks.
They're using the word twerking instead of fucking.
Right.
I mean, because twerking is not what it's doing.
No.
Now,
it's not dancing. It's vibrating.
Are you telling me that original, that's real? I mean, that's a robot right there, or that's a real person?
No, that's a real human.
That's a real person.
That's the
twerk bot.
All right, this is why I was freaked out. I thought the real person. And I'm like, this has freaked me.
No, this is just an ass and vagina.
Yeah.
Mold.
It's a disembodied ass vagina.
Okay, so it's like you captured a woman. See, I thought that was the twerk machine.
No, that's
but I've been
real...
watching that TV show Humans.
Right.
That's just twerking research.
Right. That was the research they did.
Now, that fake ass there looks pretty real to me.
It looks very real.
Yeah, all those shots were the actual twerk bot.
What's it called?
Twerk bot. I call it the twerk bot. They call it twerking butt, but I call it the twerk bot.
So you make it up. What do you call Coca-Cola, by the way? Brown juice?
Give me more brown juice.
Scream again.
Yeah. Now, they've got an ass between them and they start spanking it, which is a little uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
And they're spanking it hard. But that looks like an ass there.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is some next level sex toy shit.
This is the beginning of the end. This is Humans is real. The show Humans. I know human beings are real.
And then there's an app on your phone that you use to have it so like you can change how it vibrates.
So it'll twerk to your music. Like you program it to twerk to your music.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, there's the whole thing. It's just a disembodied torso. It's creepy, but very realistic.
It looks like a real ass.
Yes.
That looks like a real girl's ass.
And there's the app they're using to.
Now, I got to ask you this, Chris Stanley.
Yeah.
Would you have this in your home?
I couldn't have this in my home. I would feel like a serial killer. Because it's like having body parts in the house.
The disembodiment is what really freaks you out. If it was attached to a whole bot.
I would prefer to have the entire bot.
Is.
If there was
it is. Don't worry.
Two, as a matter of fact, very close together.
Uncomfortably close.
Separated by a mere taint.
I just think this is the beginning of the end. It's too realistic.
It doesn't look like this is going to push humanity in the right way.
And you'll all be sorry when the twerk butt revolts. And the twerk butt will say, everything your men do to us, they want to do to you.
That made me hate her, by the way. Like, before that, I felt sorry for her. And then as soon as she choked that bitch out, I'm like, kill them. Kill them all. Kill them all like they were fucking bad toasters. Because I'll never treat a machine like a person. I'll always treat it like a machine.
Yeah, you'll be like the wife on the show.
Yeah.
It's not real. They're just a dumb machine.
Put it in the closet where it'll cry.
I see me getting the, like, Geppetto syndrome. Where I'm like,
that's the end of humans.
This is my child.
Yeah, that's the end of humans. When we start and do that. Humanity's done.
I mean, I feel that way about Asimo, and he doesn't even look like a person.
Ugh, I hate Asimo.
I love Asimo. I think he's so cute.
Now, Anthony the intern, is that a robot or is that a real person?
That's a bot.
I mean, I've worked with him for a little while now, and honestly, I think he might be a robot.
All right, thank you, Joe. Joe Bot. I'm going to call you Joe Bot, the robot. How come that's never come up in anything? Joe Bot.
I know.
It can be
It'll be in every goddamn sci-fi. And that looks like that old wrestler, Hillbilly Jim.
It does look like Hillbilly Jim.
Yeah, it's
Get up and do a funny dance now, Hillbilly Jim.
He's just fingering the twerk bot instead of dancing.
Just F-beat it.
You're all I got tonight. You twerk bot. Tonight. Poor bastards that would need a twerk bot.
Costs $1,000 as of right now, but you know that price is going to go down as the technology gets cheaper.
It's $1,000
It's $1,000 for the twerk bot.
for just the butt.
Yeah, just the butt. They didn't show, but I'm going to assume there's a vagina in there too.
Oh yeah, you know there is.
All right, Liz Sets Fire says out of nowhere, can we, hashtag spoiler alert, talk about how Elliot is obviously Mr. Robot? She's going for a real Fight Club thing on the Mr. Robot.
Really?
I don't think he's Mr. Robot.
I'm kind of interested in that. I mean, it's already got so many Fight Club vibes about it.
I know. It does.
Fight Club Hackers is what I call that show.
Good. It's a good title for it.
But they couldn't just lift that much off of Fight Club.
Couldn't they?
They can't.
Couldn't they?
I guess they could, but they can't.
They will.
Can't they?
No.
He's got great points.
I could be in some kind of debate team.
He makes great points.
He makes great points.
Joe, get on that.
Every time someone makes a good point, he makes great points.
He makes great points. Joe Bot song. Look at
points.
Look at Bernie Sanders up there. He looks like he's fucking telling kids to get out of his yard.
I adore that man.
Do you like him?
Yeah.
I'm more of a T-Rump guy.
I know you are.
Not that I don't love every candidate.
Bob's relevant.
What are you doing over there, Chris? Trying to fuck up the show?
I'm not trying to do that, but the knob here just flew up automatically.
Sure it did. You're a fucking liar.
I swear.
He's trying to play twerk butt for this.
Yeah, this is Ghostbusters, isn't it, Stanley?
No, it's not.
I forgot.
It flew up automatically.
That was surprising.
But by the way, I don't think any way that Elliot is actually Mr. Robot. That would be too Fight Club.
I'm interested in that idea. I think it's very possible.
By the way, Joseph says the twerk butt is useless to him other than the fact that we're 10 years out from fuck butt 5,000. I'll take an Asian one, please. Yeah, oh
my God, there's fuck butts everywhere. How are we going to reproduce? I guess I'll try one.
He makes great points.
He makes great points.
Does he? I don't think so.
Great point.
Look at Bernie Sanders pretending he's going to be president. Yeah, what fucking country would that be in, Bernie? You look like you should be fucking sitting up high with another Muppet fucking yelling at how bad the show is. That's the only way.
He's gonna get Mike Gravel treatment where everyone's just gonna treat him like he's senile, even though he's incredibly smart and had
We already have Trump. Why would we want anybody else? We got it.
I know you're a T-Rump man.
Look at him there when Bernie Sanders was younger and trying to look like Allen Ginsberg.
I know, he really does.
You should dye the hair black for the run. Just really weird everybody out.
How about his hair, get those horn rimmed glasses back.
See, I would rather just put on a toupee, but keep the gray on the sides.
Just a black toupee.
Yeah, just a tight black toupee helmet. Be like this. You'll see when I'm president.
Oh, Bernie.
And sometimes show up in speeches just in a robe.
Is it time for your medicine?
I don't need it. I don't need anything. I'm going to be president. It's a fucking crazy old bitch. Where's he from? New Hampshire?
Vermont.
What's the difference?
Pretty much the same.
Yeah. I never know when I cross the border up
They're
there.
like the inverse of each other. The yin and yang of
Oh, that's a pretty good...
Yeah.
Well, that reminds me of that thing that's up on the iBank today about what they're doing with seats and coach, where two seats are going to face one way, one's going to face the other.
Interesting. Like the way you do in a train.
No, look at that. It's just in and out. One seat facing front, one seat facing back to save inches more. So you're going to sit there and stare at two fucking strangers.
No, no, wait. This is not worth the legroom, is it?
It isn't about legroom. It's about taking up more legroom.
Yeah, it's about cramming more people in. That's all it's about.
Oh my gosh. I thought you were saying that this was going to give us a little more space.
No, it's going to give them a chance to sell a few more seats.
No.
You got to see the layup on the iBank. The layout. The layup is something else completely different.
That looks so uncomfortable. See, now, when you first described it, I thought you were saying, you know how in a train you could get those little pockets where it's like two people facing each other. But this is just rows of staring into each other's faces.
And I don't know whether you've ever flown backwards before. I have. It's uncomfortable.
It's weird.
Yeah, I just felt like I'm backing my way to Pittsburgh. This is the stupidest thing I've ever done. You know what I mean? Just like I feel like I want to turn around and see where I'm going to Pittsburgh, not be looking behind me. It's too odd.
You know, I've never flown backwards, but I often take the seat that's on the train that you're going backwards.
Yeah.
It doesn't bother me. And if I'm riding with somebody, a lot of times they'll be like, what are you doing? It doesn't bother me. They're like, I can't ride. I would rather stand than if this was the only available seat. Doesn't bother me. I've never flown, though. That might be more force. It might be like...
It's all made up in your head. You know what I mean? Like, none of it's real.
You're not controlling it.
All right, I teased this earlier. This article up on the iBank. Chris is going to shock you. Gail is going to shock you. The person who wrote the article about Amy Schumer, accused her of racism, never saw her stand-up or her television show.
What?
Yes.
Unbelievable.
This is an iBang exclusive. They got in touch with the editor of Washington Post, and the Washington Post put them together with the writer of the column. And it's fucking fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating. Now you get to see why people compare a comedy piece with the murders that took place and with the Confederate flag coming down. Because in this writer's place in the world at the time, all these news stories were just happening.
Yeah.
So she's going around connecting things. But obviously all of us know that there's no connection between Amy and them.
Of course not.
It's fascinating that you could sit and run down somebody's stand-up without knowing the context that was done in, not knowing the spirit that it was done in, just saying, oh, the Guardian wrote this, so we're jumping on that bandwagon.
Right. You have no idea who you're talking about.
Exactly.
It's crazy. And if anyone has read this Washington Post article, the last paragraph is like so incredibly like rabid with anger, and it gets crazy towards the end. What she's basically accusing her of being, maybe not a part of,
right?
You know, not saying that it's maybe directly affected by her, but throwing her in the mix with some of like these horrible things. That just shocks me. It's like the idea of someone writing a book about a subject they know nothing about, or like writing a review of a movie you've never seen. It's crazy.
Yeah, I heard about it from a friend, so I know that it's terrible. But see, this is kind of interesting too, because the Washington Post themselves said, well, this is an opinion piece, right?
Yeah.
So it's not us. But people don't say anything other than, oh, did you see what the Washington Post said about Amy Schumer? And that name carries an extreme amount of weight. And then you turn around and the writer said, well, I was told by an editor, here's something you can write about. You write a lot of race stuff. Here's something that would be good for you.
Okay, but then I understand maybe it wasn't her original idea, but then you do research at least, you know, it's an opinion piece, but it should be an informed opinion piece. It should not be.
All right, well, this is an interesting thing, because everybody's kind of worried about their own thing. So like to her, because she's never seen the stand up, never seen her show, Amy Schumer's probably not even like a real person to her.
Right.
You know what I mean? So you're just like, hey, all right. Well, she said, what? All right, good. I will write a piece about this. And I'm tying in all these other awful things. But where's the Washington Post? It's one thing to talk about the writer. And if she wrote this on a little blog, no one would give a shit. Right. But when you have the name Washington Post up there, go read this article, pass it around to your friends, because this to me is interesting in the fact of you get to see that some of this thing is not anything. It doesn't have the weight that it appears to.
Yeah.
On the surface. And, it's so weird that Amy, and I asked Gaffigan and Jeannie Gaffigan about this yesterday, and they're like, well, her career's taken off so fast that she's going to just get some shit thrown at her too. Like we take this kind of unfairness as like this is something that happens. But it's weird when you can say, I'm going to assign Chris a piece. Now, here's the other thing too. What was the Washington Post headline? What was the headline of that article? Because the writer also said, it's don't believe her defenders. Amy Schumer's jokes are racist, right? The writer also did not write that headline. And by the way, if you say Amy Schumer's jokes are racist, is that different than saying that Amy Schumer is a racist? Or is it the exact same thing?
I think that it seems like the intention is that she's
I think it's the exact same thing.
Yeah.
If you say someone's jokes are racist, you're calling them a racist.
Right. Because it's the material you created.
Right. And you're saying the context of my joke would be to state that another race is inferior. You know what I mean?
Right. And with a comedian, since they write their material and they're themselves while they do it, you know, that even if it's a heightened version of themselves, they're supposedly giving themselves as part of their art. It's not like an actor where it's like, hey, I've noticed they've taken a lot of villainous roles, so I assume that this person is a jerk or this person seems like a racist because his character was. A comedian presents it as themselves with their name.
Sometimes you do characters and stuff, but there's no doubt that they didn't infer through this entire thing that Amy was a racist. So go and check this out on the iBang. It's up on Twitter under the hashtag Bennington. Pass it around to some of your friends. It's stunning to me to believe first of all, it's stunning that they got in touch with the writer, and the writer was so open about it. But it's also stunning that somebody would do stuff like that without caring about the effect. It's just like, when I see people that go out to get someone fired, whether they're on a TV show or even getting Trump's things kicked out of the store based on a statement that he said. He said statements like that before, but now you're trying to fuck with him because he's president. He's a billionaire, so it's not going to change his life. I have a great friend who sat in this exact chair, got fired, not because of anything that his listeners said, but because that stuff was taken out to people who were not fans. They also were not people who listened or owned a serious subscription, yet they felt okay to complain to have him removed. This is what happens in 2015. Now, I just found out that the writer locked her Twitter account. It wasn't locked before. But I don't blame her. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure she doesn't want to hear any part of this. Hold on, let's go over here to Mike. Mike has a point that he wants to make about Amy Schumer. Mike, you're on the air, buddy.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey.
Yeah, I think you can make racist jokes without being racist. So I can't remember the comedian's name, but her whole routine is all about, she dates black. So all her jokes are racist, but she's not racist. You know what I mean?
No, I would disagree. If a joke itself were racist, right? How do you separate yourself from that? There's a difference between being racial and talking about race and talking about cultures,
or making light
and
of
being
the
a
differences.
racist. And look, I'll even come down to this, right? I tease Chris about living in Astoria.
That's right.
It's a fucking great neighborhood.
Thank you.
I bust on Astoria because it creates a certain reaction in Chris. But anyone who actually listened to that wouldn't think that I really despised Astoria. When I worked with Davey Mack, I made jokes about Pearl Jam and Guns N' Roses every day.
Right.
Two great bands, only because I felt like he overloved them. So I would disagree with you, Mike. I think that you would be able to tell whether a comedian was being racist or not. I do think that there's racist jokes, but very rarely do they get done on stage. You know what I mean?
And usually shared by people who aren't funny. I mean, like that's where the line crosses. Like, you're playing with something that you're mocking the idea of something.
Right.
And it's a fine line because not everyone's funny, which is a great thing. Some people are funny and some people aren't. And you can tell when somebody takes a joke and it might be inappropriate, or it might talk about something, and you see somebody who's not funny deliver it, and you're like, holy shit, like, where did that go? And it seems really awkward.
Mike, Staten Island.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Amy Schumer is so racist that I'm going to slit Roland's disgusting throat when I see him. That
it
piece
was
of
your
shit
fucking...
Pig Roland I'm going to kill.
Seriously, this is your fucking call, dude? What don't we understand about phone screening? Remy.
Twitchy had a good article where they took a bunch of Stacey Pence, the writer of the article, tweets before she blocked it. One of them was, black people can't be racist.
Yeah, I've seen that come up before, where someone say black people can't be racist because they are traditionally the suppressed race. And I think the first time I ever heard anyone talk about it was Spike Lee.
Yeah.
It's an interesting, it's an interesting point. I don't think that it holds water in the end.
Yeah.
And certainly has nothing to do with this story itself. I think there's a couple of main parts of this article. Number one, and let's face it, Washington Post accused Amy of being racist or doing racist material without viewing her act, the context that it was done in, without ever seeing her TV show, without knowing what kind of people Amy associates with. You know, I was talking about this with Gaffigan. If you're a New York comic, right, you have black friends and you work to black audiences as well.
Exactly.
It's very different than acting like, oh, I do stuff for white people. You have to do jokes, and if you do it in race, have the people in the room laugh.
Right.
Whether Hispanic, black, white, Asian. And that's the tightrope that you kind of walk in New York City.
And I think it was Jeannie who said, I think it would be impossible for a comic to only play to white audiences. You know what I mean?
Because it's New York City, yeah. Some of the quotes that go up on this, it's up on the iBank today, and that's the Washington Post writer who accused Amy Schumer of racism, never saw her stand-up or TV show. My favorite thing about this article is it teaches you a little bit to be less believable of everything that you see in any kind of newspaper.
Yeah.
It's clickbait, you know?
Yeah.
And I guess you can't get mad at anybody for clickbait, but you should be able to point out yourself if you're looking at clickbait.
But it's the Washington Post. I think they'd be above clickbait. I mean, if the Washington Post is having their people write stuff without even researching it, then there's no hope for any other publication.
Right.
Yeah, I think I would have. Well, I don't know if I would go that far that all was dead.
This is the end of times.
Right. But what I'm saying to you is you're asking the Washington Post to do something that you're not willing to do, which is to sit there and read, you know, yourself, rather than let somebody else decide whether you're reading about a political matter or the Kardashians.
Yeah.
There's always going to be somewhat of a slant. I know Scott, I'm going to say Diasek, is that his name? Is not going back to the Kardashians.
Really?
Yeah. None of those Kardashians can keep a husband. I don't know what happens.
Oh, no.
That's a shame. Yeah, I saw her throwing out his clothes. I saw pictures of him.
All right, so and they're calling him an alcoholic.
Yeah.
Then the other guy, the basketball player, became a fucking crackhead.
Lamar Odom.
The other big dope, Frankenstein dope, went out like a fucking bitch.
Yeah, didn't last a minute.
The father cut his dick off. These Kardashian women just fucking crush the dudes.
Yeah.
Just roll over them like those Terminator tanks over human skulls.
Kanye's done.
Dan in New York.
Hey, Ron. You know, it's funny, like, I think I'm in the same age bracket as Amy, and I think we grew up in a time where we were taught about diversity, and when we are taught about diversity, it's to respect each other's cultures and to let that influence, you know, be a part of our lives. And to say something is racial or racist versus racial, you know, she can acknowledge other races and, you know, experience that diversity with different cultures, but not necessarily be racist. So I'm right with you on this point, where, you know, you can make racial humor and not be a racist and say that one is superior to the other.
But see, here's the thing. I think that your generation that you're talking about is more sensitive, certainly, than my generation ever was to it, and the generation before. I think that we were more likely to say, you know, that is that's a Polish neighborhood, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
An Italian neighborhood. When you would go into South Philly, you realize that you were going into an Italian neighborhood. There's less of that exists now. So, you know, Colin just wrote a terrific book about this, about kind of celebrating people and being able to point, like, are you really not supposed to say Puerto Ricans are great dancers? Because, you know what I mean? Like, that's not an insult.
Yeah.
And I'm sure every Puerto Rican isn't a dancer. And yet, I know a lot, and I would be surprised if they wouldn't say to themselves, we're really great dancers. We love to dance.
Yeah.
There's certain cultures and ethnic groups that embrace things more than others, you know?
And you have a better shot of understanding people, I think, by approaching it with humor. You know, it's like, I think you're experiencing something more visceral if you're engaging people that way.
Well, here is some of the things that the writer said about Amy. She said, Black people don't watch Amy Schumer. They only watch the queens of comedy or kings of comedy. I do think...
Really?
Yeah. I do think that there is more crossover with humor from Black people to white people than there is from whites to blacks. She says that Amy's audience is all white, and I don't know if I would say that that's necessarily true. A white woman standing on a stage and insinuating that Mexicans or any other men of color are rapists is racist, given our history, given that historically, when white women made claims, most of them were false about black men raping them. Somebody ended up hanging from a tree. We're living in a climate that is still very potent for fear about interracial sex. Boy, I don't think that that's true. And, you know, the fact that earlier today we were talking about Ariana Grande. I don't know, 20 years she wouldn't be dating black guys. Now 20 years ago,
right?
Now people don't even feel the need to bring it up. We talked about the Kardashians, which are always some kind of interracial dating. I think it's pretty accepted today.
I think that's also asking Amy to carry a lot of weight on her to just keep all that in mind while writing jokes.
Right,
you know what I mean? Like, keep in mind the history of every culture and every race.
That's
and
a
just
good
make
point.
like, why? Like, if we walked through life that way, it would be pretty fucking sad all the time.
Are you telling me that it's not Amy Schumer's responsibility not just to make people laugh, but shouldn't she also be setting out to solve all society's ills and heal them? Here is Nick in Wisconsin.
Hey, Ronnie. Yeah, you know, so this author has never seen her act at all. Like, I'd expect that type of shit out of Jezebel, not, you know, the Washington Post. I mean, I'm more appalled that the Washington Post would print this piece of shit.
Not only did they print it, but it seems like they pretty much commissioned it. It seems like, you know, they didn't take a regular journalist who worked for them. They took an outside person and said, hey, you're pretty good at writing about the race thing. We saw that this was in another newspaper. Why don't you just go and take a stab at it? That's the scarier part. As far as people talking about race, I think we should do it a lot in this country.
Right.
But on the other hand, I think you got to be a little bit careful when you're throwing around racist. Here is Bill in Indiana.
Hey, just wanted to say that why don't we let her fans, Amy Schumer's fans, dictate whether she's racist or racial? I mean, she has a multicultural following. I mean, why is this one person at the Washington Post trying to say that she's a racist when we don't know anything about that lady as well? She could be a racist. The reporter could be a racist too.
Black people can't be a racist. They cannot. Well, she's already
can't be done.
Already come out that way. Here is Kevin. Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Great Unmasked yesterday. That was fantastic.
Thanks, man.
My point is, even the Washington Post seemed to have a sense that they were going to get blowback on it because they point at her joke, not at her, as sort of giving them cover to say, oh, we didn't say Amy was racist. We're just talking about her material.
See, I don't think they also don't mind there being blowback. You know what I mean? With clickbait, you don't mind anybody saying anything bad. You just want them to pay attention. Right. You know, that's it.
And get them to your site and get them.
Yeah, just get them to click.
Yeah,
that's it.
It's hits. It's all that matters.
And that's why you could go and hire somebody who doesn't necessarily know anything about comedy and certainly didn't know a damn thing about Amy, and said, here's a part of a joke that the Guardian pointed out, run with it. Off you go.
Right. And it might explain why the article was so intense. And I mean, I read it and I was like, she's going off. Like, she was going nuts, some of the things, points that she brought up. And it must have just been, it could be that she felt the need to fill that role because that's what she was asked to do.
Well, also because you call up someone who is totally freaked out about the church shooting, totally freaked out about what Donald Trump said, and totally freaked out about the Confederate flag thing, and then say, take all of that anger and fear and resentment, and here's an Amy Schumer article to write. Right. You know what I mean? Like, if I said to someone, you know, hey, I see that you're furious about, you know, some attack in your neighborhood, come on in and talk about my friend Earl Douglas. You know it's going to somehow turn into this attack in his neighborhood. Here is here's Mama Luke. Mama Luke, how are you?
Hey, you beautiful, sexy bastard. How are you?
Good.
I tell you something. I really enjoyed the daughter. I think you guys got great chemistry together.
I agree with you. Thank you so much.
I go all over this country. I'm a driver. I talk to people. I listen. I read. And I'll tell you something. I don't think it has nothing to do with racism. I don't think it has nothing to do with none of that. It's the American dream is gone, Ron. People, I mean, I'll tell you a quick story. 3 years ago, I see this black guy loading my trailer in Denver, Colorado, and he's putting equipment in my trailer. And the trailer I was going to take is going to New Mexico. And I went out there and I see the guy crying. I said, what are you crying for? What's up? He goes, well, I've been with Samsonite Company for 35 years. I've been working with this equipment. I just lost today's my last day. After I load you up, I go home and I got to look for a job. And this is why the people are so upset. This is why people look to harm other people because they don't have no control in their lives. People are living a paycheck to paycheck, living on credit cards, working long hours for less money, hoping they have more hours. And it's just a perfect storm developing in this country. Our politicians are dividing us, divide and conquer, so they can stay in power. And I don't think it has nothing to do with Amy Schumer or this woman writing an article because she don't believe in what she's writing. It's just deep down inside, they don't want to be honest and say to themselves, hey, we got a problem. And, you know, it's nothing to do with each other. You know, if we just respect each other and stick together, maybe we could do some changes in this country. But the biggest thing in this problem, Ron, I see, is people want to see people fail. And it's ridiculous.
Well, we certainly don't like to see people succeed as much as we want to. It seems to be something to take us away. And this is an interesting thing about Amy. And Chris, when did I do the Unmasked with Amy? 2 years ago?
It was 2 years ago, yeah.
And I remember, I think Jimmy brought her in to do Opie show a few years before that. And I'm like, oh, this is a funny kid. And in that time, you know what I mean, of just being like opening for different comics on the road and then getting more and more heat and then doing stuff and then getting that show, to see her jump to doing an Apatow movie now. Yeah. It's pretty exciting. I think if you're a listener to Opie Radio, like, you would think to yourself, gee, I remember when, was it 5 years ago, the first time that kid came in? And now she's doing her own movie. Like, I remember when I did the Unmasked with her because she had just gotten the TV show. And I'm like, wow, that's really cool. You got a Comedy Central show. And in it, she's like, yeah, but if it doesn't work out, I still get to stand up. And that's my. And now, a couple of years later, not only is the show a giant hit, boom, she's got this thing coming out. So now you start taking shots at her.
Yeah.
And then you see the cynicism of why that happens. And it's almost not personal. You know what I mean? It's just like,
well, there's total disregard for the person that they're attacking.
Right.
They don't care how how this could affect her, or if this will snowball and it will rally people, or it'll be nothing. But it's definitely a disregard for her as a person to not even take the time to find out anything about her or her work. And you see that all the time too. If anytime anyone has success, it's immediately that articles come out about their private life or what they did wrong, or how what they're doing isn't fair to someone else. With politicians and musicians and comedians.
It's seen as checks and balances.
Yeah.
You know, like here, now it's time for you to take one and, you know, take one for the team. You got a couple of good things.
Right.
Now we're going to pull your pants down. Everybody's going to say, look at your ass.
So she's not so great then.
Yeah. By the way, the Confederate flag is in its final hour in South Carolina, and it looks like people have shown up to watch it being taken down. Well, that'll end up nice, won't it?
What will they do? Burn it?
I think they're taking it straight to the museum. At least that keeps being brought up constantly.
It belongs in a museum.
That way no one will see it. Here's Mike. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, you know, she was on 60 Minutes or Sunday Morning last week where she says the target of her jokes are white women of her generation. So, it's pretty obvious the satire of the Mexican joke is not about Mexicans. It's about how white women think, which belies the whole argument of this woman in the Washington Post article.
You know, but there can also be a kind of thing that we're all laughing at ourselves in the way any of us think. But you don't get any of that if you don't go and check out her act, which the writer from the Washington Post did not do.
Yeah.
That's the part of it that if you're like, hey, I watched her act, I didn't, but, you know, then you could just fight with that person as a critic, you know?
Yeah.
Just like the way a critic will say, I know some critic can say that a band that you love stinks. Then we can get, all right, well, that's, you know, subjective. But to turn around with this, without even knowing it. That's what gets to me. Here's the professor in Rhode Island.
Hey, Ron, thanks. I was thinking about this a lot because, you know, I speak in front of people all the time, and I'm nervous that I'm going to offend the wrong person. So I give this kind of thing a lot of thought. And the thing about a joke that's weird, it's different than other things. It's almost entirely dependent upon the receiver, you know, the person hearing it. You know, I ran into a friend of mine who's a social worker, and she'd heard my wife and I were having our first child, and she said, you know what, I do this thing for kids and, you know, training them and their parents as how to take care of them. And I said to her, as a joke, I said, I meant to, I'm having a white baby. Now, that joke was meant to be, I was doing the hoity-toity professor joke. I even did it in kind of a half-British accent, right? So the joke was about professors and how hoity-toity we are. Her friend heard it who didn't know me and lost her mind because she took the joke as, you know, making fun of minorities. But it was almost exactly what the previous caller said. My intention and the way it was received was entirely a disconnect. And it's the question. The thing I wonder about: what makes a joke racist? Is it the intent? Is it if it's meant to actually do harm to the other group?
Well, we know that it's always intent. You know what I mean? We know that it's 100% intent. And the fact of the matter is, you can normally tell if someone feels that their race is superior to another race.
Right. I think you can, like, you've heard somebody tell a joke that was racist that you're like, I can tell you're an asshole. Like, you know what that feels like. Everybody has been in that situation where somebody tries to be funny about something, but you're like, oh, you're not kidding. Like, that's actually how you feel.
Right.
And that's the truth. I think, this is somebody who has no concept of that or is disregarding that as a concept.
Yeah, I think
it's the latter, right? This is her business, is to drum up this sort of thing.
Right.
And get people to talk. So she knows this in her heart is probably true. Or if she'd actually heard the material, she'd know it was true.
Look, I would, I'm going to give her full credit for talking to the Interrobang, because a lot of people would never do that, and talking at length to them and letting herself be quoted that way. I have no doubt that what happened in South Carolina could just fire someone up to do that. No more.
Right.
No more. But I think when you move all the way over to a stand-up's material, you've gone too far. But you have every right to be freaked out and outraged over some weird kid calling himself a white supremacist to go in and shoot up some sweet people in a church. Yeah. That's the kind of shit that could set me up. Look, I've saw people get weird after 9/11 and say things that they would have never said before. But the Washington Post is supposed to be our clearer head with that.
Yeah.
If you go back with them, remember when the idiot fanatics killed those cartoonists in France?
Charlie Hebdo.
Charlie Hebdo.
Yeah.
Washington Post came out with how important it is that satire stays satire. We have to. Why is this so much more important than what Amy was doing?
Right.
And is there something really different about a professional comedian standing on stage doing material and some dude in a bar yelling out stupid racist jokes? Yes, there is.
Yeah.
You have to start and see comedy as an art form and a needed art form. And quite frankly, I remember the first time that I would see Pryor or Eddie Murphy talking about white people.
Right.
And that shit was always funny to me and always well needed. Here is Chris in Oklahoma. Chris.
What's up, buddies?
Hey.
Really, in a weird way, Amy's going to have to thank this writer, because with her movie coming out, the people that are outraged by this, that actually want to do a little research about what Amy's about, will probably YouTube some of her bits and maybe on demand some of her shows, and they'll see that Amy makes as much fun of herself and how ridiculous women of her generation can be, that they'll understand that there's nothing behind any of her, jokes about other cultures. They'll understand that, she's trying to help us laugh at the absurdity of racism. And like I said, with her movie coming out, the people that kind of knew who she was, that will see this article, they'll start trying to find out probably more about what she's about. I'm thinking maybe Judd Apatow go to this lady to write this article so that you could.
I know that we always like to say that no publicity is bad, and again, when you get into defending something like this, you're not just defending Amy. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's the point that it goes back to, and that's the point that people need to stand up. It's never about any one person.
Right. Or even if you particularly like them or think the joke is funny, it's about the ability to say, let's not be so sensitive that we can't joke about everything, because it would apply to everything. And, I wish I could remember what show Jim Norton was on, but I think he was on maybe a Fox News something, and he was debating about it, and he was like, I can't speak for people who aren't funny. Like, yeah, if somebody says something racist or something sexist or makes a rape joke and they're not funny, then it's not funny, and that's the way it is,
But that is not that's certainly a different kind of criticism, and that's a criticism that Amy or any comic who does a show, you should be able to read a review that said those jokes fell flat or that joke didn't work. Again, that's fine, but to be called racist and tied in with lynchings and shit. Now you're talking fucking crazy. Here is Duffy in New Mexico. Go ahead, buddy.
To the previous caller, people don't look stuff up. They don't research anything. They just see it on Twitter and then just go on a rampage. They will never do that. Our whole whatever civilization is going down the shithole real quick.
Well, number one, you don't expect the Washington Post not to. And I think it's a leap to say that we're going down the shithole.
We are going straight down the shithole.
Yeah. I mean, the fact of the matter is that this is something worth talking about. Race is worth talking about all the time. And the sad fact of the matter is getting a black president we thought was going to put us in a post-racial world. Here's two things that come up for me. Number one, wow, isn't it weird that hasn't moved things at all with people talking? And number two, when things like this come up, how much we miss Patrice's voice and how much we miss Joan Rivers' voice. You know, I always even think to myself when I look at this thing today with the Confederate flag coming down, I think on the same day that I found out that Kenny the Snake Stabler passed away, who was listening to Sweet Home Alabama while he died.
Yes,
his family put it on for him. Here is Ron in Maryland. Ron.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good.
Hey, good. Yeah, I was going to say, about 8 years ago, I was working for a major university, and we had two technicians in repairing some equipment. And so I went down, was checking up on them, went down to my main office where everybody's at. And I was like, hey, Tyrone and Pedro, they're still up there working on that equipment. They ain't got it done yet, but it'll be soon. And the next day I come in and I get a call to go to HR. And I'm thinking, okay. So I go to HR and HR tells me that one of the individuals in the office said that I made a racist comment about the Latin American and African American man that were doing the repair work. And I'm thinking, well, what? So anyway, to make a long story short, they say that I basically said a racist names about them, suggestive. So I went and got the work order and showed them. Their names were Pedro and Tyrone was their name. Obviously, I knew that. And some student overheard me and instantly saw it as racist. And that was their real names.
Well, that goes back to the Norton theory.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Did we ever find out if our guy came up on Fox News yet singing? I haven't seen him yet.
I didn't see him.
I saw him tease it, but they didn't actually go to the actual concert. They said it was coming up, but they never went to it.
He's still waiting. He's still up there.
Maybe we can be down there in time to see it. Coming up, too, in about a little over an hour, the U.S. soccer team will get the Parade of Heroes.
Yes. Super exciting.
Yeah. I would also like them to pick up bats and go play the Mets later today, because I think that would be the next win.
Oh, definitely.
Chris, you did get me a press pass for that, right?
No. No, I didn't.
People wrote in that Chris checking on the lottery was just for regular people, not press. He has no idea that press is different.
Press pass. What is this press pass you speak of? And you know how I feel about Megan Rapinoe.
I know. That was my mistake.
I know. You
didn't do a damn thing. You didn't make a mistake. You did nothing. Goldhart told you what to do, and you went and said, how does a regular person... First of all, he said, stop treating her like a regular person. Treat her like press. You only doubled down and treated her more like a regular person.
Extra regular.
We have a soccer channel at Sirius XM.
Yeah.
You don't think that you didn't have connections?
I didn't think to contact them.
Everything Don says about you is true.
What's that?
Oh, I'm not going to repeat that.
Oh, no. God.
I'm just going to point out that they're true.
Okay.
You don't get back in touch with people. By the way, Don sent me a nice thing. We got a nice write-up in the Sirius XM Daily.
Oh, nice.
Showing a line of people going into the place, showing the scary big Jim Gaffigan head, and then showing me interviewing them.
Nice.
Boy, that Jeannie Gaffigan was pretty brilliant, huh?
Yeah, she was very clever, super sharp,
and just driven. Just you know what I mean. When I think of her, like Jim has her, and I have Chris. And you see the differences in our careers. There should be a big ugly head of mine walking around having pizza and bacon with a hype man right next to her. You never even tried the soccer thing?
No, I did not.
Guess who pointed out all those things to me?
Who's that?
Take a guess. So you'd be a producer.
Blowhard?
Don. And he just writes, under the headline, this is what I've been talking about.
Really? That's not good for me at all.
Yesterday, now, I want to just point something back to the kids in the other room. You guys waited 5 hours for the Seinfeld, right?
Correct.
I heard from Hasp, who said he went in as a media person, took him 5 minutes.
Oh, no.
It would have sped things up, to say the least. But we bonded, you know.
He's positive.
But you could have bonded later. Over drinks.
Not on a line.
Yeah.
Had a nice
How come
lunch.
you didn't take care of the kids? Who do we give your responsibility?
To me. Give it to me.
Your tension yesterday was through the roof. I worry about you. I'm concerned about you.
Don't be. It's just tension. It's fine. It gets released afterwards.
How, though?
Shitting? Here's the thing, Chris.
Yeah.
When I show up at a place and a guy grits his teeth and says everything's going great, I know he's not enjoying himself. I know that this isn't going great.
That's how he shows joy. Sorry, I kicked your knee really
That's
hard.
okay. You can kick it as hard as you want. I can take it.
I have problems showing other emotions outside of anger.
Well, you don't have any emotions outside of anger.
Good point.
Not even curiosity.
Do you experience joy?
Sometimes, I think.
Is that back to shitting again? Is that when you experience it?
Sometimes, it
James,
feels good.
New York City.
Hey, good morning, Bennington.
Good morning.
Hey, I understand it's great that the women won the soccer championship, whatever. But they still have yet to have a ticker tape parade for returning vets from Iraq or Afghanistan in Canyon of Heroes in New York City.
Well, it would be in bad taste, but there's still people over there, right?
Yeah, but that's true. But there's many over there who came back very injured, very wounded, and very broken. It'd be nice to show a little support for at least the disabled guys that came back. Men and women missing legs, arms, and everything else.
So you think that even before it's up, because I know they did it for the first Gulf War because that had a beginning, middle, and end. But it's difficult to throw something without looking like, remember the mission accomplished thing that everybody laughed at Bush for? I don't think they want to be seen that way.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but you're fighting an ideology it's a war that's never going to be won.
That's why you don't have a parade.
Nothing.
That's what keeps you from having a parade. I don't think we had anything for the firefighters from 9/11, did we?
No.
Yeah, we should have.
You would think. Anyway, why do we get mad that the soccer girls got the day?
It's not their fault.
Yeah. Let's not turn them into Fatty Arbuckle. They have every right to their star. We got a break here, Chris?
Yeah, one last time.
Coming up at 10 o'clock, it's something that happens every week here on Opie Radio.
Accelerated.
Really, really exciting. All the fun stuff that happened. Anything from the Doc Show going to be in there, Chris? Do you know?
I do not know if the Doc Show made it.
Anything going on with E-Rock's show? You know who his guest starred tonight?
E-Rock, I emailed E-Rock. He did not get back to me.
Yeah, he doesn't like you.
Really? I thought we had a good relationship.
Maybe I should email him. We're friends.
Yeah. You should, Joe should, Dan should, everybody but Chris. We will be right back. This is Bennington.
Crowd the plate, and he'll put one in your ear. It's Bennington on Opie Radio, XM 103, Sirius 206.
This Saturday at 9 o'clock Eastern at 6 p.m. on the West Coast, live on ESPN, it's Premier Boxing Champion returns. The most feared man in boxing, Keith one-time Thurman, takes on the former world champion, Louis Collazo. Thurman to me is probably the fastest ascending superstar in the game today. He's got that brute force. He's got the finesse. He's got a perfect 25-0 record and the WBA World Welterweight Championship with 21 career KOs. Now, who's going to win this fight, Chris Stanley?
I like Collazo in this fight.
Really?
Yeah, I like me some Collazo.
Do you know what an upset that would be?
It'd be huge.
You ever watch One Time hit somebody? Here's the deal. I know whoever he hits is going to go down. but you got to be hit. You know what I mean? You got to stand in there and be hit.
Yeah.
I haven't seen him when you see a puncher like this, it's always in the back of your mind. Can he go the distance? Can he go the distance? And that's what will always keep me a boxing fan. Because I remember years ago, I couldn't imagine anyone beating Tyson. But then when you figured out that people realized how to make him go past the 5th round, you start to see weakness that didn't appear before. So that's the thing about that sport that will always stay exciting to me is the puncher and how long he can last. There's more people on this card. Tony Harrison battles. He's up against the quick-fisted Willie Nelson. Harrison carries with him a 10-fight knockout streak. And, of course, Nelson, everybody knows him. He's got the tools and experience to give him the toughest test in his career. Premier boxing champions. There's very few sports that you'll sit down and watch and you go, I really don't know how this is going to end or when it's going to end.
Yeah.
Most sports, okay, we've got 9 innings, we've got 4 quarters, we've got 3 periods. With boxing, are we going to go 12 rounds or are we going to go 15 seconds? That's what keeps boxing exciting to me. Watch all the fighters go toe-to-toe on Premier Boxing Champions. That's where the next legends collide. Saturday, 9 o'clock in the East, 6 o'clock on the West, live on ESPN. Don't miss it. Thank you for being our musical live act in studio with us this week. You're our Bret Michaels, and we appreciate it. Not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And also today's show and every show I will ever do in the future is now dedicated to Kenny the Snake Stabler. You shall be missed. You also belong in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and you're not in there because you enjoyed a drink or two.
Mm-hmm. That's what kept him out? He liked to have a little drink to unwind himself. Come on.
That kept him out, and also the Pittsburgh Steelers. If we're going to be totally honest, that the Raiders would have probably had 2 or 3 more championships if it wasn't for the Steelers. But I would have put him in. Shit, yeah, I would have put him in. Hopefully his coffin will be draped in the Confederate flag. Looks like there's getting to be a pretty nice amount of people.
A crowd is formed.
Yeah, a crowd is formed.
Get the flag! Get it!
They mean it, and they're solemn, Chris. They love the flag. These aren't people there to tear down the flagpole. They feel bad about it.
Keep it up!
They say there's thousands of people just feeling bad about the flag there in South Carolina as they bring it down. And they also said one person in a pool in Hawaii. So it's, it's one of those things. You never know how people, we were talking about intent, it's like how you feel about stuff. All right. You know what? We're getting ready to wrap this one up, right? We're going to be on in 2 hours, over on Raw Dog Channel 99. Let's do a deal on the first caller. What are you willing to give away today, Joe, to the first caller on the Bennington show?
Today,
yeah,
I am willing to give away.
You're just
stretching.
Yeah, you're stretching.
Was that obvious?
Yeah. Today,
on this day,
July the
10th, which we all love,
for sure.
And cherish,
or at least most of us.
What are you giving away?
Today I'm giving away tater salad signed by Ron White.
What's the second prize you're giving out?
The second prize I was giving out because it's kind of a new wave thing, so I kind of want to find something new wave.
Okay.
I will.
I'm thinking this. I think today we do first 3 callers get prizes over on the Bennington show. All right, we got calls now because they're not realizing that you can't be this early.
No.
It's adorable. Early?
That's actually really cute.
No! What's the prize I want? The tater salad! Give it to me! I'm calling! I'm starving! Where's the potato salad? It's so delicious! Can I get a hot dog with it? Look, it just slammed with calls of people who think it's right now.
It's not now.
No, it's going to be at noon o'clock over on Channel 99 on Sirius XM, where we do a show called The Bennington Show.
Yeah, part deux.
Part deux. That's French for deux. You got your other prizes?
I have Shout It Out, signed by Hanson.
Whoa, new wavy.
Yeah, that is
so
new
wavy.
Look, I'm a fan of that one Hanson song like you wouldn't believe.
Oh yeah.
I tried to turn you onto it, and you kept busting my balls about it.
Yeah, I was not the age. I mean, like, I was the age for it, but I was like doing my own thing. I was like,
but they came in here and did it. Remember how happy we were, Chris?
Oh yeah, it was great.
I thought we were talking about Bob.
No, not Bob, please. I like this song. Go ahead, play it. We had to come in and they played live, and people flew in to be.
Really?
Yeah, they're like, "You're kidding? I go fly in and meet them?" Like, sure, I don't care.
Yeah, why not?
Give us one more prize, Joe. One more prize.
I have Black is the New White, signed by Paul Mooney.
Wow.
Whoa, sweet.
Those are some sweet, sweet prizes.
All coming up at noon o'clock.
You're going to have to call.
Yeah, you're going to have to call or come here directly.
Either way, go. There's 3 people at the door.
Yeah. I'm going to put you in the system.
Call downstairs.
Yeah.
We'll put you in the system.
Or then show up at Chris Stanley's house. Figure it out online. Bring me the scalp of Chris Stanley.
No. It'd be a giant scalp.
Ew.
What's that?
Just someone bragging about the fucking skull space that they have. Over on the iBank today, it's an amazing article. Make sure you go and check it out. Pass it around to your friends, and I never say that. But it was the Amy Schumer, the Post writer who accused Amy Schumer of racism, never saw her stand-up or TV show. Take it upon yourselves to be first responders and send it out to different comedians. Because the comics should know, the kind of people who do accusations. Matter of fact, send it out to everybody you know.
Just
all right.
For safety.
Yeah, just for safety purposes. That's it for us. We out of here on the outside. See you guys at noon o'clock over on Raw Dog.
Ladies and gentlemen, the evening is over. We hope you all enjoyed yourselves, and we'll see you all again in 1974. Good evening! Welcome
back to the Bennington Show. And I say back because we've really just had a little 2-hour break. I don't know why we just don't keep going. It would seem like the smart thing to do.
Keep these mics on.
That ended what we know as a power punk week. Chris Stanley picked Blink-182 as the go-to band.
No, I don't see how this should have ended with anything but Green Day.
What?
That is the band. That's the band, not Blink-182. If we regard the show tomorrow, what's next? Sum 41? I don't get this Blink-182 thing.
Damn It is the definitive pop punk song.
Is that right?
Blink-182. I think... I thought about it long and hard.
Okay, good.
Could I have gone deeper? Sure. I did a couple.
Could you have been cooler?
I could have. But that's not what pop punk is about.
It's the pop and pop punk.
Yeah, it's the pop.
All right, let's leave it up to Joey Jojo, which actually we did as the tiebreaker. Joey, why Blink-182 for you?
Blink-182, I think, is the definitive pop punk group of the 90s, just like my answer is the definitive answer right now.
You go to hell, Joe!
No, you say as a group, even above Green Day.
Even above Green Day.
That's crazy to say that! You're fucking crazy!
Okay, what Green Day have? Dookie? They had Dookie.
Yes! Not a fucking decade before that, your Blink-182 did a dick! Blink-182 is the fucking precursor to emo.
I can't
That's what they gave.
understand you.
I can't understand how anyone could pick Blink-182 over Green Day. That's what I can't understand.
It's the definitive pop punk song.
No, it isn't.
Listen.
It's a pop song. Sure. It's a pop song. It was played on MTV. It was played on the radio.
I like Dookie as much as the next guy. Please don't isolate that. But I'm telling you, that song is the perfect 90s pop punk song.
Now, let me ask you this, Chris. Why didn't you at least pick out the on-radio edited one? People are already complaining on Twitter.
That was Joe, the biggest Blink-182 fan in the world, who picked that one out.
Joe, we're allowed to have curse words.
Okay.
Okay.
I thought we were censoring it today. Chris.
And by the way, Longview by Green Day is the definitive 90s pop punk song. That is without a doubt.
But it's not even the pop.
It would have ended the week.
And I agree that that's the best song on that album, but that's not even the poppiest pop punk song on
That's
that
true.
album. So
We're trying
how
to do
could that be?
definitive.
That's the best song on that album. I'll give you that.
I'll say this fight will keep me ever from doing pop punk again.
No.
I'm going to leave it up to you guys.
Green Day needs its own day.
There was zero fight over the cars today.
We were all enjoying.
Which was power pop, which, predicated the pop punk thing, which is really still power pop, if you want to be totally honest.
All right.
It's very little punk in that and more pop.
Power pop begat pop punk.
So begats. Mm-hmm. When we're writing our power pop Bible, we will know as power pop died in like 85, 86.
Mm-hmm.
It was still leaving its child, power punk, behind.
To form, I guess, 89, 90, I'd say.
Yeah, in that era.
Which Green Day came from.
I'm just so glad we're all agreed about Blink-182
What is
now.
Green Day a San Diego band?
They're like the Bay Area.
Okay, further up.
Yeah.
Because they had nothing to be punk about. That's real suburban punk by the time it got there.
Yeah, they did a lot of meth, I think, in the early days.
That's nobody's business.
That's a lot of the pop punk bands are like and even when they're not from the West Coast, they do that like West Coast pronunciation, like they're all doing an impression of each other's.
That's the sound, man.
Yeah.
All right, DJ Famous Name said that Tidal Wave got screwed during this, and I will agree. Tidal Wave should have been there. Hey Bob, what's up, buddy?
Not much, getting my double dose of Bennington.
Thank you, man.
Right on.
What are you looking for?
Hoping to win that Ron White, buddy.
You know what? Consider yourself the proud holder of the sign Ron White. You are winner number one.
Yes!
Get his info.
That's all it takes.
Got himself some tater salad.
Gotta love tater salad. Gotta love Ron White, huh?
Oh, hell yeah.
Ron White is like one of the few people who just goes out and lives the life that he wants to. And he doesn't really care if he's really popular or sleeping on someone's couch. He just happens to be making a lot of money doing it. But it's just never the intention. He just wants to go around being Ron White. Really, really funny man. But also a very sweet guy. Really, a cool hang. Good dude. Here's Steve in Manhattan.
What's up?
What can we do for you, Steve?
Well, what do you guys do in between? You did the show this morning and now this show. Like, what do you...
Well, we all had a little bit of breakfast that we enjoyed, and then we enjoyed some cigars, and we sat out on 6th Avenue and talked about what a lovely day it was, and Joe had to tell us that there's something wrong with the on-demand, and Chris, they said that they're working on it.
Yeah, the on-demand team has sent out a internal email saying there's an on-demand issue that is preventing some on-demand content from being made available to subscribers.
As always, ours. So just say that Ron demands that the on-demand is picked.
We demand it so.
Yeah.
And what was the things you got going on as winning-wise?
We're going to send you in the big-ass prize closet there. Go enjoy yourself, Steve. You deserve it. Thanks for asking us about it. No one ever asked.
I know.
About how,
It's
we're doing.
really kind.
Yeah.
Certainly deserving of a prize.
Steve sounds like a big Hanson fan because he just won Shout It Out.
Nice.
It's prize time.
It is prize time, isn't it? Every time we play Blink-182, I guess it's prize time.
That's why it's such a great time.
I hate Blink-182.
Why do you hate them?
I just don't like their music, and that they were a precursor to emo, which is I found really weird.
Okay,
what?
Here's my thing with Green Day, Chris.
Yeah, what? What? Joe?
Okay, growing up, I didn't really like Blink-182. Afterwards, when I was older, loved Blink-182, didn't like Green Day because they're like what I like to call posers.
Oh, shit!
How snap, son! Oh, snap!
How are they posers if they came first?
Okay, oh, hey, we're a dying band. We're just gonna get off of, talking about Bush now.
What's wrong with that? I think it's a great album. All right, by the way, Liz Sets Fire said this: Blink greater than Green Day, all day, every day.
That's
this is shocking to me.
This makes no sense. Blink-182 are a bunch of never was is what Blink-182 was. They're a joke.
You're never
They're a
was.
joke. Their drummer is getting in goddamn plane crashes all the time. All right? And I'm going to call him out for that. I'm going to call him out for that.
Pretty badass.
And he was in the back. He wasn't flying. I don't think if he's flying, he's the dick.
I'm sure it had something to do with it.
Hey, John, what's up, buddy?
How are you guys doing today?
Cool, man.
You're the highlight of my day. I'm driving from Bangor, Maine, back to Pittsburgh.
Damn, that sounds great. Man.
Nice.
That sounds like the
So I
right
get
away.
6 hours of you today.
My man, you're third caller. We're taking 3 big winners.
Oh,
Big ass prize class up here.
Yeah! John!
It's Blink-182 day.
I hate Blink-182 Day.
Seriously, you really despise them?
I don't like them at all.
Come on.
I am happy the listeners getting prizes. I'm happy for that. But
You don't
if
sound
it's-
happy, though.
If it's in the honor of Blink-182,
You don't sound happy.
it blemishes it.
No, this is Tim Knight, and this goes to show you how difficult it is to do a show for people. Tim Knight says, WTF, no Jim Carroll band during Punk Week? It's not Punk Week.
It was going to be Punk Week, but then we went in a different direction. Jim Carroll will have his day in the sun, I assure you.
And Chris Stanley is a Catholic boy, so
Yeah.
it goes perfectly. No, of course you're not going to play him for Power Punk Week.
Yeah, and it's like, would you put Jim Carroll between, like, MXPX and Blink-182? It's not the same thing.
You know, one of my big regrets in life is we had Jim Carroll booked on this show, and he had to cancel, and Earl said, look, he has to cancel, but they said he'll definitely do the show. And I'm like, sure. He lives in New York, plenty of time. And then he passed away.
That's heartbreaking.
My one and only chance to meet Jim Carroll, and I blew it. And now I go to secret meetings, and they always say to me, you know who's a great guy? Jim Carroll.
Really?
Yeah, he's a really great guy. I'm always like, God, no, you assholes.
You would have been able to say, yeah, I know he is.
Yeah, I know. I don't have that. I don't have that opportunity. Coming up a little later on in the show, Unmasked with the Gaffigans, Jim and Jeannie Gaffigan. Fun show. But if you have even the slightest interest in show business, or if you ever thought, I think I have a TV pilot, you need to listen to his wife, Jeannie Gaffigan. Laid it out like it was a book, what you've got to do to write and how you get through the networks. And by the way, I don't think I got the stomach for it. I think I'd end up choking someone.
Yeah, she clearly has a very smart business mind, you know. She's
And
very
artistic
sharp.
mind.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I guess you have to have the business mind to protect the artistic mind. And, you know, she's pretty brilliant. And the new show is hilarious, by the way. It really is. I've seen 4 or 5 episodes, and it's much edgier than I expected it to be. Well, you got Michael Ian Black in it, and has he ever not been funny?
I adore him.
And yet, if you met him, he might say something to you that would make you just feel terrible. I don't think he has it in it not, you know?
Please don't do that to me, Michael Ian Black. I love you so much.
But that's the way he talks to his friends, too. So you could be talking to him for a half hour, and then he'll go like this. That may be the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. Can I tell you something? He's the reason that Fez stopped really talking when guests came in. Michael Ian Black.
Really?
From a phone call. Because we're all laughing and we're going around and I say something and Michael Ian Black tops it. We're doing that goofy laughing that sometimes you get into. And then Fez threw something in and Michael Ian Black goes, What are you talking about? What do you even mean by that? Is that supposed to mean something? And Fez, I just watched him like shriveled down in the corner. And then he looks at his microphone like he wants to kill it. And I didn't know whether he was mad at himself or Michael Ian Black. So that, of course, sets me off like the,
right.
favorite thing I've ever seen. So then, and this is when we were on 57th Street. And then later we came down the block and waiting to get in here was Michael Ian Black. And that set Fez off again. I go, you going to say something to him? No.
But you had him in here in person again.
Right. Yeah, he did an Unmasked. He's great. He's hilarious
and then,
guy.
But did Fez ever confront him about...
Never said a word. Never said a word to another guest since then.
Coming in the studio.
Yes, just be a person.
Okay.
This hasn't turned into something that it's not.
Bridget Everett is here.
I'd love to see Bridget. Is tonight her TV show?
Yeah, Gynecological Wonder premieres tonight at 12:30 a.m. on Comedy Central.
Let's not wait another second. Let's bring in the lovely Bridget Everett. That's like that heavy-duty Midwestern rock.
That's
you know, like we're bringing it all. Bridget Everett, good to see you.
You too.
Tomorrow night is the big night.
It's the big night. I'm so excited.
You should be, because this thing's great.
Thank you.
It's so
Thank
good.
you. It's so funny, just listening to that drum solo at the end of that song. When I was brought it to the band, the song itself, I was like, no, more ridiculous, more drums, more, stadium cock rock. That's what I want.
I've been to shows like that with zero sense of irony. Just like, yeah, there's sticks.
It's like, what's the drummer's name for Springsteen again? Max Weinberg?
Weinberg, yeah.
Yeah, every time I've seen... I'm not a massive Springsteen fan, but somehow I've seen him several times. And every time I see him, I think he's going to have a heart attack and die because he's just going for so long. It's so intense. And that's what I wanted Carmine to do on this song. Not die, but.
I always, you mentioned Carmine. Carmine Apiece is the same kind of drummer where it'll be that, those things. I remember seeing different bands that the drummer, you were like, this poor bastard is going to lose his arm by the end of the night. But, by the way, you mentioned Springsteen. In this place, all of our bosses, it's the only person they listen to.
Oh, really?
They only listen to Springsteen. There's something about the New York, New Jersey, Long Island people.
Sure.
And you saying to them, yeah, sure, he's great. But there's other bands. These aren't there's other people as well.
It's accepted that that's number one on everyone's list. You have to ask who's your second favorite band or artist.
Billy Joel, I guess, right? Then they get into that thing. I remember being up here and hearing the Long Island people argue with the Jersey people over Billy Joel or Bruce Springsteen. And they're like, I'm like, this is beneath me. I'm not going to get into your dumb fights. But, Amy Schumer ended her show this year by saying you're her favorite performer. Then she throws it to you on the...
So nice. She's
and
so great.
By the way, it killed. It was fantastic.
Amazing.
Thank you.
But that's got to be pretty cool for you, right?
It's awesome. It's so funny. She was over at my house last night, and we were, hanging out with my dog, and I just forget, because she's such a great friend. I forget about all the things that she's done for me professionally, which are so generous. I mean, who would do that? Who would end their show just handing the hat to somebody else? That's
so sweet, man.
So nice, yeah. But she's incredible, so.
Remember last time we were talking about some of the shit coming up with her, different pot shots? The iBang went and talked to the woman who wrote the article about her racism. Look at this headline. Never saw her stand up or TV show.
Oh, God, that makes me want to rip my eyes out.
Isn't that amazing?
God, are you serious?
Yeah, you got to read that article because it will drive you bananas. And the woman was, I couldn't believe how open she was in talking about it, but somehow getting confused with churches being burned and stand-up.
Right.
And
all Amy's fault.
Yeah, the flag and stand-up. It was just insane.
It's so funny because that article read like somebody who didn't know what the fuck they were talking about.
Exactly
and this
right.
Is so funny.
But I don't mind the person not knowing, but I'm totally confused that the Washington Post would put their headline.
Yeah. I mean, the
that.
headline was something, I can't remember what it was, but it was something like, Amy Schumer's a racist and here's why. And don't let anybody else tell you because they're wrong.
Yeah,
right.
It was like insane.
Her defenders. Like even going after her defenders.
Yeah.
Don't let them fool you.
Don't let the. But see, this is why I love this article, finding out that now you know not to be freaked out when people say shit about you, because they normally don't know a damn thing. They don't know what you're talking about. This special that you've done on Comedy Central tomorrow night, we all felt completely in love with it because it's comedy and it's music and the songs are funny, but then they're also just kick ass.
Yeah.
And the shit that you do in the audience is just fantastic.
Thank you.
But are you music first or comedy first?
Music first.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny because, somebody was like, comics to watch or whatever, and I just never think of myself as a comedian because, like, if I put the pressure on myself to think of funny things, then it won't happen. I think of if I put the pressure on to write like a fun song, and then the story just happens to sort of like, I think, elevate it or not elevate it, but they enrich each other. They're hand in hand. So yeah, I guess I'm funny, but I just don't think, like when I think comic, I think some guy with a hoodie and, or something like telling singers. And I just don't do that. But, I don't know. It's hard to categorize myself.
But that's kind of cool, though. It's kind of cool that you don't know where that goes in the record store.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what section to put this in. We were having this conversation this morning. I think you'll be definitive with this. What is, if you were making an old school mixtape for somebody, right? Now, and I think it's the difference is if you're sending it to a woman is much different than you're sending it to a man. Like a man getting a mixtape is kind of dumb, but sending a mixtape to a woman is a completely different experience.
For sure.
So if you're sending that, Gail, I'm going to go to you first.
Okay.
What song has to be on your mixtape?
I would say that this is not only a song that I have used on multiple mixtapes, it's also a song that remains like on most playlists that I make for myself.
Okay.
And I think it's great for romance because you don't want to go overly sappy.
Well, exactly, because I think if you're sending a mixtape,
such a delicate line.
First of all, the mixtape is like, I haven't even said I liked you yet.
Right.
Listen to the mixtape. You know what I mean? But, you don't send a mixtape to somebody you've been dating for 3 years.
Right.
Yeah.
So you don't want to go overly sappy, but you want there to be an element of romance, like whatever.
Mm-hmm.
A little darkness as well, I think, is a good thing to have in there.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm going Love Will Tear Us Apart, Joy Division.
Oh, nice. Unexpected.
Oh,
I
yeah.
have used
that
it
is
before.
dark.
I have used it before on a mixtape that I have given away.
What about you?
Oh, I feel like Roxy Music has to show up in there. So I'm probably going to look at Slave to Love.
Nice.
Or To Turn You On off the Amazing Avalon album, which you could really just send that album to someone and go, figure this out. Because it's all fucking happening. It's all happening here.
This will explain everything.
Yeah, exactly.
See, I think that if I would guess, I think there's some directors who get, like, I think Sofia Coppola would send a fantastic mixtape to someone. I think Cameron Crowe would send a fantastic.
I'd like that mixtape.
Yeah.
The Cameron Crowe mixtape, for sure.
And then Cameron Crowe is going to send you. See, what you want to do is not, you want the girl to go like this. Who was that? What was that?
Yeah.
And like, oh, that was 1971. That's Nicolette Larson. You probably don't know her, but she's great. I'll send you some more stuff.
Oh, great.
Because isn't it always great when you meet somebody they don't know, like a period of music, whatever, and you act like, I'm here to help you with that then.
I used to, like, for my birthdays, I would say no gifts. All I want are, like, mixed CDs or mixed tape.
Really?
People don't do that anymore.
No.
I love it so much because you find all this, like, my iTunes really needs an overhaul, and
I know, I'm the same
way. I would love
way.
for somebody to make me a mixtape if anybody out there.
Oh, if there's anyone out there.
If there's anyone listening.
This sounds like a setup.
Right.
Bridget Everett song, and we're sitting in for it. So, what about for you, Bridget? Where would you go?
I think off the top of my head, I like walking down the street music. Because I think that's like the sweetest thing is like going walking your dog together or something.
Yeah.
Oh God, I'm such a cornball. But there's a song on Prince, Diamonds and Pearls, called "Stolen."
Yeah.
And it's like sweet, and I think that I don't know. I would also say "Lovely Day" by Bill Withers, because that could be taken many ways, and it's like my favorite song.
Do you ever see that thing that was done right after 9/11, that concert? And Ed Burns did what they did. They had a concert for all the cops and everything, and and in between, the New York filmmakers would just do short films. So Scorsese did one, and Spike Lee. And when it was Ed Burns, he just played Lovely Day and showed people making out in the park, right? It was just different shots. And it starts and then you go in and it's like a black dude and a white chick and like two dudes and then later two chicks. And you're just like, oh yeah, that's the New York thing that we don't want to lose.
Right.
People were
That's
just like,
awesome.
I've had Ed Burns and I bring it up to him constantly. The guy's done like 9 great movies. And I'm like, remember that little thing? But that song, after that, it just completely became a New York song for me after seeing
I gotta look that up.
film. Yeah,
I gotta see that.
yeah, it's definitely on YouTube.
Yeah,
but he's been in before, Bill Withers, and he's fucking magic.
Oh,
He's
that documentary
magic.
is so good. You've met him? I can't believe
Yeah,
it.
man.
Oh my God.
And he has no peer. He's not from any group.
Right.
And he was a guy just working a street job, and songs would pop into his head, and he would just start and he was like in his 30s or something before he walked over to some place and said, look, I got some songs. And none of those songs sound alike.
It's true.
If you hear Use Me, you're like, oh, that's not the same guy. You know what I mean? Like, that one song is so funky and the next one's so sweet.
Yeah.
And that's that thing about whatever happens, the muse, man, in music. Yeah. And he just caught this stuff. He just caught these great songs one after another.
So great.
All right, Chris Stanley.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to look at you, even with your poofy hair.
Thank you.
I'm nervous about your romantic attitude.
Okay. In college.
Nervous about it.
In college, back when I was still burning CDs.
Yeah.
I made a mixtape, and the central song was Naughty by Nature, OPP.
Why?
I don't
Why?
know. I don't know. I think maybe I was trying to be ironic, possibly.
Maybe, if you were 12 or 13 and you did that,
yeah,
maybe, but not in college.
19. I was 19 years old when I did that.
Let me just approach this as a woman.
Go ahead.
You might not want to let the girl know who you're courting. That you are down with OPP.
It didn't work out, by the way. That mixtape fell flat.
I can't imagine why.
Did she come back and say, I don't know what this is supposed to mean, but I don't want this anymore? This is why you need Bridget in your life.
I do.
That's right.
Because you do bring the romance. Tomorrow night, 12:30 a.m. on Comedy Central. And you can also buy the special online at Comedy Direct. And then you're going to be at Joe's Pub in New York City, 9:30 tonight and tomorrow with your show, Rock Bottom. Those tickets are available at publictheater.org. And when people are always talking about coming into New York, you got to go to that theater. If you're in,
the best.
Yeah, there's so many people who go, like, I'm going to come to New York and I'm just going to go to the Broadway shows and I'm going to stay in Times Square. But if you got to that place, you get to see, the kind of New York that people moved here for in the first place.
The shows are great, and like at the Public Theater, there's so many different, when I was doing Rock Bottom in the winter, I was on one side of the building, and then Hamilton's on the other side of the building, which is, I don't know if you guys know about Hamilton, it's like, taking the world by storm, and Madonna went, and Seinfeld, and everybody, saw that show. Meryl Streep, I believe. You see her in the building sometimes. I love it because she donated $1 million to the Public Theater. Meryl Streep, that's, the one.
Joe, I think,
and her check cleared, that's nice.
Yeah. But didn't Joe Papp discover her?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, she did a lot of early
Yeah,
stuff
but
there.
she was in college. She was in Yale and then would come down into New York. So she was already rock solid while she was still in school.
That's so crazy, right?
Yeah. Now she's doing a movie this summer that she plays like an aging rock star.
Yeah, I've seen a picture of that.
Looks crazy,
it looks
right?
Crazy.
Yeah. And who is her boyfriend? Some 80s rock star played her boyfriend in that too.
Yeah, the movie's Ricky and the Flash.
Oh, it's Rick Springfield.
Yeah.
Rick Springfield is
wow.
playing her boyfriend. Who, by the way, Chris, did you notice him in True Detective?
I didn't realize it was him until I saw the credits. I was like, holy shit, that was Rick Springfield.
He looks different, no. Hasn't he done some stuff to his face?
Well,
and
he
stuff?
was doing stuff in this. He was the doctor that they went to see, and he was wearing shades the whole time, and he was acting really weird and peculiar.
You're kidding me.
No.
Did you recognize him right away?
Yeah, because I had seen him do Californication, and he played like, look, that was him
I
there.
had no idea that was him.
His face looks a little different than it did.
Yeah, I
in
think
the
he's
day.
doing it on purpose.
Oh,
I
okay.
think he's trying to make it look like he had work. He just did a thing too with the Foo Fighters, like last summer, where he was out like with them, and the fucking songs were amazing, man.
Like they toured together. Or he
Yeah,
just
like
did a spot. Or?
well, they were doing this thing. I guess it wasn't even all the Foo Fighters, right?
Yeah, I think it was just Grohl.
And he had done something at one certain studio in LA that they were tearing down. And it's just in this shitty, kind of office type thing. But the albums that were done there was just like Fleetwood Mac. So he went through this and he bought the mixing board, and took it to his house in Virginia. And then he brought in all the people who would record at these albums. So, like they're bringing out Rick Springfield like it's half a joke, right? And it just fucking kills. You're like, he could be in the Foo Fighters. You know what I mean? You talk about power pop. That fucking Jesse's Girl was right in the pocket. Was it?
Yeah.
Love is all right tonight. That was your first album that you...
I thought that I was buying, because I was a kid in Kansas, I thought I was buying Bruce Springsteen. I got them all mixed up,
That's so funny.
Because I think he has a song called They Call Me Bruce or something like that. But then, obviously, I fell in love with the album, so it was a happy accident.
That was like an interesting era to grow up in too, man, for a kid, because pop music was so much at the forefront then,
Yeah.
Just everybody was just coming after it one after, and I get to see
major pop stars. Major.
Yeah. Well, probably the biggest single acts, you know what I mean? Like not bands,
right?
But if you go Billy Idol, Madonna, Prince, Michael Jackson,
Cyndi Lauper,
Cyndi Lauper, they were all like their own kind of Elvis. So instead of being like the Beatles, it was almost like we went back another 25 years where it's just like a single person. And then what was always funny about that is every album would have like 5 hit songs on it.
Yeah.
So it would last longer than it used to. The album would be like in the charts for a couple of years, and everybody was just paying attention to these singles / videos.
And it really lent itself to that kind of like icon. If you were very young.
Yeah, you were
for
an
me,
icon.
I was like, how do I be Cyndi Lauper?
Yeah,
I want
right.
to dress like that. I want to look like that. I want my hair. I was just like, she was phenomenal to me.
Yeah.
She blew my mind as a
She's
kid.
still a badass.
Yeah.
She's still, she just won the Tony.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Which was on a kind of crazy, hey, this thing shouldn't even be a hit. That Kinky Boots.
It's massive. It's everywhere.
It's everywhere. Yeah. And, it really comes back to there's something, it takes about 10 things to really be a true star, you know what I mean? Like, you've got to have the voice, you've got to have the songs, then you have to have style, and then you have to do shit in interviews that make people think that you're interesting, And there's no one way about it, but there's so many skills that you have to truly pull off, to do that. And then people don't realize it because they think it's organic.
Yeah.
But you're really working at that shit all the time.
And some people are masters at it.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
They make you think, what are they doing next? What's happening with them? Where's this going? All right, Joe, I'm going to ask you right now. We're doing mixtape. You seem like you were a romantic young man.
I am quite a bit.
Did you ever make a mixtape for anybody?
I did. and every song, there's one song I've always featured on it, like Gail, and that I like to go two routes. I like to mix up the genres. So jazz, I always go with Etta James or Chet Baker. But the song I always put on, don't laugh at that. The song I always put on is Ooh La La by the Faces.
It's very, very smart. First of all, it's smart on a couple levels. Number one, I agree with you on your jazz or blues thing. There has to be something that isn't a weird train wreck in the middle of it, but it seems like, and then there's always like spoken word somewhere in mine as well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Spoken word.
There's just some spoken word out of nowhere.
But it's you speaking.
Now, here's the thing. When you did Ooh La La, right, and this is going to make all the difference to me, did you see the Wes Anderson movie first, or did you do that on your own?
I had not seen the Wes Anderson movie yet.
That makes you a very cool kid, then.
All right.
Yeah.
But it's smart, I think, because, okay, it's kind of sentimental, kind of a guy looking into his past, but it's still, kind of like I Like You still, And it's just a good song. So that's why I like it.
I don't know if I know it.
Play it
Is
up
that
a little
horrible?
bit. Yeah.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
I love this song. It's a great smart choice.
Yeah, this is good.
Thank you.
That's it. And that's like a good walking down the street song. You know what I mean?
sure
Just You're arm in arm with your baby. You
Now-
got your little doggy.
Here's a little thing here, because this is the Small Faces. People think that that's Rod Stewart. Not Rod Stewart singing that.
Who is singing it?
One of the other guys in the band, I don't know it right off the top of my head, but it was a deal where Rod didn't want to sing it. He's like, oh,
I've always wondered, I was like, this does not sound like Rod Stewart. But
Yeah.
I was so confused this whole time. I never looked it up. Smart.
This is a good one. You might, yeah.
I think that's the winner.
Better than OPP?
Yeah. Yeah, Joe didn't want to tell his lady that he's down with other people's pussy.
It wasn't my lady yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was just letting her know beforehand.
Mixed signals. That's what we'll call you from now on.
Bridget Everett live tonight and tomorrow at the Unbelievable Joe's Pub in New York City. That's the Rock Bottom show. And then, of course, anywhere in the country, you can see her special on Comedy Central, 12:30 a.m. on Comedy Central. We have all got a chance to see it, and we just love it. We think it's terrific. Do we have a winner, or do we want to try? We want to go to Dan and see what he has. I'm going to let Dan run one in, because Dan has I know that Dan probably got obsessed a couple times with women, because I can just see his obsessions.
Yeah.
He has obsessions with other things. Right now, his obsession is comedy. You ever make a mixtape for a girl?
Yeah, I did.
All right, what have you got?
Well, most of the songs I did well. I had
All right.
like the band, like Loving You Is Sweeter Than Ever. That one's a great one.
Nice.
But I screwed up because I put this Steely Dan song, Everyone's Gone to the Movies.
That is a bad choice, because it's a pedophile
It's
song.
about a child molester. It's about a child molester.
You have to be very careful with Steely Dan, because there's creepy lyrics throughout on purpose.
It's just such a nice chorus, you know.
Yeah.
I didn't hear the details. The devil's in the details. With
Yeah,
these
well, he's
songs.
saying everyone's
is.
going to the movies. Now we're alone at last. He's kind of a babysitter.
Yeah.
Right. I probably heard it 10 times before I heard, kids, if you want some fun, Mr. LaPage is your man. He's always laughing, having fun, showing his films in the den.
I like the idea of Steely Dan on a mixtape, though.
Yeah, it was good.
Because that could set you up for the jazz thing that comes later.
Right.
Sure.
Unlike Joe, I always would go back to a couple, but never singing. It would always be, one of the horn players, either Miles or Train or something.
Yeah.
Just be like, man, there's the deepness happening. I mean,
Yeah.
you're not going to get it now, but it's deep and it's.
Do you do jazz and spoken word on the same album?
Sometimes, but never one leading into the other.
Oh, okay.
Never one leading into the
You
other.
go like Tower of Power, maybe, and the little kind of
Well,
group.
I'm not going to always, Tower and Power is a backup horn section, but I just can't sit there with them alone. I like when Tower and Power is with someone.
Right.
But to just, we're listening to 8 horns. No, it's too many horns for me. I like one lonely horn. All right, speaking of Miles Davis, he covered Time After Time, And
No, really?
yeah, and it's heartbreaking. He actually had a jazz hit with it. And it's just
really
unbelievable, the emotion.
Because time after time, as is,
Yeah.
I can't not cry when it's on.
But do you do the teeth thing? Do you do the teeth thing from
Yes. But it always makes me think of my mom because her and I would sing it together.
Is that right?
Yeah.
What's the tea thing?
Well, in the video,
Yeah,
she kind of
she
did
did
like
like
a
a
little
little
tea.
time after
She was exhausted for some reason in that video. Life was so hard on Cindy. You've met her?
I've met her once. I met her, she wouldn't know, but I met her like at the AIDS walk like a couple of years ago, just really briefly. You know, like when you live in New York, you just meet all these icons and you're just sort of like,
yeah, right.
You know?
Well, she comes in here every once in a while. You should come in a day that she's here so you meet as equals, because I believe that she would love you. I believe that the act that you do and your voice and your son, that she would just fall in love
Oh
with
my
you.
God, I would shit my pants.
Yeah. I think we might get her in soon, and I'll let you know.
For sure.
Yeah.
I'll just bring her water, whatever she wants.
You just be like, I don't know whether you ever get down to Joe's Pub at all. There's a show I think you'd like to see. But that's always the one of the coolest things here of having people come in and out is that sometimes I can shove them together, you know?
That's so cool.
And
what's the craziest combination?
well, my favorite, because they started crying, is I had Ronnie Spector in, right? And
Yes.
Ronnie has done this show enough that I can say she's at least my radio friend.
Yeah, she sings one of my favorite songs of all time.
Is that right?
Yeah, Be My Baby.
Yeah.
You know, I was just, I just heard that song when I was up at the Montreal Jazz Festival, and just it was like kind of a cabaret singer just dropped into that, and all these people just started slow dancing outside. It was it was like one of those moments where you're like, summer means so much more than these Canadians than it does anyone. You know what I mean?
They're just holding
need it.
on.
But so she was in here, and Annie Lennox came in to say hi.
That's a 1-2 punch.
Yeah. Now the thing is, Ronnie, because of the horrible stuff that happened in her life, she doesn't know how many people love her. I think now she's learning because the show's back out on the road and she's getting it. But she was, basically locked away for 18 years or something by the crazy Phil Spector. So she was amazed that Annie knew who she was. And then Annie,
You're kidding? That is
yes,
incredible.
Isn't that nuts? And then of course Annie's like, "No, you're one of the,
Yeah.
So they just sat here and like they ignored that we were on the radio. They were just like crying and jumping up and down. And I was just like, there's so much feminine energy I must pass out on. And by the way, masculine energy, because Annie Lennox is like a Viking king, just amazing.
She really is.
But that was like so cool, because I always love when Ronnie catches on that she's first of all, she's beloved by people who came after her, but also the people that are of the same time as her. Just literally.
I mean, she is the best. She is the
Is there a
best.
documentary about her or anything? Or
I don't. First of all, that would be a remarkable idea. Somebody should leap all over that, because there's stuff like when she went to England. It's like the Beatles and Stones were opening for her. Like they were her opening acts, right?
Wow.
And they fell in love with her. Like,
not only did they fall in love, but if you go and look at the Stones, right? They looked one way one day. Then they meet Ronnie Spector and they come to New York. They start to all look like Ronnie Spector. They basically started to dress like her, to look like her, and
incorporate that sound too, like that.
Yeah.
With the backup singers, and there was this like that same sweetness and sexiness mixed together, like they were doing.
Yeah, like if you look at Time Is on My Side, Ronnie Spector could have done that song in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
She could have covered that song in a heartbeat.
And she still sounds great. I think she's on Bette Midler's album, right?
Yeah, she
sounds great.
Yeah, she sounds fantastic. She always does a Christmas show in the city, and she's just,
I gotta see that.
Yeah, she's just terrific, man. She's just one of those people to me that's always like a real touchstone. And that song maybe is, Be My Baby, maybe as good as the rock thing ever got.
I think
in
it's
its life.
one of the best, most well written, performed, and and songs of all time, like for sure top 5.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I think.
Yeah, and well, that was one of the things that they, with the Beach Boys, that Brian Wilson was driving down the road, hears that song, starts crying, pulls over, is like, I don't know what to do with my life. Then he goes home and writes an answer song, Don't Worry Baby, tried to give it to her, and Phil Spector was like, fuck, you know what I mean? You
What
don't.
a monster!
Yeah. I mean, he was so paranoid because, and she said, Ronnie said to me before, he's like, he thought everybody wanted to be with me. And I'm like, well, he was right about that.
For sure.
You know what I mean? That suddenly there's this hot Puerto Rican girl who sings, and looks like you. But it was true, but he could not kind of share her thing with the world. It's almost like some evil, myth that you would hear. You know what I mean? Like you would take the beauty away and hide her in this tower. It's just so sad. But at the same time, Springsteen has written about her. Billy Joel wrote songs about her. Yeah. People just are in love with her. Eddie Money wrote stuff about
Eddie
her.
Money did?
Yeah. What was that?
Just like Ronnie said.
Oh, that's of
my
course.
little baby. Yeah.
But can you imagine, like, to be that thing where you're the power, but then you're also the muse. Not everybody gets to be both.
Yeah.
You're either the artist or the muse, and she's like one of the few that is both. Joni Mitchell was both.
I was just gonna say, Joni Mitchell definitely had both of those qualities. Like, she was her own powerful thing, but she like melted people around her, I think.
Yeah.
Melted them. Like went through the men of her generation like a hot knife through butter. Well, remember when David Crosby was just in here not too long ago.
Yeah.
So he's like, he would write a song and he'd be like, seriously, good songs I was writing. And then because he's like, she was my old lady at the time, and then I would go home and like I wrote this song, and she goes, "Oh, cool! I wrote these 5," and it would just crush him. But this is the thing with her too. Is like she ended up with Graham Nash, and those guys were like, "Okay, we each got to be with Joni. That's cool."
They can't deny you your time.
Yeah.
But like, how cool to be able to say later in life that Joni Mitchell was your old lady. Right? Like, I want to be able to say that. She's my old lady.
Well, Graham wrote Our House about her. That song, which is like phenomenal, was literally about the time. And, I think it was always like the clock was ticking. Do you know what I mean? Like, you better get your shit in here quick because she's, moving around with other stuff.
I feel like I'm getting a whole history lesson today. I love it.
You should. But this is why I want you to
love
come
it.
in.
It's so great.
When some of these people come in, believe me, you should come in and hang out with us because the stuff that we get to discuss with them is phenomenal. Incredible? Yeah.
Wow.
It's just crazy. Bridget Everett special is tomorrow night on Comedy Central. This one, of course, it's funny, but the music's great. And then I'm not giving it away, but there's at least 2 physical things that take place in this that had me screaming. It had me screaming. Comedy Direct to buy the special online as well. And then you can catch her at Joe's Pub in New York City, 9:30 tonight and tomorrow. That's the Rock Bottom shows. And you're also in Trainwreck with Amy Schumer, who... I really think this is shaping up to be her summer, too.
Oh, for sure. I think it's going to be a huge hit. It's a great movie.
Well, there's so many great people in it, and Apatow is behind it and loving it. And, I've read things already where people are saying they think it's Apatow's best movie.
Really?
Yeah. Bridget, great to see you, darling. We're going to see you again soon, okay?
Anytime.
All right. And we'll be right back. This is Bennington. I heard Chris Stanley in here talking a little bit earlier today. Is that right, Chris? You were talking with people. You were talking about vodka.
Yeah,
you were talking about Tito's vodka.
Tito Beverage, and his brand.
Well,
Tito's vodka.
You call it a brand. I don't. I call it a lifestyle. I say a man who's taken his life and given it over so that the rest of the world can enjoy great vodka. You know what I call that?
What's that?
An American saint. I honestly believe in America we have secular saints. people who make the world better for other people. People who can show you how to live, how to take the next step, how to be in the moment. I see Tito Beveridge as one of those people. I don't see him as somebody that you sit like Chris does and just takes a paper and reads off a bunch of facts. Because here's the one fact. There was a man. A man who did not want to let life happen to him. He wanted to change the world that he was in. Not just with a great product, but with a great company. And that's what happened with Tito's. And that's when you look at Tito's vodka. Is it a great vodka to drink? Yeah, obviously it is. But it's also a great lifestyle to emulate. How a man can start with nothing. How a man could not even have a background in that business, but study it. From a chemistry point of view, one piece after a time, making the vodka better than it was earlier. Then, from a marketing point of view, how do you get out to the people? How does it get in the stores, into the bars? And then the next point of view. How do you create a website that has songs, vodka, a place for people to go, a community of like-minded people?
Recipes.
Let me ask you this. You know, we sit around and said, can this happen in America? Well, we just saw it. What's one of the things that do it? Maybe it's Austin, Texas. Maybe it's the fact that in Austin, Texas, they like to keep it weird. They don't understand, oh, you shouldn't build a movie studio in Austin, Texas, and yet they've done it. You are in Austin, Texas. You shouldn't have a great rock and roll festival every year. Wait, they've done it. Film festival, they've done it. No wonder if you turn around and look at something like that, a guy like Tito Beveridge, whether you know him or not, just the fact that he can do what he's doing makes it easier for other people to do what he's doing. Think about that the next time you're looking for a vodka, because you're not just buying the vodka. You're buying the dream. And one man's dream becomes every man's dream. There's a little girl somewhere who could sit, look at that story and said, wait, what if I did this with a different product? Could I sit around and map my whole life?
Tito's handmade vodka is distilled 6 times from 100% corn and is naturally gluten-free. Visit us at titosvodka.com for recipes, songs, and more. 40% alcohol by volume, handcrafted to be savored responsibly.
Is she a sweetheart? We're going to keep the sweethearts coming along. We're on Funches in just a few moments. Hey, we brought this up a couple times. It's blowing up on people's Facebooks because they're sharing this with each other. We were talking about Amy Schumer's movie coming out. There is a piece up on the iBang called The Washington Post writer who accused Amy Schumer of racism, never saw her stand-up or TV show. Her friend Bridget Everett couldn't believe it. Drove her crazy. Hey, do you have Bridget's email?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Make sure you send her that and tell her we're going to try to get her in, you know, when we get some of her rock heroes in here, because I love that Bridge part of it.
Mm-hmm.
But get this out to people, you know, comics, just, you know, people who like to see how the world works a little bit. Pass it around a little bit. Because I hated that attack on Amy, and to see what the iBang did, exposing the fact that the person had never once saw her show or her stand-up is incredible to me.
All of it completely out of context and
everything out of context.
Information about who she is as an artist. It's pretty.
Ron
crazy.
Funches on his way in. You've written a song for him? Let's take a listen, Joe. Is that your theme song? I had no
love
idea
it.
that.
I thought that's just, is that charting on the pop charts?
Yeah.
I believe so.
I love it.
All right, I just got a text. I believe that just won a Grammy.
Wow.
No. Remember who did that joke?
Who did it?
Chris?
Lisa Lampanelli?
No.
Judah Freelander.
Judah Freelander.
There we go.
Headed for the Judah Freelander song. How you doing, man? It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
I am concerned about your TV show going live every week. That seems like madness.
Oh, I'm glad someone's saying it.
Are you worried about it at all? Are you thinking that could be like an intense amount of work?
Yes. Yeah, it will be. I'm not worried about it being an intense amount of work. It will be an intense amount of work, which is why I'm going on vacation first. But I'm really excited about it. I mean, it's been really fun to do, and I think all of us have been just kind of like enjoying to kind of see the tide turn on the show from people kind of dismissing it to people starting to find it and enjoy it. And I feel like the best part of our shows has always been the live tapings. That's what we'd always tell people, that if you really want to see what the show is about, come to the live taping. And I think this is going to give us the best chance to showcase that. And either people will really like it or they won't, and then we can go do something else. So it's nice to know that we'll be on in the fall. It'll be the best chance we have to really succeed and know if this show is a hit or if we need to go and do something else. And it's nice to just know that.
Well, the fact that you got so many stand-ups on the show goes to show that people know how to walk out live. You know what I mean? To be live. But do you allow yourself to think about how many people are watching you do this? Or
no, I mean, I'm just usually just focused on trying to make sure I don't like messing up lines. I like staying in character. I don't like breaking. So I just try to focus on that, and it becomes really hard when you know you can't mess up once, cause I never had an issue with a second take, it was fine for me. But I'm really excited about it. I think it's going to be unique, and that I like that. And then it's going to force us to kind of, make the sets, keep in the like smaller sets and make it more of an old school type of show.
Right.
Which I love. Like those are my favorite type of shows.
What shows do you like?
Like my favorite show of all time is I Love Lucy.
Yeah.
So like if we can do simple things like that are just joke based.
Were they doing that show live? Were any of those shows even in the 50s?
No, I don't think. I mean, they were taped live, of course, but they didn't do actual live episodes. They did. I mean, live TV they used to do a lot more before. I think like Gracie Allen did a lot of live stuff, and I know the show Rock did a live season,
a whole season. Mm-hmm. I knew that it did episodes. I never knew that it was a whole live season.
I Love Lucy, though, had a feeling of being like a live show. There was something about that show, and I don't know if it was like the slapsticky nature of it, but there was a lot more of a presence, I feel, of the audience.
And I always liked it that, like, when Ricky wasn't in a scene, that you could hear him laughing.
Well, Ricky was the guy who invented the 3-camera concept. He was the producer of that show, and he was the first guy who set up camera here, camera there, camera over here, moving, and no one had done that before, and it's basically no one's come up with a better concept for sitcoms since then.
That's the platform that everyone is still the same model.
It's funny because that Ricky was one of those guys that they thought, oh, he was lucky to find Lucy, but he was apparently pretty smart in a lot of different ways. Some of it business related, and of course being a big Cuban music guy, when that was the kind of sophisticated music of that era.
Right.
It's
they
weird.
Were a power couple.
Yeah, they were a giant power couple. And then, when they broke off like that, I think he still had a ton of TV shows that he produced, like really big shows.
Sitcoms as well?
Yeah, I mean, if you look it up, Chris, I think it was like real Beverly Hillbillies, Danny Thomas type hit shows.
My favorite Lucy fact is that her studio, when she was in charge of it, she greenlit Star Trek.
Oh, is that right?
Wow. I have never heard that.
Yes, not only is she responsible for one of the greatest comedies of all time, she's responsible for one of the greatest sci-fi shows of all time.
I had no idea that one. That's cool. Chris, what were some of the shows he had?
He produced Land's End, The Mothers-in-Law, The Untouchables, The Ann Southern Show, The Texan, The Fountain of Youth, and the rest was I Love Lucy related stuff. Like I Love Lucy Christmas shows.
So he had like 6 or 7 shows going pretty much the same time. It's amazing. Well, I guess once you're there in the early days,
right,
you got a leg up on everybody. You know what I mean?
I'm pretty much the only guy who knows how to do this. So.
There's only 3 channels.
Ron, you're going to be up in Montreal, right?
No.
You're not doing Montreal this year.
I'm not. I'm going to take this year off, mostly because I've been there a lot of years in a row, and I did an hour last year. I didn't want to come back unless I had another full hour. And I don't. It's about halfway there. And then I was like, I'm going to go on vacation, and because I never have, and I'm going to go to Paris with my girlfriend.
That sounds fantastic.
Yeah, we're real excited.
Well, Montreal gives you a nice little idea of how Paris is going to be. So you walk around and people are talking French.
Mini Paris.
Just eat poutine.
Where did you grow up? You were a Portland guy?
Yeah, I grew up Chicago originally, started comedy in Portland. Went to Portland as a teenager. I love Portland. It's one of my favorites.
Is that home to you? Where's home?
Home is where I live, which is LA right now. I'm really enjoying where I live. I just always try to just be present. Like, I don't really care. Wherever I'm at is good. I have friends in a lot of different places, so I don't care. But I love Portland, I love Chicago, and I love LA.
Did you start doing comedy in Portland? Is that where you started?
Yeah. Started there at Harvey's Comedy Club, which is a horrible place. Nobody enjoys. I like that I can say that with no repercussions.
No one's going to call and disagree.
Nope.
Yeah. I'm going to do something with an Unmasked thing with Chris up at Montreal this year. He's, everything's happening for him as well right now. But where do you like to go when you're in Montreal? Where are your spots? Because the whole gang's going up.
I just like to really, this was where every time I went, I was super single, and all the girls are so pretty.
Yeah.
So I would just chase girls all over the place, really, because they all look like models. And you're like, whoa, you're like, you work at the gas station. Like, you could be a model.
Yeah.
It's crazy over there.
Yeah.
So I would just do that and eat food. I didn't really go to any places. I'd really legitimately just chase girls from place to place.
Well, there's still a place, Montreal is still a place where there's a lot of gentlemen's clubs.
Yeah.
Gentlemen's clubs.
Yes.
Not dives. But you've been to Montreal a lot.
I have, yeah. And I've been to a gentleman's club in Montreal.
Really?
Yeah.
How was that for you?
It was pretty weird because it was my first time being in a gentleman's club. And I thought, in my mind, I kind of just thought that I was just going to sit there and, whatever, and, have a drink and a smoke but it was all the attention and all the eyes were on me. And I was like, whoa, I did not think I was going to be, I don't know why I didn't think I was going to be the only woman who wasn't performing there.
Right.
And then immediately all the women started to gravitate towards me.
Sure.
And I'm like, I want to go because I don't want to be a prop. I just wanted to sit here and have a drink and be like, oh, this is a cool experience.
What part of town were you in?
It was the downtown area. Yeah. I can't remember what that exact neighborhood is called, but it's that big strip downtown where there's tons of nightclubs and bars.
You got to put that whole list together for my guys because, Chris is going to be busy. I'm past all that. But those two young buckaroos, they want to run the town.
Yeah, all day.
You're really convincing.
Yeah. I will tell you something about Montreal. Always great street food there.
Oh, yeah.
You could stop.
Yeah.
Meatloaf sandwiches.
Yeah.
They have great meatloaf sandwiches.
Well,
I'd say get a meatloaf sandwich and find yourself a prostitute.
In that order. You want to have something on your stomach first. So you don't even think they could pick up a nice girl. They'd have to find a prostitute.
Yeah, I just feel like they should just, know their level. just go ahead, do it. Just get it over with.
What are you guys looking to do? What's the first thing you're looking to do?
Oh boy! Aside from the airport, probably go to a nice I mean, it's just for laughs. Go to comedy shows.
Okay, that's seriously, that's the zero way. That's your job that you'll be doing up there.
That sentence took way too long. For him to get to it
right. We all knew
before he stumbled on the comedy show.
The road trip segment is presented by Wyndham Hotels and Resorts, Wyndham Grand, Wyndham Garden. Earn up to 2,000 Wyndham Reward bonus points when you book at Wyndham.com. Terms and conditions apply. There's a Wyndham waiting.
Shout out Wyndham.
Shout out Wyndham.
That's in the copy.
When I went up there, I remember, and this was years ago, so I don't know how this place is now, but I remember that there was a place called Funches Electrique.
What's
Funches Electrique? And it was like a bar, music venue. I think it was like multi-level. And when you're in New York, bars are small.
Right.
And I had never, and that was all my bar experience was always New York City. And small concert venues. So it was like weird that it was a place that's like playing punk rock music, but it was like massive.
Right.
Huge. And I was like, this is weird. It's like a nightclub, but not club music. And it was very weird. It reminded me of like Funches Electrique.
Funches? I like the way.
I've been there.
I like the way everyone speaks French to you until you start to speak English, and then they speak English to you.
And they're like, oh, okay.
Oh, all right. See, that's where we're at.
You're like, okay, so you're a lower level. I'll go down there.
The last time I was up, I went to a cigar place, right? Nice cigar bar. It was very quiet. And I said, I want to buy Cubans because I'm an American here.
Right.
And the woman says to me, we only sell Cubans. And I felt like, seriously, like I should have a straw hat on, just the big reed in my mouth. Hi, you gotta have Cuban cigars because I'm stupid. I literally felt like, of course you only have
Why would we have any other
Cubans.
kind of cigar?
Yeah. Chris, what are you? You a gambler up there? What do you do for fun?
Oh, well, first of all, in the park Montreal, there's just dance parties going on in the park. And then you can get whatever you want, like smoke or whatever. You can get plenty of weed.
Jesus, Chris.
Come on.
But there are dance parties constantly in the park, and it's just free, and people just partying and having a great time. And that's just in the park.
Yeah, it's really a great week. I love it. I love Montreal. I love it, and I'm not going.
You're
That's
not going.
Okay.
You're going to be in Paris, and here's the great thing. We'll all be hearing French, no matter what we do. You'll be hearing authentic French, because, the French people, they see the people of Montreal as like their sweet kind of cousins, but they don't think they really speak French. Right. Now, they love the fact that they won't give up French. You know what I mean? But I also found this out. Most of the French pop stars, like people who sing in France, are French Canadians. That more French Canadians have hit songs in France and Belgium than people from France. I don't know.
Is it that they have a closer, touch to the pulse of American music, or
maybe
is
more
it like when a lady's mixed race, so she's exotic?
Oh yeah, maybe that's part of
French
it.
And they're like, oh, they do the French, but there's a little accent.
There could be. Well, what's her name? The big pop star that even broke down here that sang on Titanic.
Celine Dion.
Celine Dion is French Canadian, but I think it might be that they have the North American drive. They push where the French people themselves are incredibly not in a hurry to do anything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They take off August. The entire country is like, we should take off August.
I like that. That's a horrible month.
Yeah.
Just get rid of it. I've been just really lobbying to get rid of the hours between 2 and 5 p.m. Just cut them out.
Who needs
a lobby? You're going out there
pushing for it.
Yeah. What's your problem with between 2? And by the way, we're coming up on the worst part of your day.
Yeah. Ugh.
Fast approaching.
I think I just wake up, I'm ready to go, and then by after lunch, I'm just I'm done.
Yeah.
And then let's get this nighttime rolling. But I still have this between 2 and 5 in my way.
Well, they were in Mexico and all early on, 2 and 5, nap time. Italy,
Yeah.
I think, even takes a long lunch, right?
They do. They take a very long lunch. They barely have breakfast. They have a very long lunch, and then long dinner as well. They enjoy themselves.
Yeah. Because I think when I'm up anywhere in Quebec, it's the only time that I feel like you're out of the country. Like when you're in Ontario or Toronto, it doesn't feel like you're out of the country.
Right.
When you're in Quebec, and I love the fact that immediately, even if you're driving there, it's immediately in French. They do not, you know what I mean? They're like, okay, everything's changed. Try to figure it out. Where if you're in a place that speaks English, it's the same country in a lot of ways. It's Jim Carrey and Mike Myers are from Toronto. You know what I mean? I mean, they're us.
Yeah. They also have a biodome, which they pronounce a biodome.
I like that
Montreal.
they say pardon. I've taken that.
Oh, yeah, is that right? Pardon?
Instead of excuse me. Excuse me comes at you so hard.
Yeah.
With that X. So I'm just like, pardon.
Pardon. Well, that's, I always like that too when you can pick up little things and you're like, all right, this little lifestyle is enough for me to bring back to my house. It's like when people come back from Tokyo, they're always like, you know what, I'm going to rock a kimono from this point on.
That's what I'm going to do.
I loved it.
It's so comfortable.
I was so free.
There are things that immediately, like your friends will get mad at you, like, what are you doing with these kind of teacups? But you should. That's what life should be about, picking stuff up.
And you know what? Everyone take your shoes off. That's what I learned over there.
I don't know why
Get in a
anybody would keep their shoes on.
We should have a rule of the studio. Everyone takes their shoes off.
I'm in.
This is a comfortable zone.
And I also say we get rid of 2 to 5. I'm going to follow Ron.
No shoes, 2 to 5. You're out of here.
Ron is...
Kimonos for everybody.
By the way, Ron Funches is one of the greatest stand-ups working today. And I don't say that lightly. You're at Caroline's Comedy Club, which is so great. We were just there yesterday for the Jim Gaffigan and Jeannie Gaffigan interview. And they took us through how difficult it is to put together your own TV show. Mm-hmm. And by the time they were done, I was like, this is something I don't think I'd ever want to do.
Yeah.
It's too hard, and people are too mean.
Yeah. I've had some ideas and I want to start doing that. But working with Kroll on the Kroll show really taught me that, seeing him and seeing how much you have to fight and how the hours are and all the notes you get and how you have to hold on to your vision. All it really taught me was like, when I want to do a show, it has to be an idea that's so important to me that I won't give up.
Like it's literally like your baby.
Yeah.
Like the way you would fight to keep your baby alive is what you have to be willing to do. But isn't it kind of great to know that you're doing a show, it's a network show, and someone else has to fight those battles?
It is good. Yeah. It is good. I mean, it's really, I love the show. That's what I love about it, is the fact that we get so much ownership of the material and being able to pitch jokes and being able to tweak jokes. Mm-hmm. And it really works hand in hand with all the writers. And at the same time, not having to fight those battles with the network. Yeah. It's really the best of both worlds. I get to learn so much from working with Bill. And just also stay in my lane and just try to be a good actor instead of, trying to do the whole thing.
But someday you would.
Yes.
Maybe there'll be an opportunity.
Yeah, I have a couple ideas. Definitely won't say a bunch, because I feel like if I had a bunch, I'd be willing to kill a few of those. I have 2 or 3 that I want to make sure get made, and I want to make sure get made correctly. And I hope that, that'll happen. That's what I'm working towards.
I think, to me, the big idea that's never been done, and I'd love to see this, is just a guy working in a toll booth, but everybody who comes through is funny. That's just 22 minutes of funny, quick exchanges. Now, that would burn out within the pilot episode.
Sure. I do understand why it's not made.
Yeah.
Now, is the toll booth operator a straight man then? Like everyone else is crazy
no,
and funny?
No, he could be gay or bi. That's not my decision. That's not my... See, that's one of the things.
Right.
But yeah, I think it would be funny to have someone really dry there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just somebody in that position that would be dry. Chris, you ever have a big idea for a TV show?
I always thought it'd be a good as a faux reality show where you put you put people in a Home Depot and they have to what?
We're enjoying. We're enjoying.
And then they fight to the death.
So
with all the tools.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
See,
it lends itself to a.
What you have? Your idea is not for a TV show; it's for a crime. That can't happen.
Okay, new one.
No.
Right. Oh,
that's your one.
Yes, it's a Walmart, and rapes take place.
All right, it's about a crew of guys, right? And they're thieves, they're robbers, but they don't steal money. All they do is they go around the country, they rob Starbucks and Panera Breads, and they just take people's cell phones and their laptops, and they never take any money, and they just flip the laptops and the cell phones.
So much more work.
No.
Yeah,
look,
way more work.
You go into the Starbucks, and there's like 30 laptops there. They're all MacBooks. They're all like $2,000 a shot.
Yeah. This is just an idea for a crime.
Yeah, it's a bigger crime and more work. It's what you're telling me.
And also, no one's packing heat.
By the way, did you see that Panera Bread video where the guy knocks out the girl that's working for him? It's insane. They had some kind of fight. The manager and one of the girls who worked there
knocks out an employee?
Yeah. Well, I think she was just quitting, and he gave her something to leave with.
Oh,
and
no.
Is this around here, right, Chris?
Yeah, it's right around.
Oh, they already pulled it? Yeah, Panera Bread probably doesn't want that out.
Like, what?
They're not into that.
Managers will beat the shit out of you.
See, now you'll think twice before trying to pull a caper at a Panera Bread.
I don't know. Someone will have a gun.
Dan, I saw you. Dan's a young writer. Do you have an idea for a TV show?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
What's your big idea?
My favorite one. Okay, so I've been telling this to everyone I know. All right, so it's about a young girl, 20-somethings. She's trying to make it in the big city, right? She tries to balance her career. She's an intern at a hot fashion mag. Her love life, dating is no picnic in 2015, and her wacky family. Her dad is international terrorist Osama bin Laden. Been there, done that.
That's the name of it?
That's the title, yeah.
Why has it been there, done that?
With a B-I-N, right?
B-I-N, because
been there.
Oh. Been there.
Been yeah, it's like Bin Laden. It's a lot like Bin Laden.
So, it's just a Muslim.
I want to give you a couple notes.
Yeah.
One of the things,
I'm all ears.
his daughters wouldn't actually be able to freely date the way that you're talking about.
Well,
they'll be covered up.
Well, she
that's one of the problems.
No, see, you got to think outside the box. She's just a white girl, so she's kind of
Why
like
is she just a white girl?
What do you? Because he had a lot of wives and kids all over. And
yeah, but he didn't have any wives in Cincinnati. He had Muslim wives.
But this is the fiction.
We're suspending our disbelief.
We're hopping out of reality here and into a beautiful world.
Is all of this just based on the pun "been there"?
Yeah, I feel like you started with "been there, done that."
That's the only thing you care about.
No, and then it flashes back to when she was a kid and she was like embarrassed. She's like, "Daddy."
That part I like.
Yeah.
That part I like.
Got it.
When she's embarrassed. Okay. Like 9/11 is like so embarrassing.
Okay, so you should have opened with that. You should have opened with that. That's how you hook someone.
Well, yeah. Yeah, it's mostly there.
All right. Well, so far yours are better than Stanley's. That's for sure.
I don't know about that. I like the Home Depot one.
Oh, we'll maybe go for a feature instead of a TV show.
Well,
because that room is fucking.
He
I'm
just
killing.
laughs in your face like it's the dumbest thing he's ever heard. These are the people that are supposed to respect you.
I know.
If you're executive producer.
I think they enjoyed it. They thought it was a good idea. Move it to movies instead of TV.
Yeah. TV's too small of a medium for you.
Thank you, Ron.
What about a miniseries?
All right.
Bring one of those back.
Yeah, like North and South.
Yeah, North and South, that shit.
All right, sounds good.
By the way, I was on the north side.
Okay, rebel. All right. I got to get out of here.
Oh, by the way, as we're doing that, they're just taking down the flag in South Carolina at the same time that the soccer girls are getting to see the keys to the city.
It's a great day for the U.S.
And, the mayor broke thing this time. He rode in the parade, and the mayor has never done that. He's supposed to be waiting for the parade to get there, but he decided to get on and just start waving like, we did it. Don't ask me how, but we won. What if you found out that these girls are getting the key to the city? They just come and open up your door tonight.
I'd be pissed.
I'd love that if the keys of the city really worked.
Yeah,
that would be great.
They open every lock in the city.
Anywhere you want to go.
Yeah, except for Panera Bread. That's the only place. All right, Joe, you got one? You're leaning forward. You're excited?
Okay, yeah. It's about the Battle of Gettysburg, right?
This is a TV show?
Yeah, it's a TV show.
A series that's about the Battle of Gettysburg.
Yeah, it's about the Battle of Gettysburg, and it happens progressively throughout the day. It's kind of like 24 Jack Bauer. Yes, there's a Jack Bauer type. Is there one on the South for the Confederates? Yes. There also is another type.
So, hold on. You're just saying one of those Civil War reenactments?
Yeah, but for Gettysburg.
That goes on for an entire...
Yeah, but like 24.
Right.
The show, how did the Civil War, how did Gettysburg start? Not enough shoes for the South. They heard the North had shoes. They
That
won't
didn't
go
start
up there.
for that reason.
Oh, slavery.
Oh, yeah, slavery.
Yeah.
This isn't school, by the way, where you have to start lying.
All right. I still think the best show is Key to the City.
Yeah, Key to the City.
This is
Go and open up any lock in town. It's Key to the City.
So many adventures.
Yeah.
And like every world is different.
Yeah.
Key to the City.
Yeah, no matter what, it's always a new city, more keys.
I feel like 70% of the show is just walking in on people watching TV.
Hey.
Oh, okay.
It's still the women's soccer team, so they're the ones with the key to the city, walking in on.
Yeah, until they age out on us. So, let's face it, they're peaking. I mean,
you got 4 months, ladies.
Now the workout stops and the partying begins. Champ fat. That is a real thing. That after you win the title, you get champ fat.
Yeah.
And you're no longer ready to go. Yeah.
Yeah, because you're supposed to lay around and be in stud like a horse.
By the way, what are they doing with the Triple Crown winner? Is he going to run again, or is he?
They've been saying they're going to run him again, and that they've already sold the breeding rights for like $20 million to some other company. So that guy's the guy who owns.
That seems small.
For a
$20 million
for a Triple Crown winner. Yeah, it seems crazy. And it's crazy they're going to race him again.
That's what I was thinking. I thought that they would immediately retire him and then stud him out.
But here's the deal. I think rather than stud him out traditionally, they just save the semen. They basically are
That's
pumping.
not fair to him putting in all that work.
I know. Nothing's ever been fair to an animal, ever.
That's true. I want him to get his, though.
Yeah.
Imagine him and just a bunch of other, horses in bikinis.
What's her name? Like, hey, don't worry.
Hey, ladies. The champ.
Did you ever see what happens there where they actually build a ramp to help him have sex?
Yeah, it's pretty.
And then it's a short.
Oh, yeah, they don't.
He's push, come is the name
Right.
of that horse. Yeah, push, come. He can't last long, ladies and gentlemen. Man, we've had an exciting year of sports, haven't we? Had that. We had the World Soccer working out for us. No one gave a parade for that horse, though.
No, that horse just got looked over.
By you.
Depressing.
Yeah, you're the only one who didn't pay attention to him. The rest of us went
I was
crazy.
calling it.
You got to go over to Caroline's and see Ron work. He's so damn funny.
Come on over.
So comfortable on stage that sometimes you feel like it's almost nap time before you laugh. This is really nice and quiet. And hey, that was hilarious.
Yeah, if you're sleepy, come on in. Wear some pajamas. Get you tucked in. And you take an Uber home. It'll be great.
A nice Uber home. You can Uber in Paris if you want to now.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you can Uber everywhere in the world.
Oh, I love that.
There was a riot in Paris because of the Uber drivers, the taxi drivers.
Right.
Yeah.
Went insane and started busting up the cars.
Taxi drivers hate Uber.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, well, then stop acting like you don't know what a debit card is.
Maybe we should run Funches for public office. It
Yeah,
seems
he's
like
got a lot of great ideas.
he's got great ideas, and he's ready to stick with them and see them through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a very few ideas, but I like them.
We'll get rid of 2 to 5 and debit cards in the cabs.
2 to 5 is already dead to me.
Is that right?
Yeah. I love this idea.
Thank you.
Let's do this every day at 2 o'clock. We just yell at 6 o'clock. Let's get ready to go out.
Party time.
Yeah, let's get our shower on, and then we hit the streets. You know what? I think if enough people did it, it could happen.
Yeah.
It could just, there'll be a tipping point. It's like marijuana in Denver. No one ever thought that would happen. But as soon as it got to that point, now you can't imagine that they could take it away. You know?
Just like the work day. The length of the work day is only because we're all pushing ourselves, to do that.
It's way too
if we all
long.
just say, hey, let's take it back a little
You
bit.
go to work and you get a good amount of sleep like you're supposed to. What's left?
See, the thing is, if they said to everybody, look, you can get out at 2 every day if you bust your ass, I think people would do it.
Yeah.
You know?
And then straight to 6.
I don't know. What if we just all slept in? What if we just say that the day doesn't start till noon?
Yeah.
I feel like that would start me getting depressed.
Would you really?
I would get a little depressed at the end. I feel like my breakfast would change. And I like having it how it is. I want to get up early. I don't have a problem with that. I want to get up early, and then I want to be done at 2, and then the rest of my day is my day.
Your breakfast is the most important meal of the day, guy, though?
Yeah.
I'm the same way. I believe in a breakfast. And when I'm with people who are like, I can't eat, I'm like, I don't know if we can be friends anymore.
Yeah. Because you're throwing me off.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then
When you're
you're
with
going to be
people-
cranky in a couple hours.
Yeah.
And not even know why.
Yeah, you're not going to know that your blood sugar has been destroyed. Chris, you're a guy who dodges breakfast, right?
Rarely eat breakfast, yeah. Rarely.
You look so healthy, though.
Thanks, Ron. I used to have a cigarette.
I love how you
Yeah, I was giggling.
Your staff has no respect for you. They're just dying.
They're dicks. The staff are dicks. That's what's happening.
First there's Blink 182, and now everything since.
I know.
You lost them early on today. Now you get up, first thing, have a cigarette.
Yeah, have a cigarette.
Start coughing?
No, yeah. When I get out of the subway, then I start that second cigarette, then that's when the coughing starts.
Oh, so you have a system.
Yeah, definitely.
To clear out your smoker's lung.
Yeah, and then maybe a
Every day.
Red Bull to, get it all going.
Oh,
and then
man.
you have a couple of cigarettes out front.
Yeah,
with
no,
us.
I'll chain smoke a few cigarettes around 10 a.m., 10, 11.
So
And we
Red
still
Bull.
haven't had a meal at this point.
Yeah. So when is first meal on a normal day?
I'd say 6 o'clock.
At night.
Yes.
Okay,
It's
that is
madness.
not healthy.
Mm-mm.
Says who?
Me
Life.
right now.
Yeah, just general.
Doctors.
Can I have your stuff in a couple years?
There's not much to have, Rod. This shirt's about it.
I like it.
Seriously, it is a great shirt.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's not kid with that. So every night, 6 o'clock is the first thing that you eat.
Yeah.
And what is that normally?
I'd say some dollar pizza or some pizza. There's a new $1.50 pizza spot around here.
So it must be really good.
Oh,
if
yeah.
They added the extra 50 cents. Look at your stuff.
Classy.
Your stuff is just happening in your
Yeah.
face.
You know what? All three can go to hell.
So it's slice of pizza.
Mhm.
What do you drink with that?
I'll have a Coke.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then what? When's the next meal?
When's second meal?
Second meal might be around 11, maybe, or so.
And what would that normally be?
Yeah, when your metabolism's going. Well, you need that fuel.
What's? Oh, they're laughing.
Hey, Joe, kiss my ass.
All right, relax. Just ignore them and their laughter.
Yeah.
And their pointing.
Yeah.
So what would your second 11 o'clock meal be?
Second meal might be, sometimes I get like White Castle cheeseburgers, but in the frozen section. So I put those in the freezer, and maybe I'll have a couple of those in the evening. What?
So, no, I'm not saying anything. I'm saying you thaw out some White Castles.
Yeah.
And then you eat
We're
10.
still looking for a vegetable of any type.
A vegetable, a fruit.
Diced onions on those White Castle cheeseburgers. I like-
Frozen diced onions.
Yeah, and maybe a pickle.
So that is your normal thing.
Yeah.
So just 2 meals.
Yeah, 2 meals.
6 and 11 usually.
And then 6 and 11. And then when does the alcohol and pills start?
On the weekends.
Okay. So you're just a weekend drinker and partier.
Yeah, because I've switched to just the weekends.
Oh, you forced yourself to do that. Yes.
Well, that's a start.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You know who never says I'm only drinking on the weekend?
Who's that?
People who aren't alcoholics.
Oh.
Right.
They never have to make a deal with themselves.
They just drink on the weekends if they want to.
I'm doing better now.
Yeah. Anytime you hear people say like, I have 2 beers and then a water, 2 beers, and you're like, you're fighting the fact of what you are.
Water, fucking, that's a crazy.
Well, they try to
ratio.
break it. They
Right.
try to break it up a little bit so
Because they know
don't-
that they will just
Yeah.
pound beers.
Yeah, so they're not screaming at a bride or whatever embarrassing things that are going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
They've learned from it. Well, you might want to make a couple changes, Chris. I'm not going to tell you. Yeah.
Lifestyle changes?
Yeah.
It's a couple. You're almost there.
Yeah, almost there. Yeah, you are.
I'm feeling good now. I'm feeling good admitting all these terrible things I do.
Just put Ron's name on that shirt. And I'm going to go look at a couple other things.
know.
Yeah, let everybody know. We're all going to get something, so stop fighting. Coming up in just a few minutes, it's our Unmasked with Jim and Jeannie Gaffigan. Over on the iBang, I think there's an interesting story you should send out to all your friends that the Washington Post writer who accused Amy Schumer of racism never saw her stand-up or TV show. It's a pretty fascinating story. She made a joke about Mexican men and everybody ran with it, but then you find out her accuser never saw the context that the joke was in. It's stunning, actually.
It's classic. All it really means is that she's blowing up, and I'm happy for her.
It really does mean, right, that there's something, oh, this is great, shit sticking to your shoe.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's a byproduct. Bright, old-timey saying I love. Bright lights attract the most pests. And that's all that means for her, that she's nailing it. So
Yeah, she really is. But, there's certain things that you never want to be called, and,
Yeah.
that's right up there with date raper, I think. Ron Funches, you got to go see him at Caroline's. This is one of the funniest people working today. He's truly, truly a funny man. And the beautiful thing is, I don't think anyone could ever even steal Ron's jokes because the humor is so uniquely his.
Thank you. It's also why I can't write for other shows.
It is true. You have got to do your own material.
I do my own thing, though. Was that Kroll show? And just let me do a thing, call me me. I'll write that. That's it.
Good to see you, Ron. I'll see you next time coming through.
Oh, please. I'd love to.
All right.
Well, he went by the cellar, then the strip, and did a set at the stand now. Ron Funches. He'll never forget to put the microphone up in his hand now. Ron Funches. Well, ignorant rap and kitty cats, yeah, they are his friends now. When we have Ron Funches is coming into the studio. Funches is coming into the studio. Ron Funches, 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 Ron Funches.
You're listening to Bennington on Raw Dog Comedy Hits, Sirius XM 99.
Gail, Chris, what are you two fighting about now?
Vodka.
Why?
Well, I say Tito's is the best vodka.
Well, you're right.
Yeah.
It's simply right.
God damn it.
Why, God damn it? Why don't you just try it?
Okay.
Enjoy it. Stop being such a stickler for the old commie vodkas.
Yeah.
Sometimes vodka can be good without having a prison where they put people. What is that called again?
Gulag.
What's a stulag then?
I don't know.
No, I think of Stalag, like Stalag 17, like the movie.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes vodka can be good without having a gulag. Okay?
Yeah. That's what I was saying.
Well, you were right. Chris?
Yeah.
Once again, you're wrong and bad and stupid and awful.
Guess I'll just have some of this Tito's vodka then.
Just tell me
Go
what
ahead.
you think
Have
of
a sip.
Tell me what you think of it.
Oh, man, that's really good.
Now try another sip without making noise, like an adult drinks,
Oh, okay.
not like a child.
I always sip things, though.
Yes, we all do. All humans sip things.
That's good vodka.
Yes, it's not just good vodka, Chris. It's the very best. It's Tito's vodka. Now, let me tell you something about Tito's vodka. It comes here from the United States of America. Okay?
All right.
Red, white, blue. Perfect American vodka. You, on the other hand, are struggling when they get back into your live read.
It's also got a modest paper label on the simple bottle.
Yeah, that's what I told you. Now you're on my side?
You know what?
Yeah.
Gail has a point here. You're stealing other people's lines.
I didn't mean to.
Know who else stole other people's lines?
Who's
that?
John Belushi.
Really?
I didn't know that.
Good joke I was making.
Oh.
Did you get it?
Oh, now I got it.
Too late, isn't it?
Yeah, it's way too late.
Let me tell you something about Tito's vodka. It comes with a simple paper label.
Yeah.
Modest paper label.
Yeah. It's
It
modest, really.
It is.
It's simple and modest. I would more describe the bottle as simple.
You're right. The bottle's not modest, but it is simple. That, you know what? That label is so modest it should come from Modesto, which I believe is Spanish for modest. No one ever brings that up. And what about a mollusk?
Right?
They're the best. They're the best bipeds. Wait, that's not a biped.
No, it's not.
I think a mollusk is just a mollusk.
A biped is when a pet can just feel free to be with other type of pet it wants to be with.
So evolved in that way.
By the way, who's this week's Penthouse Ped? Have they said? So let's get back to what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. That's a vodka that is good for the whole family, is what I like to say.
Yeah.
Until the kids are like, they've got to be above 21.
Yeah. As long as your family is above 21.
Right. If you have a family that's above 21, or what I like to refer to as a drinking family, then everybody can just go back and say to themselves, you know what? Our family is ready for Tito's. We're ready to take a Tito's vacation. That's what I'd like to do this summer. Take a Tito's vacation.
All right.
I can't wait.
I'm in.
Well, this is going to be my new thing. I'm gonna put this up the flagpole and see who salutes. But no one ever does. I'm not sick, but I'm not well. Here's what I'd like to say as our new thing. Make this summer a Tito's summer. Okay?
All right.
I've already started.
Good. You're already having a Tito's summer. And then I want to say about the autumn. Football season. Better grab a Tito's.
Summer right into fall.
Yeah. See if this would be a good song.
Yeah.
Summer lovin' had me a Tito's.
Oh.
Summer lovin', pass me those Fritos.
Oh.
Look at Chris. He's looking real neato.
Oh, thank you.
So what are you exactly saying, Chris?
I'm saying Tito's handmade vodka is distilled 6 times from 100% corn and is naturally gluten-free. Visit us at titosvodka.com for recipes, songs, and more. 40% alcohol by volume, handcrafted to be savored responsibly.
This is Bennington, Raw Dog Comedy Hits, Sirius XM 99.
That's right. This is the Bennington Show, and we've been having the discussion about one of our favorite products of all time, and that's Tito's vodka. Chris Stanley, you started as a brown liquor man in your life, right?
Yes, I did.
Can I just tell you something about vodka?
Sure.
It's a refreshing summer beverage. So many different drinks you can make out of it. And the only vodka you should be using is Tito's vodka.
Tito's handmade vodka is America's original craft vodka. In 1995, Tito Beverage had the idea of building his own micro distillery, incorporating the boutique winery concept into the spirits industry. He acquired the first legal permit to distill in Texas and put his life savings into it to build his own copper pot stills and condensers. Since then,
I tried to talk to you, and you sound like a kid doing a book report.
I'm just letting people know about Tito. He's been awarded a 95 rating by Wine Enthusiast. Won the unanimous Judge's Choice double gold medal at the World Spirits Competition.
What's an anonymous?
Unanimous? How's it supposed to be pronounced? Unanimous Judge's Choice double gold medal at the World Spirits Competition. The Chairman's Trophy for World's Best Vodka Tonic and many others. It's got a modest paper label and a simple bottle, so all you pay for is the exceptional handmade vodka inside. Tito still makes his vodka by hand in the same land where he started it all, in Austin, Texas. Tito's handmade vodka is distilled 6 times from 100% corn.
Can I tell you what you sound like?
What's that?
Name, rank, and serial number. That's how I feel like right now. Like I've captured you, and you're... we were just two fellas having a conversation, that's all.
Yeah.
And then you went into this strange read.
Tito's handmade vodka is distilled 6 times from 100% corn and is naturally gluten-free.
What is?
Tito's vodka. There's no gluten in it whatsoever.
I got that from the free. Being free, I thought, it probably doesn't have any.
Yeah, none.
But then you came back and helped me with it.
Zero glutens. Visit us at titosvodka.com for recipes, songs, and more. 40% alcohol by volume, handcrafted to be savored responsibly.
Jim and Jeannie Gaffigan. And now, here's your host of Unmasked, Ron Bennington.
That's the theme song playing right there.
That's Reggie Watts. That's Reggie Watts' music.
Reggie Watts now is probably the busiest guy in show business.
Yeah, we were really lucky to get him when we did, because we worked with him in 2009 for one of our comedy specials, which we in 2009 we came out with a comedy special called Obsessed, and Reggie did the music, or he did the music for Mr. Universe too. Yeah, Mr. Universe. And it was sort of before he became this hard to obtain artist, but he's a really terrific comedian.
Oh, he's great, yeah.
Watching him work is pretty unbelievable.
Well, that's the other great thing about where you guys are now, particularly since you were running the show, is that you've had a couple decades of knowing everybody who's out there, who's funny and what they can do and how they can come in and help out a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, there is something in the comedy world where the gems that are unused. Like, I think Michael Ian Black is a monster talent, and I think Adam Goldberg is this monster talent, and the fact that they're not bigger is almost baffling to me.
I think it's great that you lined them up just to make your life a living hell on every episode, too. You've really lined the guns up against Jim in this.
Well, I think that's pretty funny, right? I mean, don't you feel like most of your life you're just entering awkward situations and there's people just calling you on your worst fears? And, Michael Ian Black has been doing that to me for 20 years. So having him do it on screen was kind of a no-brainer.
And it's much like the life of a stand-up comedian. I mean, you go into places and people are, it's a challenge. You go up in front of a fresh audience and it's like, they're like, make me laugh, funny guy. We heard you're funny, but we give you about 1 minute to do that, joke that we know and we like. But now what else do you got? And
it's also a challenge just to be friends with those people off stage. Absolutely. Because the other comics... since there's some kind of, I guess, stilted emotional thing there, the only thing they know how to really do is
attacking someone is how a comedian gives affection. I mean, there's nothing normal about someone who, for their job, goes on stage and attempts to gain the approval of strangers. I mean, comedians are weird people.
But there's something really addictive about talking to someone that you're in conflict with. You know, there's a lot of love in the relationships between Jim and the Daniel character, played by Michael Ian Black, and Jim and the Dave character, played by Adam Goldberg. Even though they're constantly in conflict, they keep going back for more. And there's something that really feeds something deep inside that is really an expression of friendship, in a way. So
isn't that sad? Isn't it sad that that's the feeling of friendship? You know, the funny thing about the show, and I've seen, I think, 5 episodes now, and it's an incredibly funny show, but every time that you, as a man, identify with Jim, you feel bad. You're like, oh shit, I do that. Yeah. I do that. I've done that as a dad.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Jim is really like the id in everyone, right? Like everyone has this. No one likes to admit it, really, but everyone wants to pretty much like lie in bed and eat bacon all day. Like that's a goal, but we just don't. We can't admit it socially.
Yeah.
But that's why people find it funny when we talk about that kind of stuff, because they're like, oh yeah, I kind of want to do that too.
The fact that you guys write together now, how long has that been going on with the stand-up as well?
I think, well, it's at least a dozen years we've been writing together, and we've never argued ever, which is...
Isn't that
right?
There's never been a single disagreement.
And to be honest, it was it's kind of a slow process, because it started out like we were working together in other ways. Like we were doing, like I was producing the shows. And so as a producer, you make suggestions of how the performance can be better, or where you can stand better just to make it a better show. And then I think it was slowly where the writing thing started together, because it wasn't like he was like, I'm hiring a writer, because Jim is a very clear point of view. But after years and years of working together, I could write in his point of view. So if he made, 5 observations about, a donut, I could make 5 more. And it just kind of pulled the resources together a lot, because I don't have the same point of view myself about donuts, but I understand Jim's point of view about donuts. And how it's funnier than my point of view about donuts.
And there is something, like finding someone to write with. I think I had this naive belief, like 15, 20 years ago. I saw... now I can't, Bob Newhart. And I'm like, well, people can write for Bob Newhart. He's had 2 shows. And that's really not true. And it really comes down to, you can't expect someone to be a mind reader. Like when people have tried to write for me, it's just like, all right, I'm a fat sack of turds, and it's a little bit more nuanced than that. So hopefully
a little.
So us writing together is something that has evolved, and we've gone through writing stand-up and writing books and now writing the show, and it's fun because it's being embraced as this unique thing, but it's also, you can look at it from a standpoint of like, it almost gets codependent, where I'm like, I need you to look at this joke. I need you to add, like writing the books, there was like, turn this into something that's readable.
So it doesn't come from sitting down together, and it doesn't come from conversations. It kind of happens separately a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, there's no...
formula.
Formula.
There's no formula to doing it. Some of it does come from conversation. Some of it comes from situations we'll find ourselves in on like a family trip, or on a backstage at a comedy club. And also, like you said, like we actually run into extremely talented people randomly in New York because of our life. So we used that on the show. And so rather than just being like, oh, who could we get a great cameo from? It's like, who would be the best guy to be here and see, Jim here with the Bible? Who would be the most amazing person to kind of comment on, what are you holding there, Jim? Like, right, who would be the greatest person? And it's someone that we could run into backstage somewhere in New York. And so we're not trying to like have anything that crazy happen, but yet things that are really crazy happen to us. Right. So we're trying to maintain an element of reality and then just kind of take it off the rails.
Well, that you brought up the Bible, and I grew up Irish Catholic. My Family's still very involved with the church, works for the church. But seeing anything about that on TV seems so strange to me because it's been so many years, I think, since anyone's brought the subject of faith up.
Well, I think that the Catholic thing, when it is brought up, because it actually is brought up a lot, but it's brought up in a really negative way, or like kind of like the buffoon priest who's like, an alcoholic or something, really dubious, and like the screwed up family that was, screwing up their kids because they're Catholic or whatever. It's just that's not our experience with it, and so we're not like leaning on that thing. But the family's Catholic, like Jim less so than Jeannie, which is pretty traditional.
Right.
Your dad. Come on, why does a dad have to go to church with us? Kind of thing. So there is kind of an element.
Jesus said I didn't have to.
That is maybe people are like, oh, that's a cliche, but like that's pretty much a reality, right? It's like dad gets kind of a pass sometimes and mom is more Catholic. But in reality, we really are Catholic. Like we have 5 kids, we go to mass, we have the kids have their first communion. It's like we're bringing our kids up in a traditional way, but we're not living in a cult. Like we're living in New York City, where our neighbor and our next guy are not Catholic, and they're our friends. And there's no preaching or saying one way is right or the other. It's just something they are.
Yeah, it's just, the thing about religion as a topic, having done stand-up for over 1,000 years now, is there is something very interesting about the basic idea of introducing a topic and some tension exists and then relieving that tension. I mean, probably nobody does better than Bill Burr. Bill Burr will say, I don't like Michelle Obama. And everyone's like, what? Wait, Bill, what are you saying? And then he'll go on to explain what he means. And so the topic of religion, or the fact that I'm Catholic, I love the challenge of doing jokes about Jesus or church that work in San Francisco and also work in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. If you can get an atheist and an evangelical to laugh at the same joke, I feel like it's really fun. And any comedian will tell you that you bring something up, it's almost fun to see that tension and then kind of shift it into a manner where, because the higher the stakes, the better the reward.
Sure.
Right? And so, when we talk about and by the way, I'm so glad you watched all these episodes, because there are people that have watched one episode, the Bible episode, and they're like, it is a Christian show. And the thing is, it's just who we are. You know what I mean? It's like we also have 5 kids. I also eat an unnecessary amount of food. I'm also somebody that fantasizes about taking naps once I wake up. And so there is something about, and it is interesting, right? Because look, we live in downtown Manhattan. I'm a comedian. If most comedians are doing a joke about religion, it's not an observational joke, which my jokes, I believe, are about human beings rather than like judging someone's faith. Most people that are talking about religion that are comedians are saying, if you believe in any of this, you're an idiot. And so that's where I kind of I enjoy kind of talking about it from a different angle.
Well, even when I was a kid, I remember if any of the Protestants' kids would come to our church, they were always freaked out. You know what I mean? Yeah. They're like, what is going on? And we're like, it's just the Stations of the Cross. Relax. It's not as terrifying as you're letting on. Or we have to get up, kneel, sit down, and you're like, easy.
Yeah, Catholic is even weird for being a Christian. A Catholic is weird, right? Yeah. So it's like people, when we were developing this over the years, people were like, did I have to be Catholic? Could it just be like kind of the pastor guy?
We worked on this show, and they're like, is there any way he could be a priest that's married?
Yeah, like a non-denominational.
Like, it would be great if he could date.
Yeah. Right. It's like the Catholic thing was just too weird and too, for everybody. But I think that it's not weird to us. It's like, it's sort of like something that just is. And, people have, opinions about coming over to our apartment and seeing like a statue of like Mary or something and being like, is this ironic? Like, I don't, like, this is whatever. And it's like, no, this was a gift. And, it's like, So the other thing is about how it influences, like, our team, like we have a writing team, right? It's Jim and Jeannie. And it's really good because we care more about the product than anyone else would, because it's not based on anything superficial, right? It's based on being a team together and going for the same goal. And when we, get into the occasional disagreement, I can't quit, right?
Right.
Because I'm Catholic.
I've
I can't
never
leave the
been
guy. I'm
wrong.
stuck with him, right? So it's an ideal situation.
But each of these episodes, these masterpieces, are inspired by things that happened to Jeannie and I. We wanted each episode to be very personal, and some of that is selfish because it's such a long process and you have to have enthusiasm. So the Bible episode, again, everyone's going to listen to this and we go, oh yeah, the Bible show. It's on the 700 channel. The 700 Club. Pat Robertson's the producer. That episode was actually inspired by when Jeannie and I wrote this book, Dad is Fat. By the way, and the joke of that book was that I wasn't fat at the time. Is that in the book, I talked about being Catholic, and there was a Washington Post article that came out that said Jim Gaffigan, the new Catholic evangelical leader, and it was. It was like, like I was paranoid.
He was terrified.
I was terrified. I was like,
he was like,
no.
my career is over. And I was like, that's not a big deal. And so that's what inspired my fear of being outed as a Christian. Or like, there's a line in the episode where I'm like, Bill Maher just wants me on a show to tear me apart. So it's very strange because I am Catholic, but there's moments when like really powerful, insightful Catholic people will come up to me and they'll be like, I'd like to talk to you. I'm like, I don't know anything. I really don't. I'm a horrible person who needs to believe the concept of mercy. I'm not a good person. And so it's kind of like when you get in that conversation with someone that loves the Grateful Dead. You'd be like, yeah, I love Touch of Grey. And they're like, in Austin in 1971. And you're like, I don't know what you're talking about. I just like listening to music. So, but Jeannie is, she's the smart one.
She's the real deal.
She's the real deal.
Now, in the show, the Jeannie character is pretty on the edge at all times. A lot of times I was thinking maybe some meds might be in order.
Well, I think it's important to portray, a TV wife, which is, normally either like, smarter than husband, finger wagging, super mom, type character. And when you have 5 kids, like people automatically think, oh my God, how do you do it and whatever. And my answer is always like barely. Right. I'm barely hanging on. I'm on the verge of a nervous breakdown constantly. So don't use me as a model. So I feel like the Jeannie character, and this is not in every episode because some of the episodes are really, about Jim's neuroses. And the way that a couple works is that if one person falls apart, the other person like kind of has to keep it together, or else you have 2 people falling apart all the time, and that's no good. So there's something that happens in a relationship where one person's losing it, someone gets really mad in the car, and the other one's like, calm down, honey. But then there's another instance where it's like, I can't believe that I forgot to do this. Oh, it's not a big deal. It's the role switch, right? So the Jeannie character on the show is flawed. She has, she's a little neurotic. She's kooky. She has things that she's like caught up about that maybe people would be like, why do you care so much if people know it's your birthday? Don't tell anyone. Yeah. So there is a back and forth. So it's not just about this this guy who's in pursuit of leisure and this hardworking woman who's raising the 5 kids like a slave.
Yeah, there's a very important calculation because we worked on this show for so many years, and we learned along the way that because of my character being this guy that kind of embraces the id or being lazy, we needed the Jeannie character to have a sense of energy so that people weren't watching the show going, I feel sorry for that woman, or people worried if the kids are going to be okay. But that being said, there is, just as there's nothing normal about going on stage and making strangers laugh, there's nothing normal about being the mother of 5 children in downtown Manhattan.
And staying in New York City.
So,
right.
Or being married to Jim Gaffigan.
Yeah, it's all indicative of something going on that's not quite right in Jeannie.
You know what? One of my favorite things that I think that you got so right, and it's so small I don't even know if people notice, but a lot of times the kid's hair looks terrible. And that's never happened on TV, but sometimes you look over at a little girl and, you just like, I don't know how to fix that. I don't know if it can be fixed.
She is the one who won't let the mom comb the hair. Like,
Yeah.
we don't have to say it.
Yeah.
It's just, we just decided that.
Right, because it hurts.
Yeah, because it hurts.
She's got herself to a point that it's going to hurt now to comb that out.
And the other girl is always perfect. She has the braids and whatever.
Yeah.
She's the one who wants her hair done, and the other girl is the rat's nest.
And that's
And I'm glad you caught that.
Yeah, that's actually an important detail, because I think it's really important. Like when Jeannie and I were because we developed this show initially as a script at NBC, and then we did it twice at CBS, and then we had this opportunity to go to TV Land, and
With the existing pilot that we produced with CBS.
And what was presented to us is that we could have the authority to do a show where there were crumbs on the table, where people on the subway look like people on the subway.
We could make decisions where it wasn't like, there's too much black in this scene. It's like, it's New York.
Right.
Take a photograph of anywhere on this. Take a picture of, like, half the people in this room are wearing something that's black. So it's like, we have to be realistic about it. And I think that when you go through that other model of like the network, the big network model, not the cable model, where you have to fit into a certain kind of formula and a certain look, and there's a lot of bureaucracy associated with that. It's like sometimes you look at these kitchens and they're so clean and they're so, and the clutter is even organized and looks like it's color coordinated. And I think that, when we were, in the scenes, like we would stop and say, there's not enough crumbs on the table here, and there should be something spilled, and there should be something on the floor. Even though Jeannie's cleaning all the time, she's never caught up. So she's like a shark. She has to keep swimming, or it's all going to fall apart.
Sure.
Or Jim will eat her.
Or Jim will eat her, yeah.
It's also something that a father who works outside of the home is never going to understand. You know what I mean? Like, he gets home and is like, I've had a hard day, without realizing anyone else. And there's one scene where Jeannie is telling him, if I don't stay on top of the laundry, everything falls apart. And I don't think there's a way that a guy who works outside the home gets that. The massive amount of laundry that you guys must have in that apartment.
You skip one day, it will be a mountain.
But no one has ever come at it from that angle before, I think. Because I think most of us are lucky enough to make it through the day when you're raising kids.
Yeah, I mean, it's also interesting in doing this show, we ended up with having 5 kids. So, like, even going back to the priest, where people were like, can he date? And, and when we were having 5 kids on the show, and by the way, we aged the kids younger so that we could have adult conversations and people wouldn't be, why doesn't an 11-year-old have a comment? So we have 5, 4, 3, 2, and a baby. And the AD department, God bless them, they're like, really? You want all 5 kids in this scene? And we're like, yeah, that's what it's like. And also, shooting around New York City is not the easiest thing either. But that's the authenticity that, I've lived in New York for 25 years. When I see a show and they're doing the pretend New York, I'm taken out of it. And I kind of get angry. I'm not expecting it to be perfect, but I'm expecting, if you're going to make me laugh, if you're going to expect me to believe that you're walking down the Lower East Side, it better be the Lower East Side.
Yeah.
And so, but we definitely, some of the decisions we made for authenticity, having 5 kids and shooting in New York, made it really hard, but I think it was worth it, so that when you watch it, you'll be like, all right, yeah, that is really what's going to happen. Or, like we shot at Smith & Wollensky's, which is, I think, important.
Just you're shooting in your own neighborhood, which must be strange enough for your neighbors, huh? Just
they walk by the set and they're like, "Hey, Jim and Jeannie." Yeah, a lot of that. It's really
also
kind of
New
fun.
Yorkers, you know, we've been exposed to productions for a while, so there's no like, it's neat. They're shooting a show. It's like, hey, I got to get to my building.
Yeah, get out of my way.
So there's people that, you know, we shot in Little Italy, and there are people that like sent like 3 emails. They're like, dude, you got to get them out of there. I have a restaurant that you're blocking. So it's fun. It's great, but it's also, you know, as New Yorkers, we deal with the inconvenience of productions all the time. It's not like people are impressed. Ooh, there's a trailer in front of my apartment building. We're kind of like, oh, that's inconvenient.
I think just the fact that you wake up in your own bed and walk to the set is, I can only think of Woody Allen to be able to pull that off. It's pretty unusual.
That was incredible.
Amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
And the feel, how quick before you guys are like, yeah, this is the exact tone that I want to have for the show? Did it happen, or is that also a thing that's day to day?
We came, out of a network, right, pilot. Mm-hmm. So that was, as you know, many people know we could list comedians who are really funny comedians that got a deal and did a show and their show wasn't funny. It's very difficult with all those people giving notes and everything of how a show should supposed to be and who should play who and, you know, what the joke should be and when the act should end. It's a lot of people and a lot of money involved. So it becomes a, comedy by committee type thing, which we're not from that background. We're doing our specials. Like, we're doing comedy. We know what jokes we're going to use. We know how we're going to edit it. We know what music we're going to use. We know what Jim's going to wear. And so we're going into a situation now where we're being like, you know, here's your showrunner and you're, you know, noted to death, and you have sessions of notes and testing, and people in Vegas being picked out of a mall and saying, watch this show. What do you think? I don't know who that guy is. What is that guy? You know, why is he in their apartment? Well, so now we have to go back and explain who these characters are. So we have to rewrite it and re-edit it and things like that. So the model that we came from was a very network model. So we made this pilot for air on a big network, and ultimately they did not air it. They held on to it past the upfronts. Then it was going to be a mid-season replacement. Then there was talk from the studio saying, Jim, what if we made this into a multicam and shot it in LA? Like, that's going to work more for this model. And Jim was like, no. You know, we can't even negotiate that. We have to shoot in New York. It has to be single camera. And that just didn't really fit on that network. Yeah. So then other people became interested in it, but it was already done. So we started with a model that was not necessarily the tone of the model that we would have started with on our own, had we been left to our own devices. But eventually, with that, you know, ground zero that we had, we started to get our tone in the further episodes, because then we had to write 10 episodes that still had the exact same setup, right? Because we're doing the same show, and that show is what attracted people to it. So this is where we're coming from. But then insert our tone. So I think that we wrote a lot of outlines that followed that model, and then we tried to insert as much, you know, Jim and Jeannie Gaffigan tone in that as we could. And I don't know, did you happen to see the Maria episode? Yeah. Okay, so the story of the Maria episode is that Jeannie is very controlling over her youngest sister. So I'm from a big family. I'm the oldest. She's the youngest. She makes mistakes, and I don't want her to make them. So there's a little bit about codependency between siblings in that, and Jim caught in the middle. But there wasn't a lot of Jim Gaffigan in it. So what we did is we thought, what could be going on with Jim simultaneously? And it was, he has a pizza, and he doesn't want to share it. It doesn't sound funny, but it's really an important relationship.
It sounds horrible.
And it's conflict. And
so
this is what's going on at the same time. And it layered it, so we then could take sort of what a scripted comedy would deal with, like the big issue and the conflict that ensues from that, and the comedy that ensues from that, but then add in another layer of Jim Gaffigan comedy to it, whereas I don't know if we could do that, make the decision like that.
We obviously wouldn't be able to do that as a network. But here's what I would say tonally, to Jeannie's point, we definitely we started with this show that was constructed for CBS, but finding our tone. We've done 11 episodes, and it's changed pretty dramatically in that the independence we have had and kind of the inciting incident. What after all this horrible stuff that makes shows horrible, I think. And so,
but it's traditional.
That's some of why I was really interested in getting an episode on my website, because I do believe we live in such a fragmented entertainment environment, whether it be Netflix or Sirius or cable channels or Amazon, and so I wanted to make sure that people could sample the show. And because look, the reality is I'm a clean comedian, I have 5 kids, the show's on TV Land, and those descriptions or those adjectives would lead people to believe that it is closer to Full House than what the show actually is. And so, nothing against Full House, but
too late.
And so that's some of, it's the perception of that you have to deal with. But mostly it really comes down to people. I mean, we're going to do the show we're going to do. And tonally it does change. We have an episode that's a farce. We have an episode that deals with, the Bible story that I keep bringing up that I don't want us focusing on. And Jeannie's, Jeannie talked about the Maria episode that really goes off the rails and is really fun. And I don't want to give it away. But then... So tonally the show shifts, but I would say that the learning curve that we experienced during shooting this was pretty amazing. We shot the second episode that will air is Red Velvet, and that is one of the first episodes that Jeannie and I wrote. But due to weather, we had to shoot it later in the season, and when we came to reading through it before we were going to shoot it, the show had changed so much that we went through a massive rewrite because we had learned so much.
Brought it closer to the tone. Mm-hmm. And so within in the Bible episode that also, by the way, when you see it, it could alienate, it could be too controversial for Christians to watch it too, because it's not a religious episode. It's about Jim's flaws as a person, but the entire third act is Jim lying in bed eating bagels watching TV, and you just don't do that on TV.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's not
Yeah, it's the third act of this episode is me watching television, which is from a network model. They'd be like, no.
He has to do something. He has to get up. It's all action. It's like the protagonist has to have action. He has to go run around, step in dog poop, and then spend the rest of the thing try to get it off his shoe. That's a model, right? He can't just lie in bed and let things happen to him. But that happens though. Right?
It's apparently a lot.
When you get depressed, maybe you're going to lie in bed and watch the news and go down in a rabbit hole and eat bagels. That happens, and it's funny. So there's things that we've done to not what are you doing?
No, I'm not doing anything.
Is he doing bunny ears?
I'm gonna get in trouble, and I did nothing. Am I right? I did nothing, but I'm going to be in trouble.
Anyway, there's examples where we would not be able to do it. And as a matter of fact, we brought a one-line pitch of what is now the Red Velvet story to a network. And they were like, never. We would never do a show like that.
And now it's my favorite episode.
And now it's amazing. It's it's just we're taking our own spin on it. But there are elements, like I said, we started from our parents are this very traditional formula. So if you watch, like I said, the beginning of Bible story, you're going to be like, oh, this is a traditional formula. And then, you have to kind of stay with it a little bit to see where we go.
Well, as far as being turned down, what keeps you from just stopping and going on and do another project? Why did you stick with this when the networks were saying this isn't working?
Well, it's what's that?
Okay, go ahead. You first.
Well, it's interesting because this network model, it's fascinating because you pitch and then you write a script and then you go through rewrites, and then they determine if they're going to shoot a pilot, then they test the pilot, and then some of them are taken and they're turned into series. What you don't realize is that's an entire year. So we went 1 round at NBC, 2 rounds at CBS, and so 3 years were gone. And so we also believed in the show. And by the way, a lot of people at CBS
totally
loved the show. It was, but it's a single camera show, and it's, the television landscape is changing so dramatically that people are seeking money, understandably. I mean, that's what the entertainment industry is. And so this is a single camera show. There was a study released that single cameras don't syndicate well, so there's not that big back end that they thought was going to be there for 30 Rock. And CBS is like, they've got Big Bang and Mike and Molly, and we're doing this single camera without a laugh track show. So
it's an expensive show to shoot. It's in New York City. It's expensive, and it doesn't have that big promise. Right? It's not about the artistic integrity of the show. It's about not only the back end, but it's like a zillion producers and executive producers getting a check. Right? It's money.
And it's interesting how to realize how much of television is developed not necessarily by greed. I mean, that's not a surprise, but by fear. Because everyone sees Seinfeld, they got like $1 million an episode for this and that. So television is kind of constructed around this lottery. Like everyone's buying these scratch-off tickets. Like if we can get a show that can be The Big Bang Theory or Seinfeld or Friends, we'll be billionaires.
And our great-grandchildren will never have to work a day in their life. And people are driven by this. And people are, in Hollywood, are connected with a lot of shows, right? So one of those tickets is going to pay off. Yeah. So it's a different thing. So when you go through these years of doing it, and then you get notes that you might not agree with, you say, okay, you know what? Let's make this work. Let's make this work. Okay, the people don't understand who, Dave, the character of Dave is. How can we do it? Okay, we can freeze frame in the middle of a sentence and do Jim's voiceover. This is Dave, my friend. Make a joke. Keep going in the scene, right? We can do things to help them get their notes addressed, but that we can agree with. So it becomes a committee, right? But we're not going to put anything out there that we're like, no, we totally disagree with it. And also you have all these other people around you who are also like getting a cut, who are like, come on, it's not that bad to change it, right? Sure. So we're making a deal with, the devil. But I'm not saying that any of these networks are the devil. I'm just saying it's Satan. Like yourself.
Yes.
It's like within yourself. You're making compromises.
Sure.
Within yourself, and it's not nothing external. You are making the decision.
Well, it's also. I mean, look. I mean, we're very lucky. I mean, I make a living as a stand-up. So I don't have to sit there and go, if we don't get picked up the back nine,
our kids
my
won't
children,
eat.
Or if we need to get the second season, it's like Jeannie and I approached all these episodes as like these might be the last episodes we do.
We're not going to put all our eggs in one basket because the opportunity of a lifetime comes along, once a month. And if you start saying, if I can get this, my life will be better, you're going to be very depressed your whole life because, most of them don't work out.
And I think comedians are, there's something where comedians are kind of spoiled. And I love it. I mean, comedians can go on stage and first of all, comedians can work for like an hour a night. That's insane. They go on stage, they get immediate creative feedback. And it's fulfilling. They're writing, producing, doing it all. And so the whole appeal of a television show is, or even acting, for many comedians, it's, I guess ego might drive you to do it. I love acting, but I can understand why a lot of comedians just want to tour doing stand-up. I mean, it's really from a logical standpoint. It's the bureaucracy of the network television model. Isn't that appealing to comedians outside of ego?
Yeah, a lot of comedians want to do it because it'll bring more people to their shows and make their life easier that way. But it is true that you guys have a successful business already before you try to do a TV show, and that's a lot different for an actor. You know, an actor who's just hoping to catch on to
It's
something.
totally different. It's totally different because it gives us a little bit more detachment from it because it's way more time consuming. It's less profitable because we're on cable, right? So we're taking a pay cut. And our time, like, ironically, I was always like, oh, God, please, can we get something where we don't have to travel all the time, something in New York so we can be with our kids more. And we didn't see our kids as much as we did when we were touring. Like, it was like, you can't leave a film set, because someone, their play got changed to a different day. And you're like, I'm missing the play, but I can't leave. So we have to build it in a way moving forward that would make more sense for us to do because it was block shooting. So it was 3 months of shooting 10 episodes, which is, if anyone's worked in television, is a pretty tall order. So we would be working, 12 hours on the set. Then we'd have to edit on the weekends and all this stuff. And we were having our kids come to our office so we could see them. And I was like, there's got to be a better way to do this. Because we were passionate about it.
My whole problem with acting is it occurs way too early in the morning.
Sure.
That's a problem.
It's just, I don't know why people have to get up at 6 a.m. to pretend. That doesn't make sense. You're like, okay, start pretending. It's 7 in the morning. Well, should I pretend that I'm not miserable? It's way too early. It's unnecessary.
But you do get the breakfast burrito though.
The breakfast burrito
you
is
don't
a
get
beautiful
that at home.
thing. It's a beautiful thing.
He gets to work and he gets the breakfast burrito. I don't make them at home.
The breakfast burrito. I mean, gosh, it's unbelievable. Right? It is insane.
It's why he can get out of bed in the morning.
What a gift. I mean, talk about a reason to believe in God. I mean, the breakfast burrito. It's insane. Do you go salsa on there? What do you do?
Sure. Well, now the thing is,
forget about this. Let's get back to the breakfast burrito.
I was going to say, he wakes up and he's thinking about the breakfast burrito.
Yes.
But your executive producer, your overview is a little more. Does Jim always know what's happening on the set, or is he acting and thinking about breakfast burritos?
Well, it's really hard for Jim because Jim is also executive producing the show. So one of us has got to be not in 90% of the scenes because he has to get off book for all these enormously rich dialogue scenes that we're
masterfully written.
And I'm very like, that word is wrong. It's like, but there is a lot of improv in it, but there's certain words that are key to paying off later that we're going to repeat, so he has to know his lines. So he has to executive produce the show and be aware of everything as well as being in front of the camera. And it actually turned out to be a blessing that I'm not in front of the camera in this show playing Jeannie Gaffigan.
But that was a thought at first?
In the NBC version, I was playing Jeannie Gaffigan. And when we went to CBS, they were like, Star plays Jeannie Gaffigan. It's a whole different thing, right? It's like, who is the most popular actress in the whole world to play Jeannie Gaffigan? Someone who won an Academy Award and whatever. And we went that route the first time. And then at that point, I was producing. And I was like, this is where I have to be for this, to protect the integrity of our life and our writing. Because it's just too much. It's just too much. And so when ultimately the network recast that role and said we want to find a different person to play Jeannie, I was like, let me be involved in the casting of Jeannie. Like, I'm now way removed from playing the Jeannie Gaffigan character because that's a different show. That is a way different show. It's much more of a scripted reality show. And this is more now the Jim Gaffigan show. And so we have to get these other puzzle pieces, and I have to find someone who can bring the kind of energy that I bring to the relationship without being me. Because it's the Jim Gaffigan show, right? So we went through an enormous casting. I'm so thrilled with Ashley Williams. I think she's just amazing. And I love the way that we work together. And it's not weird at all for us. I'm speaking for myself. It's not weird that she's playing me or that she's
a good kisser.
She's a good kisser and all that stuff. But Jim does need to, and he's actually more like I'll do a lot of that planning, right? So I'll do all the initial casting, the initial wardrobe, the initial locations, the initial things like that. But Jim will ultimately make the final decision and be like, I don't want the burlesque club to look like that. I want the burlesque club to look like that. Let's go see
Let's
more.
do research.
Let's do some more research.
No, but that's the
to
thing.
find the more realistic burlesque club.
When we were shooting the pilot, I wanted to shoot at Katz's, and I know that Katz's is it's Harry Met Sally, but it's an authentic old New York place.
Real place.
And fantastic pastrami. But
there was a lot of scouts to that location.
It's a place that I do go, and so the network model was like, hey, let's build this deli. And we can put up some pictures so it can look like Cat. I'm like, no way.
It's
and
either
so that's
Katz's
where
or not Katz's.
it was important for. That's something that I don't like conflict, but I'm like, no, we're gonna do that, and they're like, okay, crazy man, we'll shoot at Katz's at 3 a.m. But it was all good.
And that does feel like New York, but that brings up the point, why did you guys stay in New York once the 5 kids came along? The normal move to do is the suburbs.
Well, let me answer. I mean, some of it is I love New York. I grew up in a small town in Indiana, and we just went to a family reunion, and they're always like, why would you raise your kids in New York City? My relatives will ask, and I always answer, so they don't end up like you. I want my kids to be New Yorkers. I think New York is, and there are many great cities in this country, and I'll be on tour this summer. But there are many great cities, but I think there's something about the New York subway where it is everyone together. There's everyone together. I don't want my kids to be shocked if 2 men are holding hands, or the reality that there is poverty in America. I don't want them isolated from that. And but I just love the diversity and the richness, and frankly, I need the energy of New York, because if I lived in the suburbs, I would be asleep right now. So, I mean, that's my take on it.
I was going to say it's also this comedy. It's developing the comedy. It's like we've looked at, obviously, when we were basically outgrowing the 2-bedroom, which was almost immediately, because our first 2 are a boy and a girl. So that was fine at first to have the boy and the girl, but then all of a sudden I was realizing, they're going to grow up. They can't share that room. And then I got pregnant again, and then it was a girl, and then we were looking for an apartment, and then I got pregnant again, and it was a boy. And I was like, we couldn't find an apartment that wasn't like $20 million that would fit our family. So, and we kept going to our accountant being like, can we take a loan and do this? And he's like, why don't you move to Jersey? I have a pool for half the price of this 1-bedroom apartment. Like, it's insane. But a lot of it was the comedy, because Jim, he does radio in the morning, he does, audition during the day, and he does stand up at night. So we were looking at the possibility of us moving to Jersey or to Long Island, and Jim having an apartment in the city to do the show. I mean, and that just would make our family fall apart.
And then, it's the commute. And by the way, I'm very lucky that I don't have to deal with the commute, but I also know that I get to eat dinner a lot of times. I get to eat dinner with my kids, which is one of those things that I think is kind of important to just tell them to close their mouth while they're chewing. But so so then I can walk out and do a set and be back by 10. It's so there is.
You can do 2.
Convenience.
3.
I mean, New York City is also the appeal of convenience. I don't like driving. I don't want to do yard work. I don't like being outside.
Also, if we write a joke, it's like if you go and do it in front of one audience, and some people laugh and some people don't, what are you going to do with the joke? So you do it in front of 3 audiences in New York, and what works about that joke. I mean, it's such a brilliant place to develop a new hour. It's just, I don't know where else you could do it in the time, except for going on a 30-city bus tour.
Yeah.
But in New York, these jokes that are winding up in the hour have been vetted. You know, there's audience. New York audiences are hard.
Yeah.
They're the ones
and
that
diverse. So
and
it's
diverse.
like Eastville is completely different from the Bell House, which is completely different from Gotham. So it's you can see a lot of different types of audiences that are going to respond, because even we're going to do this tour and I'm performing in front of audiences that know and like me, but it's really important. In New York City, there are people that are like, I don't know who this guy
and
is.
You go on someone else's show, right? So there's a show with like 5 comics or whatever. There's shows all over town every single night. So you line them up. You call the people, can I get on this show? Can I get on the show? And people who were in the audience didn't come to see Jim. I know I'm being redundant, but they did not come to see him. He shows up and they're like, who's this guy?
Yeah. Why is he so good looking?
And that can you even think of another art form that deals like that? You know, where the performer comes up in front of a different type of audience every night. I mean, it goes back to comedians are spoiled. It's amazing. It's amazing to think of how many comedy clubs there are in Manhattan. It's
and all
absurd.
the demographics.
Yeah. Sure. You know, Amy Schumer is going through a thing now as her career is taking off. That there's been a couple of things written by The Guardian or The Washington Post where they'll take a joke out of context and say, oh, it's, you know, racist. And one of the things was they said that they think she works in front of a primarily white audience. But I don't think that's true of any comic in New York that's traveling
I don't know
around.
if that's possible.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know.
I mean, there is something.
The demographics of Jim across the country, I'm sure that it could be probably more ethnically diverse, but so could the country. And so could people who go to comedy clubs and people who can, you know, so fundamentally we like seeing how diverse our audience is getting. Our audience is growing. So maybe before the Comedy Central demographic was Jim's demographic. And then the books opened it up a little bit. So now we might see like, you know, the 40-year-old guy who's been with us for a while and his kid who's 14, and they're enjoying the comedy together, which is not squeaky clean, but it's clean enough that you're not creeped out by being next to your dad when you're watching it, right? So we have that kind of audience. Then there's like a lot more, because of the social media, there's a lot more ethnic diversity because we're reaching a broader audience and things like that. But I think that if you develop in New York, you can't only cater to one race. You know, maybe across the country it gets a little bit more regional with the different demographics. But in New York, you develop your comedy in front of multi-races. So you have to be, you know, down with everybody and not be alienating a certain race. It doesn't make any sense.
I think also Amy is reaching a level of fame where, you know, there's been so many articles written on her that inevitably they're like, all right, what's another angle? What's a, you know, and then they have to sit there and go, she said this, where it's, you know, there's almost like a level of fame where it's like running for president, where you're like, I don't know if that's necessarily appealing, but, you know, look, I think Amy's great, but it's like she's reaching that level where people are going to start sitting there going, she didn't recycle. You know what I mean?
Right, yeah.
There's inevitably...
they're going to go after her because it was a fast rise.
Human beings are like, you know, we're generally horrible creatures. So... eventually, there's dirt on everyone. You know what I mean? Except for me.
Yeah.
We're all just one tweet away from career suicide.
Absolutely, that's true. But it is fun in like New York to compare ethnic groups, move back and forth. And I'm not sure if the rest of the country gets comfortable with that. But you don't run into, like, somebody might look at you in the middle of the country and like, oh, Jim is a clean comic, thinking that maybe you only hang out or laugh at other clean comics, and it's certainly not true.
Oh, absolutely.
And I think the show is going to show that. If anyone thinks that this is like a Catholic show or a Christian show, they're going to be really surprised. And I'm just waiting for that fall.
No, there is. That's really. I mean, look, as a comedian, you just want the adjective of funny.
Yeah.
That's all. I think that's an adjective. You just want to be known as funny.
Yeah.
And so the clean thing, I remember I was doing Doug Benson's Doug Loves Movies, and he was like, you would never go on Anthony Jeselnik's show. I'm like, why wouldn't I? And it's so there is, I think that, because Tom Papa and I and Seinfeld don't curse that much, people are like, think that we're like taking instructions from Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, I really do believe comedians do the comedy they do, and then they get credit or criticism for how they do it. Like, I think Dave Attell or Chris Rock or Louis Black do the comedy that they would do. David Cross, it's just the comedy he would do. David Cross is not sitting there going, all right, what can I do to piss off those 10 people? He's doing things that he thinks are funny. And, I wouldn't expect Louis Black not to yell. I mean, Louis Black he's like a delight to be around, but when he's talking about things in his act, he's sincerely annoyed.
Yeah.
So it's, and you talk to so many comedians, this is who they are. And, like, I curse in everyday life, but if I'm talking about muffins or pasta, how angry am I going to be?
Yeah.
Or the breakfast burrito. I'm exaggerating. I mean, I'm not exaggerating my love there. But, so it's a very interesting thing to see. Amy this week is dealing with it. There's going to be another comedian that, I think there's just this mill of kind of, and it kind of goes along with the outrage community that we live in. That is, we're always, I think it comes down to everyone wants to be smart. Everyone wants to be smart, so we look through Twitter and we're like, hey, you misspelled that word. hey, I know you meant this. I know you're joking, Amy Schumer, but that's wrong. And so there is something about, look, I think that we should have a sensitivity, and we are evolving, and our children will look at us, as idiots. But there is something where we got to settle down, and that's why I'm running for president.
Yeah. Which is just about, to run for president sounds just about as tough as putting together this show. When I'm listening to you, Jeannie, go through every battle, it's just stunning. I don't think people at home know what people go through to actually get that show on TV, because normally it looks like, oh, he's got a show on TV, isn't that fun?
Yeah, should we not be talking about it? Is it going to ruin it for everyone?
Yeah.
The illusion?
But do you think everyone has always went through that? I mean, do you think Dick Van Dyke had to fight and Andy Griffith? Did it go back that far?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think,
if you care about something, like even if you're doing a play, you have to fight.
Yeah, I think even, look back at Roseanne. Roseanne was characterized as crazy because she wanted a certain quality of show. Like, people were like, oh, she's crazy. She's got the #1 show in America.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying
she
I
acts
agree with
crazy
everything.
behind the scenes, but you do. Like, people, I mean, it just, like, I could see on the outside, like Jim was talking about before, when he's, setting a line where people are like, what does it matter? What is it? Who cares who's on the subway? If they're not in the scene, they're in the background. No, they have to be real. Like, take photographs of people on the subway in New York. And take people on the subway from Manhattan to Brooklyn. Like, it's a different crowd.
It's a different vibe, yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Every line has a different feel.
Right.
And people will sit around and go, I don't like the F line. You know what I mean? I'll just like it's a restaurant they can talk about.
Well, there's also, I mean, I can't believe it. The whole idea of extras or background. Like, there's the fictionalized version of background, and then there's the reality of New York. Like, there's, sometimes you'll see a scene and you'll be like, oh, that's supposedly a bar scene in a television show, and it's lit like a grocery store.
Yeah.
And you're like, I've never been in a bar that's been that brightly lit.
Yeah, I think our show is also shot really differently than a normal comedy. Like, it's shot a little like a drama. There's a lot of like out of focus foreground, cameras moving in kind of cinematic ways. And at first I thought it was going to be really jarring to people, but then watching the episodes, it just looks great. It doesn't look jarring.
It looks great, but you've also kept the comedy in, and not everybody does that when they go to one camera. Right away, that feels more serious, so the show becomes more serious.
Yeah, it does feel more serious.
Yeah, I think that's, it's. I mean, when we were developing this, it's like I wasn't afraid of jokes, because sometimes if you're caught up in telling a story and keeping things grounded on authentic, there's nothing wrong with some humor, because I think there are some single camera dramedies, and I'm going back like 20 years, where people are like, it's so funny, and I'm like, it's not that funny. It's it's interesting, but like I think sometimes there's a blur of what is considered a comedy versus like Big Bang versus Parks and Recreation versus Modern Family. Those are all comedies, but they're all very different. So I don't know if I'm making any sense.
No, see, here's what I think about the show. I don't think that you two guys could have done this show coming from a more traditional background. I think the fact that you first started writing jokes and then specials has kind of led to this. Like, at the point that you are now, you couldn't have two young 24-year-old people writing this kind of show.
Yeah.
I hope so. I hope it was all worth it.
That's a compliment, right?
Yeah. Yes.
I don't know. Is that, did he?
You two old people.
Did he say I'm old?
Like, you couldn't do anything.
Was that kind of an old bat?
But suppose you would have gotten this opportunity, 15 years ago.
Right.
Could you have pulled this off? Could this have been done then?
No.
Yeah.
No.
And there was rewrites where we would sit there and we go, that's like a sitcom joke. Because, there was something, what we wanted to do at CBS is we were like, don't worry, it's single camera, but this will appeal to the people
to the multi-camera people
that enjoy multicams. And so there was some kind of, like laugh track jokes that we would just remove. We'd be like, all right,
we were like, wait, now
is that funny or is that cute?
And we were like, that's a sitcom joke right there.
Yeah.
And some of them are still in there, by the way, but they were worth it. Do you know what I mean? So, but there were some that were just like, this is just like we're trying to be something that we're not for somebody else that's not our boss anymore. So let's cut it.
Yeah.
How are your kids feeling about the show? I'm sure they've watched it. No, what's it feel like for them?
Our 2-year-old's in it. Yeah, he's playing the 2-year-old.
Then I fired him.
Yeah, he got fired, but then I rehired him. It was a little. But so our other kids are in school, so we didn't want them to be with the tutor and out of school because they have a normal life. And but our 2-year-old is like not really in school yet, so he played the 2-year-old, and so he's the second youngest on the show, and he's the youngest in our family, and that was really great to have him on the set. And then our other kids, the 2 oldest ones, are smart, so they get it. But there's certain things about the show that are not for kids. It's just not a kids show. It's like PG-13. So I'm sitting there working on one of the episodes with my son in the room, and I'm on the phone, and I said, well, after the vasectomy thing comes up, then Jeannie's going to come in and do this, and I'm speaking to someone else. And so my 9-year-old says to me, what's a vasectomy? And I said, it's an operation that men get so they can't have babies anymore. And he said, but men don't have babies. And then I realized I was sucked into somewhere where I didn't want to go. And I thought I was being so liberal by just explaining this so easily. And then I realized this was a much longer conversation that Jim was going to have.
Yeah.
But here's something interesting, and this is almost a glimpse of when we were doing this at the networks. They actually wanted it to be dirtier than we had proposed. They didn't. They were like, "Look, you can say whatever you want here," and I was like, "Well, I know my audience, and it's not necessary just to go filthy. There are different shows that are constructed on being bawdy and stuff like that, and I'm like, it's not necessary." And so the interesting thing is, like Jeannie is saying, it's PG-13, but this is constructed like my stand-up, where I don't think someone's going to be embarrassed if they're watching it with their 50-year-old mother or their 20-year-old kid.
I think your stand-up's PG-13 too. You talk about extends and Viagra and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's like that's a 13-year-old would understand that, but I don't think under 13 would.
Yeah, but they wouldn't understand it and they wouldn't be offended, and they should come to the show.
I mean, you can buy the tickets for your 12-year-old,
right?
But I'm just warning you.
Yeah.
But also, what he means is if you watch network primetime comedy, it's very dirty. Like,
sure.
There's a lot of, like, you know, oral sex references right on prime time. It's not clean. And as a matter of fact, in the episode, you saw the episode about the drawing, the kid,
Yes.
the drawing. And did you see the episode about the vasectomy?
No, I didn't see
Okay,
that one.
well, both shows deal with something that, like, below the belt, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the network wanted us to show the drawing. They wanted to see the drawing, and they wanted to, in the doctor's office, they wanted to see the chart. And you'll understand how this is relevant when you see the show. And they were just like, we want to see penises. And we were like, you don't have to see it.
People know what they look like.
They know. It's funnier if
Yeah.
they see the back of the page and see the reaction.
Yeah.
It's the imagination of the audience is going to be way funnier than anything that the kid could have drawn that looks like a penis, which is what the joke is. But showing that drawing is not going to be as funny as showing the back of the paper. But they really were like, we totally disagree with you. And we fought. That was a battle we won with the network, is that we said we don't want to show that.
And how happy are you with this show right now, the way you have it? How, like, where do you feel like you've got it?
I think Jim made a lot of mistakes, but other than that.
No, I tell you, it's I'm really happy, and that's like a miracle for a comedian to have a show that captures their point of view. I mean, there's gonna be reviews of this show that are gonna say, hey, it's a lazy guy, and that's not what it's about. But it's, I wish I could force everyone to watch all the episodes, because, as I said before, someone's gonna want, and I've seen it. People watch one episode and they're like, he's a Catholic comedian with 5 kids. I'm like, that's not what the show's about. Or he's the bumbling husband who can't do anything. So I am pleased, but I do feel like I do want it to be kind of viewed in its whole, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I enjoy watching all the episodes. That's really important to me, because we do know how to write comedy and, like, fill theaters, and we know that some of our stuff is really funny and good because people give us good feedback. And when I watch the episodes, I like watching the episodes. Like, I'll put on an episode for someone to screen something for color correct, and instead of doing the work I'm supposed to do, I watch the episode again. So there are elements of it that I'm like, we could have gone out on that line, or we could have added that back in, because you have to cut so much. So the only disappointment that I have is that it's only 20 minutes and 30 seconds. And if it was 25 minutes, it would be epic. Because we have a lot of comedians that come on the show. And there was a time where we just let the camera roll, and John Mulaney and Jim and Adam Goldberg were just going off on a conversation for like 5 minutes, and I was like, this is golden. This is so amazing and so great. But we have like 1 second for the scene. So we had to, make cuts. That's what I'm disappointed in. But other than that, I like watching the episodes. I think they're really fun.
There's not an episode that, and I've been on many shows where I'll watch it and I go, yikes. But there's not an episode that I wouldn't want someone to see, which is pretty amazing.
Coming to TV land, Jim Gaffigan Show, Jim and Jeannie Gaffigan. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.